Chapter 263. When Zhang Xiaohua came out of the inner hall, she was only half an hour behind Qin Shiyue. In this short period of time, the reception hall had already turned into an Azura hell. Qin Shiyue's kung fu was excellent. He was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. His soft sword kept reaping the lives of the people who fled in panic in the hall. When Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall, she could not help but be shocked and angry. She was shocked because Qin Shiyue's killing intent was very strong. He only used one way to kill people like Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua killed people with a gentle sword, leaving a red mark on her throat. Qin Shiyue also used one sword, but this sword cut off people's heads. Weapons like swords were usually unsheathed at the tip and used to stab the enemy. Although the two sides of swords were also unsheathed, swords were not padeos. They were rarely used to cut people. Seeing that Qin Shiyue was very skillful in cutting people's heads with his soft sword, presumably the soft sword was also specially treated. What made Zhang Xiaohua angry was that Qin Shiyue did not really kill innocent people there. Instead, Ma Rulong and Qiu Shidao knew that their lightness skill was not as good as Qin Shiyue's, so they just went to the place where there were many people in the hall, hoping that the guests who came to celebrate the birthday could block for them for a while. Among these guests, those who were smart and had good kung fu had already stayed far away, leaving only those who had not figured out the situation, or those who had low kung fu or even no kung fu. They were in a mess, blocking in front of Qin Shiyue, forcing Qin Shiyue to kill heavily. On the other side of the hall, there was also a group of people who were holding swords and other weapons and were together with Ying Fei. They must be the servants of Ma Mansion or Ma Rulong's friends. They saw that Qin Shiyue's kung fu was excellent, so they did not dare to come close, so they had to find Ying Fei, a soft persimmon. Although Ying Fei was not as good as Qin Shiyue, his kung fu was also first class. Under the siege of the crowd, he did not fall behind and even took the opportunity to injure a few people. Zhang Xiaohua could not bear to see the hall full of blood. She thought to herself, Qin Shiyue can just use her qinggong to go over. Presumably, these guests may not be able to withstand it. Why do you have to kill so many people? Just as she was thinking, a lean merchant who had just run past Qin Shiyue suddenly took out a dagger from his bosom and stabbed it into Qin Shiyue's back. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. This merchant's acting was too good. When she looked at him just now, that person also had a face full of panic and seemed to be running in all directions. How did he become a member of the Ma Manor? Seeing that the dagger was about to stab into Qin Shiyue's back, Zhang Xiaohua was actually looking forward to it. However, Qin Shiyue seemed to have a pair of eyes on the back of her head. She raised her left foot and kicked the man's wrist. Then she swung her soft sword back, and the man's head was separated from his body in an instant. Then Qin Shiyue rushed forward without looking at him and chased after Ma Rulong. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood why Qin Shiyue did not use her qinggong to pass over the crowd. If Qin Shiyue encountered such a sneak attack in midair, she would inevitably be in a passive position because she could not use her body to support herself. If it was a sneak attack by one person, she might be able to avoid it. If it was 2 or 3 people, she would probably be injured. She was still inexperienced. When Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall, he was immediately seen by the servants of the Ma Manor. However, Zhang Xiaohua was obviously a manservant and was also young. Even though several people were eager to try to take over from Ying Fei, they saw that Zhang Xiaohua just stood at the door and did not move forward. They thought that he did not know martial arts, so they concentrated on killing Ying Fei. On the other side of the hall was a corridor. When Ma Rulong and Qiu Shidao arrived at the corridor, they looked back and disappeared in a flash. Qin Shiyue was furious. At this time, she did not care whether the people in front of her were the servants of the Ma Manor or innocent merchants. She just took her soft sword and slashed randomly. When the people in front of her were a little sparse, she immediately used her peerless qinggong and rushed toward the corridor. However, just as his figure entered the corridor, a glittering cold light quickly shot toward Qin Shiyue's throat. Qin Shiyue's momentum was very fast, and the cold light was also very fast. The timing was extremely good. By the time Qin Shiyue saw it, it was already right in front of his eyes. Faster than words could say, Qin Shiyue took a deep breath and reversed the flow of his internal energy. While his figure was still in midair, he forcefully moved to the side by an inch. His body also twisted in a direction. The cold light pierced past Qin Shiyue's throat. It was a long sword flickering with cold light. The one holding the sword was Qiu Shidao, who had just escaped into the corridor. Qiu Shidao had guessed Qin Shiyue's thoughts. He knew that Qin Shiyue thought that he had escaped in a panic, so he deliberately hid himself here, hoping to hit him. Unfortunately, the timing and angle were excellent. Qin Shiyue relied on his excellent qinggong to avoid the killing blow. When Qiu Shidao saw that his sneak attack failed, he immediately changed his move. With a flick of his wrist, the sword cut toward Qin Shiyue's throat horizontally. This was the move that Qin Shiyue was good at. Qin Shiyue's back was also covered with cold sweat, because he just avoided the sneak attack. He was more vigilant in his heart. This sudden change of move was not in his heart. He slightly turned an iron plate bridge and avoided the sword. His body bent down and his left foot kicked toward Qiu Shidao. When Qiu Shidao saw that his killing move had failed one after another, he secretly felt that it was a pity. When he saw Qin Shiyue raise his foot to kick, he also jumped up and slightly dodged. Then he stabbed his sword toward Qin Shiyue's place. Qin Shiyue raised his sword to meet the attack. The two of them fought. Although Qiu Shidao was from a famous sect, he was still young and lacked fighting experience. The two of them fought for a short time before Qiu Shidao couldn't resist anymore. He was surrounded by danger, and was almost hit by Qin Shiyue's sword several times. Qiu Shidao's face couldn't help but turn pale. He thought for a moment and said, "Lord Qin, let's talk things over. I know that you came to the Ma family today to find some ancient jade artifacts. Ma Rulong has already collected some. However, in order to show his sincerity to our righteous Dao Union, he has already given these jade artifacts to me. I haven't had the time to send them back. If you stop fighting now, I will tell you where these jade artifacts are stored so that you can go back and give an explanation. What do you think?" When Qin Shiyue heard this, he seemed to be moved. He slightly relaxed his attack and asked in a low voice, "If you give me the jade artifacts, how will you explain it to the sect? Moreover, I killed the auspicious 3 treasures. Don't you plan to take revenge?" Qiu Shidao said, "I haven't had the time to return these jade artifacts. The sect doesn't know. The auspicious 3 treasures were originally sent to monitor me. They were not sent by my master. They also know about the jade artifacts. Isn't it good that you killed them? I can't even protect my own life. How can I have the heart to take revenge for them?" When Qin Shiyue heard this, he nodded. The software in his hand stopped. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak. When Qiu Shidao saw this, he was very happy. He also put away his sword. When he saw Qin Shiyue open his mouth, he knew that he wanted to know where the jade artifacts were hidden. He smiled and said, "Lord Qin." However, when the words Lord Qin just came out of his mouth, the software in Qin Shiyue's hand suddenly wrapped around Qiu Shidao's neck like a poisonous snake. Qiu Shidao's face immediately turned pale. He trembled and said, "Lord Qin, didn't we agree just now? Why are you going back on your words?" Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "When did I promise you? I just asked you a question." Qiu Shidao was shocked and said, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, no one will know the whereabouts of the jade artifacts. Also, whether I am Nan Fengyun or not, if you kill me, my master will definitely kill you. Why don't you put down your sword and we go our separate ways? What do you think?" Qin Shiyue seemed to have heard a big joke. He grinned and said, "What kind of place is Xinji Town? How can there be good jade artifacts? I can't even see it, let alone our sect leader. If you want to threaten me with this jade artifact, you are really wrong. Also, your master Nan Fengyun, do you think he can catch up with me?" Qiu Shidao's face was pale. He shouted, "Lord Qin, everything can be discussed. I also know a big secret of Xinji Town. I can also tell you anything about the Righteous Alliance. By the way, my family is rich. I can give you a lot of silver." However, before he could finish, Qin Shiyue's eyes flashed with cold light. He smiled and exerted some strength in his hand. Qiu Shidao's handsome head flew up to the sky. His eyes that were gradually losing their light were still flashing with an inconceivable expression. He died with his eyes wide open. Looking at Qiu Shidao's body that was gradually softening, Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "What does the secret of Xinji Town have to do with me? Do you know more about the Righteous Alliance than I do? Silver, what use do I have for it?" As he said, He raised his head and looked at the far end of the corridor where Ma Rulong had just disappeared. In fact, when Qiu Shidao appeared to sneak attack, Ma Rulong no longer cared about his own body and rushed to the end of the corridor. Although Qin Shiyue knew that he wanted to escape, he didn't care about him. After killing Qiu Shidao with Qin Shiyue's Qinggong, he could catch several Ma Rulong back. However, when Qin Shiyue rushed to the end of the corridor, there was also an exquisite small courtyard. There was a stone path in the middle that led to the backyard and the garden. Qin Shiyue flew to a high place and looked carefully, but he didn't find any trace of Ma Rulong. Qin Shiyue frowned and thought to himself, "This old fox ran away quickly." Then, Qin Shiyue didn't search carefully and turned back to the hall. At this time in the hall, except for the servants of the Ma family who were still desperately besieging Yingfei, the other guests had disappeared except for those who were lying on the ground and couldn't move. Qin Shiyue looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing quietly by the door, and didn't say anything. He walked steadily to Yingfei. There were already a few brave servants who had abandoned Yingfei and chopped at his head with their padao. However, how could they withstand a single move from Qin Shiyue? In just a few moves, their heads were chopped off by Qin Shiyue. When the remaining servants saw that the situation was not good, they hurriedly scattered and fled for their lives. How could Yingfei let them go? He chased and killed a few of them. Qin Shiyue was even more straightforward. She chased after them and beheaded them. Unexpectedly, many of them were killed by the two of them. Only a few people safely escaped the hall. Chapter 264. Qin Shiyue looked around at the tragedy in the hall, and was very satisfied. Only then did she use her qinggong to rush out of the hall. When she passed by Zhang Xiaohua, she whispered, "Follow us." Zhang Xiaohua glanced at her and didn't answer. She used her qinggong and followed behind them unhurriedly. After leaving the hall, Qin Shiyue looked around and then flew to the other side of the hall. There was a round moon gate on this side. There was a small path leading inside. Presumably, it was the inner residence. Not long after the three of them entered, they saw several servants and maids running away in panic. When they saw Qin Shiyue, they were so scared that their faces turned ashen. Qin Shiyue didn't hesitate and shouted, "Stop, or I will kill all of you." In an instant, everyone stood in place and trembled. They didn't dare to move. Qin Shiyue walked to the nearest servant and asked, "Ma Rulong just ran away. Do you know where he ran to?" That servant was like a sieve. His teeth were chattering. How could he say it? When Qin Shiyue saw this, she reached out with lightning speed and grabbed his throat. With a little force, a kacha sound was heard. A stream of blood flowed out of the servant's mouth and he fell to the ground. Then Qin Shiyue walked to a servant a little further away. When the servant saw Qin Shiyue walk over, his face turned pale. Before he got close, he smelled a foul smell. The servant was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. Qin Shiyue frowned and turned to another servant. The servant who lost control of his bladder had a burst of joy on his face. Just as he put on a smile, a cold light flashed and the servant's head flew to the sky. The smile was frozen on his face forever. Seeing Qin Shiyue's action, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. She didn't agree, but she was also someone else's dish. How could she have the right to speak? Seeing the murderous demon king rushing towards him, the servant's hands and feet trembled uncontrollably and his face turned scarlet. Qin Shiyue was very satisfied with her deterrence and said while walking, "Do you know? If you know, then tell me. If you don't, then everyone in this courtyard will die." The servant opened his mouth, but no words came out. His eyes turned white and bulged out like a goldfish. He could only exhale, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't inhale. The servant grabbed his throat and twitched weakly. Then he softly fell to the ground. He was scared to death by Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue didn't have any expression on her face. She looked around and walked towards a servant girl. At this time, a servant girl in the small pavilion next to them trembled and said, "Sir, I roughly know where Master Ma went. However, if I bring you there, will you spare us? We are just servants of the Ma mansion." When Qin Shiyue heard this, she was slightly surprised. She looked at this thin and ordinary-looking girl and smiled. Of course, the girl trembled as she walked out and said, "Sir, I'll take you there. Can you let them go? They really don't know anything." Looking at this brave girl, Qin Shiyue waved her hand and said, Take me there. The girl looked at the servants and servant girls around her who were already ashen-faced. She gritted her teeth and walked towards the inner residence. Qin Shirihue said in surprise, "Girl." Ma Rulong ran out from the corridor on the other side of the hall. The girl shook her teeth and forced a smile. She said, "I know. Sir, there is a path from here. If we go through the front hall, it will be a long detour." Qin Shirihue said, "Oh." She didn't say anything else. She knew this girl must know. Sure enough, after walking for a while, they came to another pond. At the end of the pond was a winding corridor. The girl pointed at a rockery in the pond and said, "Sir, it's that rockery." One night, this servant woke up at night and saw Master Ma come out from there by the moonlight. Qin Shirihue looked at the rockery and then looked at the girl. She smiled and said, "Are you sure?" The girl said, "I'm sure. Although it's night, the moonlight is very bright. If I can't even recognize my own master, how can I?" Qin Shirihue signaled to Ying Fei. Ying Fei used her lightness skill and flew over the pond. She directly flew to the rockery to check. Qin Shirihue looked at the girl and said with a smile, "You're not afraid of me?" The girl said, "I'm afraid." "Then why did you bring us here? If I didn't bring you here, wouldn't we all be killed by you?" Qin Shirihue nodded and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" The girl's face instantly turned pale. She bit her lips and didn't dare to speak. At this time, Ying Fei shouted from the rockery, "Sir, there is a mechanism here." Qin Shirihue rolled her eyes and said, "Okay, you can go." The girl didn't move. Qin Shirihue frowned and said, "I told you to go. Why don't you go?" The girl said, "Sir, you go first. I'll go after you." Qin Shirihue laughed, turned around and then waved her hand. When the girl saw Qin Shirihue waving her hand, she was so scared that she closed her eyes. Zhang Xiaohua's heart also thumped. Unexpectedly, Qin Shirihue waved her hand and shouted, "Renshao, come with me." Zhang Xiaohua sighed and jumped in front. There was some joy in her voice. Qin Shirihue didn't understand. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Xiaohua in surprise. She muttered, "Looking at your mood, it's quite good." The two of them used their lightness skill. When they reached the rockery, the girl turned around and ran away. Qin Shirihue looked back and twirled her short beard with 2 fingers. She was thinking. Under the rockery there was a dark cave entrance. There were stairs leading down. Ying Fei was a little hesitant and said, "Sir, is this a trap?" Qin Shirihue smiled and said, "Even if it's a trap, you don't dare to enter it." Ying Fei smiled apologetically and said, "Following, sir. I dare to climb a mountain of swords and go into a sea of fire." Qin Shirihue said, "Don't flatter me. Lead the way." Ying Fei looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Sir, I think it's better to let this boy lead the way. Go down quickly." "What are you talking about? If he can lead the way, why would I bring them so far?" Yes. Ying Fei didn't dare to refute. He led the way down the stairs. The secret passage under the rockery was narrow and short. Not only Qin Shirihue and Ying Fei, but even Zhang Xiaohua had to bend down. Moreover, the secret passage was dark and damp. From time to time there would be water dripping down. They must be walking under the pond. Ying Fei was in front. He held a torch in one hand and a sword in the other. He was very careful. After a long time, the secret passage gradually became wider and drier. They didn't see any traps. After a while the secret passage went up. They must have reached the end. The 3 of them relaxed. Not long after, a half-closed door appeared in front of them. Light shone in from outside. Ying Fei put away the torch and said with a smile, "Sir, that Ma Rulong left in such a hurry that he didn't even close the door properly." After that he pushed the door and was about to go out. At this moment 3 arrows were shot from outside the door. The target was Ying Fei, who was pushing the door open. Ying Fei was pushing the door open. He didn't expect that there would be traps on the half-closed door. It was too late to dodge. The arrows were shot by traps. They were very powerful. They were aimed at Ying Fei's upper and lower body. If they hit the target, Ying Fei's life would be in danger. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shirihue kicked Ying Fei's waist and sent him flying away, just in time to avoid the arrows flying from the top and the bottom. But the arrow in the middle couldn't be dodged. It hit Ying Fei's left arm. With a poochie sound, it penetrated his arm. Ouch! Ying Fei couldn't bear the pain and cried out. The remaining 2 arrows flew past Ying Fei and shot towards Qin Shirihue. Qin Shirui had just kicked Ying Fei away. She wasn't stable yet. She took out the soft sword from her waist and swung it at the arrow in the middle. With a kung sound, the soft sword hit the arrow. It was actually an iron arrow. The arrow changed its direction. With a poochie sound, it shot deep into the secret passage. The arrow in the middle flew past Qin Shirui and shot straight towards Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, Qin Shirui wanted to stop it, but it was too late. With another poochie sound, the iron arrow shot into the secret passage again. When Qin Shirui looked back, she saw Zhang Xiaohua standing aside calmly and motionlessly. Qin Shirui thought that Zhang Xiaohua was scared. She ignored him and walked quickly towards Ying Fei. In fact, he didn't know that when he stepped into the secret passage, Zhang Xiaohua had released his divine sense. Although it was dark, he knew what was going on in front of him. Even at the moment when the iron arrow was shot, Zhang Xiaohua already knew that the iron arrow in the dark was a great threat to Qin Shirui and Ying Fei. But after all, it was flying in the range of Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. At this time, the beauty of divine sense was revealed. Zhang Xiaohua had already known the trajectory of the iron arrow. When the third iron arrow was close to him, he slightly used ethereal steps and let the iron arrow shoot past his leg. His performance was as steady as Mount Tai, which scared Qin Shirui. On the other side, Ying Fei was already sitting on the ground in pain. Qin Shirui looked at his arm. The place where the iron arrow went through was already bleeding. The arrow was poisonous. Qin Shirui frowned and kicked the door open. This time there was no poisonous arrow. Qin Shirui shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, helping Fei out." Zhang Xiaohua responded and went forward. He helped Ying Fei up from the ground and dragged him out. Qin Shirui took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms and poured out a scarlet pill. He said, "Ying Fei, the poison on the arrow is very strong. Take this poison-repelling pill first." Ying Fei's pale face forced a smile and said, "Thank you for giving me this pill. With this pill, I think my life can be saved." After that, he took the poison-repelling pill and put it into his mouth. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the poison-repelling pill, his heart moved. Was this some kind of pill? He couldn't help but take a closer look. He used his divine sense to scan it. It seemed that there was no yuan qi in it. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Ying Fei had already swallowed it. The poison-repelling pill was really powerful. After Ying Fei took it for a while, the wound on his arm began to bleed. At this time, Qin Shirui stretched out his finger and pressed on the acupuncture points on Ying Fei's arm a few times to stop the bleeding. Ying Fei said with difficulty, "Master, we have been delayed for a long time. I think old Ma has already gone far away. What do you think? Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 266. Qin Shirui raised his head and looked around. This was a small closed courtyard. It seemed that no one lived here and no one cleaned it. A line of wet footprints was heading towards a well in the corner of the courtyard. Qin Shirui quickly walked over and looked around. He asked Ying Fei, "You can't move with your injuries. Stay here first. I'll go and have a look." Then he was about to jump down. He looked back at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Boy, come with me." Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to go to the well. He looked down and found that it was a dry well. Qin Shirui warned Zhang Xiaohua, "Ren Xiaoyao, don't have any bad ideas. Your martial arts are not worth mentioning in front of me. I can cut off your head at any time." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Qin Shirui pulled out his soft sword and jumped down the dry well. When he dodged, Zhang Xiaohua also jumped down. There was a secret passage at the bottom of the well, but this secret passage was obviously more spacious than the previous one. It was also clean. Qin Shirui walked in front with a fire and a soft sword. Zhang Xiaohua followed him closely. He had already released his spiritual awareness and scanned from a distance. However, this secret passage was the same as the previous one. There was no mechanism at all. After walking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was a little impatient. This secret passage seemed to have no end. Just as he was thinking, his spiritual awareness suddenly felt the exit. When he looked up, there was finally light in front of him. The exit of this secret passage was not blocked by a door. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his spiritual awareness and found nothing unusual. Qin Shirui carefully observed for a long time before he walked out. The exit of the secret passage was at the foot of a small mountain. The exit was blocked by waist-high grass. It was impossible to find it without looking carefully. In front of the exit was a dense forest. In the distance of the dense forest was also a mountain. Qin Shuriyue first looked carefully in front of the exit, then closed his eyes and frowned. He did not know what to do. Suddenly, his brows relaxed and he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Follow me. If you can follow me, I won't seal your acupoints at night." Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up, and she quickly nodded. The taste of being tortured to extort a confession was really not good. When Qin Shuriyue saw this, she didn't say anything. She used her qinggong to jump up a big tree. Then she started to chase in the direction of the big mountain. Zhang Xiaohua also quickly flashed to catch up with her. Her left hand also quietly took out a small primeval stone from her bosom. She walked while absorbing it to replenish her real qi. That Qin Shuriyue's qinggong was really high. In the blink of an eye, she was already far away. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. She used all her strength and true qi to barely keep up and not be left too far behind. Running all the way, if not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua felt that she had been locked on by Qin Shuriyue from time to time, she almost wanted to change direction. After chasing for a while, just as they were about to reach the foot of the mountain, a bean-sized shadow appeared in front of them. It was also leaping forward. Wasn't that Ma Rulong who had escaped? Looking at his speed, he was much slower than Zhang Xiaohua, not to mention Qin Shuriyue. After running for so long, she still hadn't reached her destination. That shadow seemed to have noticed something. Looking back, he had already noticed Qin Shuriyue's white hair. Unconsciously, his speed immediately increased a lot. However, not long after, he slowed down again. After all, Ma Rulong was a man who was almost 70 years old. Even if his internal strength was profound, after running for so long, his internal strength must be exhausted. When Qin Shuriyue and Zhang Xiaohua caught up with Ma Rulong had just reached the foot of the mountain. This was a barren mountain forest. It was very far from the edge of the forest. It seemed that there were no traces of people. Ma Rulong stood in a place with some white fog. He seemed to be somewhat leisurely. Facing Qin Shuriyue, he said, "Lord Qin, you have already killed Qiu Shidao and the auspicious 3 treasures of the Righteous Alliance. Why do you still care about this old man's dying life? Forgive others." Qin Shuriyue looked around and then looked at the white fog behind Ma Rulong. She thought for a while and smiled. "Old Ma, if you didn't collude with Qiu Shidao to set up a trap in the inner hall, I might have let you go because of your previous contributions. I would have destroyed your martial arts and let you live a peaceful life. Presumably, when you set up the trap, you didn't think of your current ending." Zhang Xiaohua looked from afar and didn't go up. He had already seen the white fog behind Ma Rulong. When he used his spiritual mind to scan it, he found that there was a fluctuation of primordial qi inside. If it was a normal white fog, it would have been blown away by the mountain wind and drifted in the air. However, this faint white fog could condense and not disperse. There must be something strange about it. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that when he was in the Misty School, he heard people whispering secretly. In the forbidden area of the Misty School, there was a white fog that could devour the disciples. Could it be that the white fog that couldn't be dispersed by the mountain wind was the same as the white fog in the Misty School? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua, who was not close to the white fog, stepped back a few more steps. Ma Rulong looked at Qin Shuriyue and heaved a long sigh. "Man proposes, God disposes. Shidao and I have already arranged a trap. It's only because you arrived early and didn't complete it. Moreover, Shidao is still young. He actually had a conflict with you on the road which made you suspicious. If I had a few more days, even 10 Lord Qins wouldn't be able to walk out of my Ma mansion." Qin Shuriyue smiled and said, "Old Ma, you overestimate yourself." "Overestimate yourself? Where's Messenger Ing? Why didn't he catch up with you? Is he dead now? Ha ha ha, that poisonous arrow was originally given to you, but now Messenger Ing is enjoying it. It's just a poisonous arrow. It's not a problem for me. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. I don't want to say anything more. If it weren't for the problem of the 3 auspicious treasures, Lord Qin, you would probably still be trapped in the inner hall. When your internal force is exhausted, I will stab you with my sword. Can you dodge it?" Qin Shuriyue looked at Ma Rulong with a smile and didn't say anything. "You know you can't dodge it, right?" Maybe that's why you keep chasing me and want to take my life. Qin Shuriyue shook her head and asked, the demonic sect treated you well. Why did you betray the demonic sect and join the righteous alliance? Alas, Ma Rulong smiled bitterly and said, treated me well? It's not just well. It's too mean. What kind of family is the Ma family? Although it's declining now, it won't be bullied by the demonic sect. Even Ing Fei, that kind of person, dares to show off in front of the Ma family. He is still considered good. The previous messengers all treated the Ma family as lambs to be slaughtered. Moreover, I Ma Rulong am old. It's fine if I work for the demonic sect, but why do my descendants need to be oppressed by you? My descendants also need to be famous in Jianghu. They also need to be righteous. Qin Shuriyue frowned and said, being righteous and righteous doesn't conflict with working for the demonic sect. You don't understand, Lord Qin. People like you don't understand the thoughts of people like us. On one hand, we are righteous, but on the other hand, we are doing things that betray the righteous alliance. That kind of contradiction, that kind of hidden feeling, you will never understand. Moreover, the demonic sect doesn't know the value of the Ma family. You have never respected the Ma family. We can't get the status and glory we want from the demonic sect. Naturally, we have to find someone else to rely on. Value. Qin Shuriyue suddenly remembered that the sect leader asked her to come to the Ma family and the evil tiger gang. There must be a deep meaning. You don't know, right? Even someone like Lord Qin doesn't know. Others won't respect the Ma family. Well, the sect leader specifically asked me to come to the Ma family, Qin Shuriyue explained. Of course the sect leader knows. But it's easy to see the king of hell, but difficult to deal with the little ghosts. The sect leader can't always pay attention to us. Sometimes he is worried about us. How can the disciples of the Ma family show up? Qin Shuriyue was interested. She said, what secrets does the Ma family have? Qiu Shidao said that he wanted to tell me a big secret. Could it be that you gave it away? Did he tell you? Ma Rulong was a bit nervous. No, I didn't wait for him to tell me. I killed him. Good job. If he didn't cause trouble, why would the Ma family be like this? He's your grandson-in-law. You sigh, don't mention it. What grandson-in-law? It's just my granddaughter's wishful thinking. After marrying him, did he even look at my obedient granddaughter? However, she got what she wanted. This is her life. She can't blame anyone else. And then why? Qin Shuriyue's gossipy soul was awakened. She asked again and again. Zhang Xiaohua, who was listening at the side, was also surprised. Why? Why should this old man tell you? Qin Shuriyue was slightly surprised. They had been talking for a long time. Why did he stop at the most important part and wait for the next chapter? How boring. Looking at Qin Shuriyue, Ma Rulong smiled and said, Lord Qin, this old man wants to negotiate with you. What do you think? Qiu Shidao negotiated with me, so I killed him. What do you have that's worth me not attacking? What secrets can he have? It's just the things I gave him. He thought that he hid it very well. In fact, it's not just me. Even the righteous Dao Alliance knows about it. Qin Shuriyue pondered for a moment and said, tell me your conditions first. Ma Rulong was overjoyed. He said, this old man won't ask you to spare my life. I just want you to promise not to kill the Ma family disciples. It's that simple. If I go back on my word and go back to kill, won't you lose money? Who doesn't know that Lord Qin's words carry enormous weight? I'm not worried about this. Qin Shuriyue thought for a moment and said, okay, I promise you. Tell me. Ma Rulong nodded and said, actually, from the beginning, my granddaughter was attracted to Qiu Shidao and wanted to marry him. But Qiu Shidao didn't want to marry my granddaughter at all. He even rejected the marriage proposal. If it wasn't for the fact that my dowry was so good that Zhang San of the Righteous Dao Alliance was moved and couldn't refuse, how could their alliance leader come out and force him to submit so obediently? Things. Even Zhang San was moved? The Righteous Dao Alliance is one of the super sects in Jianghu. They have abundant resources. What can they not have? The Ma family actually has things that even Zhang San couldn't refuse. Qin Shuriyue couldn't help but be surprised. Chapter 267. Ma Rulong looked at Qin Shuriyue's surprise with satisfaction and said slowly, you didn't expect it, right? Lord Qin, the Righteous Alliance actually covets my little Ma family's things. Even though they sent so many precious medicinal ingredients today, it's just to further improve our relationship and hope that I can return the favor. Guess what the Righteous Alliance wants? Qin Shirihue shook his head. Ma Rulong looked up at the changing clouds in the sky and said, "White clouds change like dogs, the stars change. Life is so short, but the world changes so strangely." "Oh right, Lord Qin, what do you think of the three-talent flag formation that the three auspicious treasures used in the inner hall? I heard you call out its name, so you must know its origin. Moreover, you also walked through that formation. What do you think?" "It's very powerful. If it wasn't for a sudden mistake, I probably wouldn't have been able to walk out of that inner hall today. Although the three-talent flag formation is powerful, if you want to set it up, just a person is not enough. You also need a formation stone." "Formation stone? The jade stone in the three auspicious treasures' hands?" "Yes, Lord Qin is right. That jade stone is the foundation of the three-talent flag formation. If it wasn't for the formation stone, you also saw that the three flags were useless. If the formation stone in Air Bao's hands didn't run out of energy, you also wouldn't have been able to charge out." "I understand. You gave the Righteous Alliance this formation stone, right?" "Yes, Lord Qin is right. However, this jade stone is not called a formation stone, but a divine stone. In ancient times, it was also called a primordial stone." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing in the distance, frowned. As expected, this was a primordial stone. So that's how it is. Qin Shirihue suddenly understood. However, he was puzzled. Although the divine stone was useful, if there was no formation, what was the use of it? "Old Ma, while your divine stone is indeed precious, if they are to spare no effort to rope you in merely for the sake of the three-talent flag formation, this Righteous Alliance is truly too petty." "Eh? Haha, Lord Qin, this old man thought you knew. Turns out you don't know anything." "What do you mean? Let this old man ask you. Did your teacher tell you about this three-talent flag formation?" "Well, that's not it. It's something that martial uncles casually mentioned when they were chatting." "Yes, I understand. How about this? I'll tell you some of the secrets of the Jianghu. I don't ask for anything in return, but the same old conditions. However, I'll ask you to swear that you'll never lay a hand on the disciples of the Ma family. What do you think?" "Old man Ma, you've really thought it through. With this oath, wouldn't I always have to avoid your Ma clan's disciples?" "Lord Qin, this is a misunderstanding. I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. I only hope that the bloodline of the Ma family can be preserved. How about this? I guarantee that from today onwards, if the Ma clan disciples don't take the initiative to offend me, I won't take the initiative to make a move against them as well. If they go against these words, then let the poison dragon corrode their bodies and die a horrible death." This oath was considered an extremely vicious one among the Garuda lineage. Ma Rulong nodded in relief after hearing it. He said, "Actually, the use of the Godstone is not limited to this tripartite flag array. It is the foundation of all arrays. Moreover, it is also..." After saying this, Ma Rulong thought for a moment and asked, "Lord Qin, do you know where all the martial arts in this world come from?" "This?" Qin Shirihue scratched her head and said, "Is the path of martial arts passed down from generation to generation? What other strange things can there be?" "Think about it, Lord Qin. You have a master who taught you. Then your master's master, and all the way up, who was the first person to teach you martial arts? This? Maybe it was a genius gifted by the heavens who had an epiphany. Haha, there are geniuses who have created their own unique skills. However, they all have other martial arts as a reference. How can they create their own unique path? There are no martial arts in this world, so how can they create their own unique skills?" Qin Shirihue didn't say anything and listened quietly. Zhang Xiaohua in the distance also did the same. In fact, long before martial arts there was the path of immortality, which is the path of cultivation. The stories of immortals now are all descriptions of the deeds of immortals in the past. Although they are a little exaggerated, they are all true. Immortal cultivators can split mountains and rivers, call the wind and summon the rain with their own strength. They can even live forever. They are really carefree. Live forever? Then why can't we see any immortals now? Qin Shirihue couldn't help but ask. "Lord Qin, listen to me first. The cultivation of the path of immortality is different from that of martial arts. They pay attention to refining the chi of heaven and earth. The God stone, which used to be the primordial stone, is the foundation of their cultivation. It is even the silver they use. Then Ma Rulong, like an elder teaching a professor, talked about the rise and fall of the path of immortality, the changes before and after the immortal cultivation, and the evolution of Zhang Hu. Not only was Qin Shurui intoxicated, but Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked. The path of immortality this old man was talking about, wasn't it her? No wonder the Carefree Heart Sutra that she cultivated was different from the internal strength cultivation method that her second brother had told her. Even the formation of internal strength was different. It turned out that it was a different cultivation method. Ma Rulong continued, Lord Qin, don't think that the Heavenly Tao Union is a super sect in Jianghu. After all, it is not an ancient sect. Their foundation is not comparable to the incense cult, the Dalan Temple, or the Misty School. Our Ma family was only a small branch of an immortal cultivation sect in ancient times. Even so, the righteous Tao Union can't be compared to us. If not for this, how could I have attracted their hearts by taking out a few god stones? Looking at Qin Shui's dumbfounded expression, Ma Rulong's mouth was filled with ridicule as he said, Lord Sakra of the divine sect must know these secrets and have some understanding of our Ma family. That's why he favored us so much. However, you ordinary people have repeatedly bullied our Ma family and forced us to have no way out. I can't stand it. Qin Shui smiled helplessly and said, Old Ma, what's the use of saying this now? Ma Rulong nodded and said, yes, there's no turning back. It's useless to say more. In fact, the chi of heaven and earth has always been very thin after the immortal Tao was destroyed for thousands of years. However, in recent years there have been signs of an increase. Do you know why Lord Sakra asked you to collect ancient jade articles? Qin Shui shook her head again and said angrily in her heart, this old man always keeps me in suspense. If you want to say it, just say it. Why do you keep asking me? I've been shaking my head more than I did in a year. My neck is sore. The immortal Tao's cultivation methods, formations, alchemy, refining weapons, and talismans are all recorded in a kind of jade article. They are called jade slips and can only be read by the immortal Tao's divine sense. There must be a lot of these in your divine sect. However, there are even more in Jianghu. Lord Sakra must have felt the change in the chi of heaven and earth and made a plan to deal with it. Oh right, there's another possibility. It's a magic weapon of the immortal Tao. Magic weapon? Qin Shui was stunned again and asked, is it the wooden fish that the Dalan Temple's monks knocked? Ma Rulong shook his head and said, the wooden fish is just a name borrowed by the bald man of the Dalan Temple. The immortal Tao's magic weapon is the same as our martial Tao's weapon. In fact, the martial Tao's sword, saber, and other weapons also evolved from the immortal Tao's magic weapon. However, the immortal Tao's magic weapon is very strange. Even the jade hairpin on the head can be a powerful magic weapon. Yes, if you change it to a golden hairpin, it can also be used as a hidden weapon. There are also feather fans, jade bracelets, belts, and so on. As long as you can think of something, it can be refined into a magic weapon. Jade bracelets? Zhang Xiaohua heard and her eyes lit up. Didn't she have a pair of jade bracelets in her purse? Could it be that they were magic weapons? No wonder there was a fluctuation of chi of heaven and earth inside. It was not for looking at but to play with. But how should she play with the jade bracelets? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but listen attentively. Hearing this, Qin Shui was also confused. She asked, Old Ma, don't deceive me. What kind of magic weapon can this feather fan be made into? Could it be that there is also a mechanism in the fan? Ma Rulong said, as for how to use it, this old man does not know. I only know that these magic weapons are activated with a certain incantation, and are driven by one's own chi. I see. But you just said that the immortal Tao and martial Tao's cultivation methods are different. The martial Tao's internal force has long changed. How can it be used to drive these magic weapons? Haha, the 3-talent flag gate array is different. It is an array item. How can it be driven by the 3 auspicious treasures? There is no lack of talented and intelligent people in our Wulin. As early as when the immortal Tao was destroyed, many people were studying the inheritance of the immortal Tao. There were also many people who came up with opportunistic methods. The flag array borrowed the power of the God Stone instead of one's own chi. Perhaps there were already people who could use the Godstone to drive the so-called magic weapons. Then, wouldn't they be invincible? Qin Shirue was shocked. Ma Rulong smiled wryly. If so, would my Ma family still be bullied? The Godstone in this world was used up long ago when the immortal Tao was destroyed. Where would there be any left? Even if there were some left, they would be hidden away. Who would use immortal Tao if they could solve it by force? An immortal Tao is not inherent to us. There are always drawbacks. Aren't the three auspicious treasures a classic example? Qin Shirue finally nodded. Moreover, the immortal Tao's magic weapons and jade slips have not been replenished by the qi of heaven and earth for 10,000 years. Most of them can't withstand the loss of their own qi, and have long become ordinary jade. How can they be found so easily? Even if they were found, they might not be able to be used. Some might be hidden in mysterious places protected by the immortal Tao's restrictions. How can a martial Tao cultivator obtain them? Restricted lands? Is it a forbidden area? Lord Qin, you are mistaken. Restricted lands are places that others are not allowed to enter. They are different from places protected by restrictions. Simply put, the immortal Tao's restrictions are powerful formations. Presumably, the divine sect also has its own restricted lands. Perhaps they are protected by restrictions. Old Ma, you just said that the qi of heaven and earth has increased. How can a martial Tao cultivator like you sense the qi of heaven and earth? Chapter 268. Could it be that you've also practiced the immortal cultivation method? Qin Shirue asked. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he also had doubts in his heart. That's right, when he cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra, he could release his senses and sense the heaven and earth yuan qi. However, this yuan qi was rarely seen, and he could only sense a few strands in the herb fields. Could it be that Ma Rulong also cultivated an immortal cultivation technique? Also, he had a place with rich qi of heaven and earth? Zhang Xiaohua's ears perked up. Ma Rulong smiled bitterly and said, how could this old man have such an opportunity to obtain an immortal cultivation technique? This technique had already been lost for tens of thousands of years. Even if my Ma family tried our best to preserve it, it was impossible. It had already been gone for thousands of years. Also, didn't I just say that most of the methods are recorded in jade slips? The qi of jade slips can't last long. How can the methods be preserved? Then how did you know? I didn't sense it but saw it. Qin Shirue and Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed at the same time. Qin Shirue looked back at Zhang Xiaohua with a gloomy face. Then she turned back and asked, you can see the qi of heaven and earth? Ha ha ha, how can I see the qi of heaven and earth? I think Lord Sakura of the divine sect is like me. He saw the changes in the restriction of the forbidden land and knew that the qi of heaven and earth had changed. Seeing Qin Shirue's puzzlement, Ma Rulong said, restriction and formation are the same. They both need the qi of heaven and earth. However, there are many powerful restrictions that don't just rely on the qi of heaven and earth. They can also absorb the qi of heaven and earth. The restrictions in the world were all set up by the immortal cultivation method 10,000 years ago. In the past 10,000 years, the restrictions have absorbed less and less qi of heaven and earth. However, in the past few years, the restrictions have shown signs of strengthening. Don't you think it's a sign that the qi of heaven and earth is recovering? Qin Shirue nodded. Then she said in surprise, does your Ma family also have a forbidden land? Ma Rulong's face was a little red. He said proudly, you only know now. If not, how can our Ma family be a family of inheritance? Although our Ma family only has one restricted area, it's fundamentally different from the Righteous Tao Alliance's lack of one. Then the forbidden land you mentioned, is it? Yes, Mr. Qin, you guessed right. It's here. To be more precise, it's behind me. The white fog behind you can't even be blown away by the wind. It must be a part of the restriction. Lord Qin is very smart. There are many forms of restrictions. Some of them are light, such as red, yellow, five-colored, etc. There are also white fog, black smoke, etc. I've heard that some restrictions can create illusions that perfectly integrate with the surrounding environment. My Ma clan's restriction area is this white fog. Qin Shirue and Zhang Xiaohua both nod secretly. Since Zhang Xiaohua learned about the space in the purse, she knew that there must be something strange about the cave she went to before. Now she knows that it is the inhibition that Ma Rulong mentioned. Not to mention the white fog in the Misty School's forbidden land that swallowed people. It must be similar to the Ma family's restriction. Qin Shuriyue thought of the forbidden land in his sect that emitted five-colored light. It must be the restriction that Ma Rulong mentioned. Naturally, he knew how the sect leader knew about the changes in the qi of heaven and earth. However, Qin Shuriyue was puzzled. Why did Ma Rulong bring him here? Did he want to use the restriction to kill him? Thinking of this, Qin Shuriyue couldn't help but take a step back. Seeing Qin Shuriyue take a step back, Ma Rulong knew what he was thinking. He said with a smile, "Don't worry, Lord Qin. If I can use the forbidden land to make enemies, I don't need to say anything. You must be wondering why I ran here, right?" Qin Shuriyue nodded. Ma Rulong said, "The Immortal Tao's restriction is used to protect important things. I've known about the restriction in the back mountain since I was a child. I've always been looking forward to seeing what is inside. However, this restriction of the Immortal Tao requires one to have the cultivation of the Immortal Tao to be able to walk in unscathed. Otherwise, one will be pushed out by the restriction or be trapped to death. In the past, my Ma family had countless intelligent people who wanted to enter this restriction with their own strength. However, no one has ever been able to come out alive. No one knows if they died inside or if they had other fortuitous encounters. I know the lightness skills of the Garuda branch of the divine sect. In front of Lord Qin, I have no chance of escaping. Since I'm going to die under Lord Qin's sword, I might as well come to the Forbidden Land to take a look. It can also end my life's worries." Then, he asked with a smile, "I wonder if Lord Qin is satisfied with this explanation?" Qin Shuriyue also smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will break into your Forbidden Land?" Ma Rulong bowed and said, "In that case, Lord Qin, please go first." Ma Rulong stepped forward and said with a smile, "Old Master Ma, please go first." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She already knew that the Forbidden Land ate people. No one who went in came out. Why did Qin Shuriyue still want to go in? Ma Rulong saw Qin Shuriyue step forward and his expression changed slightly. He stepped back and said, "No need to be polite, Lord Qin. If that's the case, I'll go first and wait for you inside." Then he was about to step back. Qin Shuriyue smiled and said, "Then I'll send you on your way." As he spoke, he pulled out his soft sword from his waist and swept it across. Ma Rulong saw his arm move, so he immediately stepped back with the tip of his foot. Seeing that his body was about to disappear into the white fog, how could Qin Shuriyue let him go? He took a big stride forward and his soft sword slid into the white fog. There was a scream in the white fog, and immediately there was no sound. Qin Shuriyue took back his soft sword. Looking at the blood dripping from the soft sword, he was not sure whether it was fatal or not. But looking at the strange white fog in front of him, Qin Shuriyue didn't want to go in and take a look. After waiting for a while, Qin Shuriyue turned and walked to Zhang Xiaohua. He said with a smile, "Ren Xiaoyao, did you enjoy listening to it?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and puzzled. "Lord, are you kidding? I didn't hear anything. My ears have been inflamed for the past 2 days and I can't hear anything. I was thinking of asking you to find a doctor to take a look. Just in time when we arrive at Xinji town later. I hope you will be kind enough to let me see a doctor." Qin Shuriyue curled his lips and said, "Don't make trouble for me. I don't intend to kill you. You know it yourself. We still need to find the cauldron from you. After listening to what you said just now, you know the importance of the cauldron. It's something that the leader of the divine sect must get. You'd better tell us who took it." Zhang Xiaohua secretly said in his heart, "Nonsense, if I didn't listen to what you said today, I would have thought that the big cauldron was an incense burner. Now that I know it's an immortal object, how can I return it to you? Not to mention that I have use for myself. Even if I don't have use for it, if I give it to you, won't you immediately kill me?" Zhang Xiaohua said with an innocent face, "Lord Qin, I really don't have this thing. How do you want me to tell others?" Qin Shuriyue heard this and his smile became wider. He reached out his hand to touch the cauldron, but after thinking about it, he said, "These few days, you've also eaten the torture of my divine sect. I didn't expect you to be able to persist. If it's an ordinary person, he would have already been tortured to madness. You're still quite happy. However, since I've already promised you that I won't touch your acupoints, I naturally won't touch them. Anyway, your fate has already been handed over to Lord Sakra. I just need to take you back. Did you hear what I said today? Who took the cauldron behind you? I don't know. After that, he looked at the sky and said, put away your selfish thoughts and obediently follow me back to the divine sect. Listen to the hierarch's arrangement. Let's go. After that, he used his lightness skill and flew back. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to slack off and also followed closely behind. On the way back, Qin Shirui didn't use his full strength. Zhang Xiaohua also followed behind easily. Even so, Qin Shirui was still puzzled. Where did this guy come from? His foundation in lightness skill was actually so solid. After returning to the cave in the secret passage, Qin Shirui looked around and had no choice but to plunge in. When the two came out of the dry well, they saw Ing Fei sitting on the ground with a sword in his hand. His face was already ruddy. An iron arrow was thrown on the ground and his arm was already bandaged. Seeing Qin Shirui coming out of the dry well, his expression was obviously relaxed. He stood up and asked, why did Lord Qin go for so long? Did you kill that old man, Ma? Qin Shirui said, this secret passage is very long. After going out, I chased him for a long time before I killed him. How's your injury? Ing Fei said, I pulled out the iron arrow by myself. Now I'm fine. I have to thank Lord Qin for the poison-dispelling pill. Otherwise, even if there were 10 of me, I would still die. Qin Shirui thought for a moment and said, you bandaged yourself carelessly. After a while, when we go to town, it's better to find a doctor to bandage it again. Ing Fei said with a smile, thank you, Lord Qin. Qin Shirui asked, can you still use lightness skill? Ing Fei said it should be fine. Well, the two of you come with me. After speaking, Qin Shirui jumped on the roof. After roughly looking at the direction, he jumped toward the Ma residence. Qin Shirui didn't want to go through that damp and low secret passage again. Not long after, they arrived at the Ma residence. The whole courtyard was quiet and there was no one. It was completely different from the hustle and bustle at noon. Qin Shirui took the two of them to the roof of the Ma residence for a while. They didn't see a single person. Instead, they saw the 3 horses that they rode. Qin Shirui thought for a moment and said, let's go. Let's go to town first and check your injury. After speaking, he led the horse and walked out of the gate of the Ma residence. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Qin Shirui's back in surprise. She opened her mouth and wanted to ask him why he didn't look for the relics of immortality in the Ma residence. But she thought about it again. Ma Rulong had already prepared for this. Today he didn't even see half of his nephews. They must have taken advantage of the chaos to run away. How could those precious things still be hidden in the Ma residence? Presumably, Qin Shirui also thought this through. So he left without hesitation. The 3 of them rode on the horse and went through the main road. At the corner of the tea house, an old man stared at their backs fiercely. It was Qiu Shidao's old housekeeper. Please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 269. The sun was setting in the west, and a round scarlet sun was hanging in the clear sky of the West Mountain. On a secluded path in the wilderness, 3 horses were trotting slowly. The red sun in the west cast a long shadow on them. They were Qin Shirui, Ing Fei and Zhang Xiaohua. It had been a few days since the massacre in Xinji town. Ing Fei's injury had already recovered. The poisonous arrow pierced through his left arm, but it didn't hurt the bone. The arrow poison was cleaned up in time, but it was thoroughly cleaned by the town's doctor. The medicine used was also from the Dragon God sect. How could there be no improvement? Zhang Xiaohua was still weak, and he followed the 2 people absent-mindedly. In these days he had completely abandoned the idea of using lightness skill to escape. Qin Shirui's decisiveness in killing left a deep impression on him. Before he had full confidence, he would not repeatedly challenge Qin Shirui's bottom line. Although Qin Shirui had said that he would take him back to the sect leader in one piece, who knew if he would change his mind? It was better to just practice martial arts. Since Zhang Xiaohua knew the reason for the disappearance of immortality and the rise of martial arts in the Ma family, and also knew the difference between immortality and martial arts, he knew that he was lucky. He accidentally walked on the road of immortality, which no one had walked on for thousands of years. Moreover, after seeing the power of immortality's tactical formation, He was more confident in himself. As long as he had time, he would comprehend the earth-escaping skill. He believed that as long as he could learn the earth-escaping skill, he would be able to escape from Qin Shiyue's evil hands. Zhang Xiaohua also knew that the tripod furnace he took from Shitsue Mountain should be the furnace used for immortality's alchemy. It was something that the sect leader of the Dragon God sect wanted. As for how to use the furnace, he really didn't have time to look at it. Not to mention that there was a lot of content in the elementary alchemy technique, and now he didn't have time to comprehend it. If he took out the furnace, he might alarm Qin Shiyue. It was better to avoid trouble. Why should he be anxious now? Moreover, he felt that it was incredible that using elixirs could improve his power. How could a small elixir improve his cultivation so much? Could it double the qi of heaven and earth in his body? That was simply impossible. She remembered that there was something called the qi-generating pill in the money pouch. It seemed to have been thrown away without any regard. Presumably it wasn't anything good. Zhang Xiaohua also lacked interest in the idea of trying it out herself. Also, after seeing the power of the immortal Dao formation, Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to make some kind of formation to trap Qin Shiyue and Ning Fei. However, she didn't have any formation flags or incantations. She only had a shallow zhenqi and a huge primordial stone. It was impossible to make it a reality, so she just threw it aside. From the beginning to the end, Ma Rulong didn't mention how to fight in Taoism. He only said that there was the power to summon wind and rain and move mountains and seas. His words made Zhang Xiaohua's blood boil, but she only painted a pie for him. Although there was a jade ring in the money pouch that should be a magic weapon, she didn't know how to use it. Even if she knew how to use it, could the jade ring still be used after 10,000 years? Everything was unknown. Zhang Xiaohua looked blankly at the red sun in the distance that was about to set behind the mountain. It was about to be engulfed by darkness. Everything in this world was about to fall into darkness. She couldn't see the road ahead clearly. What about her own road? There hadn't been the immortal Dao for 10,000 years. She actually received the inheritance of the immortal Dao and cultivated the immortal Dao cultivation method. There was no one to guide her, no reference, and no one to point out her own way. Everything had to rely on her own strength. Loneliness, powerlessness, and other negative emotions constantly grew in her heart. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua was dispirited, the setting sun finally fell below the cliff. Even when its last ray of sunlight left the world, it was still so brilliant and glorious. The last ray of sunlight reflected in the lonely youth's eyes seemed to soar and ignite the youth's fighting spirit. There are so many living things in the world, but only I have such a situation. Why do I see the immortal Dao as a bumpy road? Since the revival of the immortal Dao chose me, why should I hide? I will do my best, and there will be a new me. Thinking about this, the scenery at the side of the mountain didn't feel dark. She also didn't feel uncomfortable in this captive situation. Zhang Xiaohua understood something in her heart, and her cultivation improved again. Since the last time she suffered from qi deviation, Zhang Xiaohua carefully comprehended the Worry-Free Heart Sutra from beginning to end. At the end of the Heart Sutra, it mentioned the cultivation of the state of mind. However, the cultivation of the state of mind shouldn't be a bottleneck in the qi refining stage. It was strange that she encountered it again and again. Moreover, she also knew that every time she encountered an enlightenment in her heart, her cultivation of the state of mind would improve by another level. As long as she had primeval stones in her hands, her cultivation would naturally be able to keep up. She wouldn't have to worry about the risk of qi deviation again. This was a good thing. Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously revealed a smile. At this time in the distance, the sound of horse hooves gradually faded away. It was very abrupt. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Her divine sense spread out like a net, but there didn't seem to be anything abnormal in the surroundings. Ning Fei also urged her horse forward and asked, "Lord Qin, what's the matter with the people in front? Why don't you let this little one go forward and take a look?" Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "They must be people from the Righteous Dao Alliance. Let's go forward and take a look. If there's fortune, it's not a disaster. If there's a disaster, we can't avoid it. In this vast wilderness, it's the easiest to escape. There's no need to be afraid of them." After traveling for a while, they didn't see any movement. Zhang Xiaohua also didn't understand. The main road was right in front of them, Looking at the lights in front of them, it was already a small village. It wasn't a good opportunity to make a move. Why was this? When Qin Shirui arrived at the main road, there was another person on the main road who saw them from afar. He also quickly got on his horse and galloped away. The three of them looked at each other. They didn't know why, but although they were already on the main road, if there was an ambush, it would still be troublesome. Thus, they were 120% careful. Unfortunately, even when they entered the small village, they still didn't encounter any ambushes. Instead, just as they entered the village, there were several people waiting there. A white and fat person dressed as a shopkeeper came forward and bowed. "Excuse me, are you Lord Qin and Lord Ying in front?" Ying Fei went forward and said, "It's us." "What's the matter?" The innkeeper said, "This one is the innkeeper of this town's largest inn, the Four Seas Inn. There's an uncle who has already booked a banquet and a room for Uncle Qin and the others. Please follow this one over." Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted. There was actually such a good thing? Although Qin Shirui was also flabbergasted, he wasn't surprised. When Ying Fei looked at him, he casually waved his hand, indicating that he agreed. The shopkeeper received the message and was very happy. He personally went forward to lead Qin Shirui's horse and respectfully walked forward. Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua's horses were also led by other people. Zhang Xiaohua had never received this kind of treatment before and enjoyed it very much. As for what the shopkeeper was planning, he didn't care. He was just a captive of the Tenryu sect. Even if there were any schemes and plots, it wouldn't be his turn to do it. Not long after, they came to a large inn. It was brightly lit and there was no one eating in the hall. A few waiters were waiting at the door. When they saw the shopkeeper return, they quickly went to receive him. Qin Shirui and the others dismounted and walked into the hall. There was a large table in the hall with some dried fruits on it. Qin Shirui and the others sat down and the waiters immediately poured tea. Ying Fei reached into his clothes to take the tea leaves but was stopped by Qin Shirui with a look. Qin Shirui picked up the teacup and carefully looked at it. He smelled it and tasted it. It was really good tea. There wasn't any poison in it, and this fragrant tea didn't seem like something that could be found in this town. Not long after the three sat down, they didn't need to order food. The delicacies were served like flowing water. They had been prepared long ago and were just waiting for the three to arrive. Looking at the table full of things that he had never seen or heard of before, Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Who was so generous? However, he had an urge to eat immediately. He raised his eyes and looked at Qin Shirui who was cooking. Qin Shirui also frowned. Qin Shirui wasn't surprised by the rarity of these things. He was a famous person in the Tenryu sect. What good things had he not seen before? It was just that these things couldn't be found in this small town. Thinking about the fragrant tea just now, the reason was self-evident. It must have been prepared long ago from other places. Thinking of this, Qin Shirui also let down his guard. If the Righteous Alliance wanted to harm him, why would they spend so much effort? They could just directly kill their way to his door. Who would want to curry favor with him? Qin Shirui gradually had some ideas. Seeing Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua looking at him with eager eyes, Qin Shirui couldn't help but secretly smile. He said, "Eat. This must be the master's good intentions. Don't let him down." After that, he first picked up a piece of camel hump and put it into his mouth, carefully tasting it. Ying Fei, as the messenger of the Tenryu sect, was served with good wine and good meat everywhere he went. These days he was injured and had to worry about the attack of the Righteous Alliance. Naturally, he was lacking in food. Seeing such a good meal, he was also happy and kept eating this and that. As for Zhang Xiaohua, there was no need to talk about him in detail. He almost ate his own tongue. Not only that, there was a white porcelain jug on the table. The wine poured out from the jug was amber-colored. The mellow fragrance overflowed. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who had never drunk wine before, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Ying Fei was injured, so Qin Shirui poured 3 cups for him. As for Zhang Xiaohua, Qin Shirui used the excuse that he was underage and let him drink half a cup. The rest was left to Qin Shirui. Even if it was only half a cup, Zhang Xiaohua was still very happy. He was just a prisoner. Qin Shirui gave him a drink. It was the result of many days of interaction. How could he dare to have extravagant expectations? They ate to their heart's content and ate until the moon rose. Then they saw the fair and fat shopkeeper walk in with a smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Master Qin, mastering, young master, may I ask if the food is to your liking?" Chapter 270. Qin Shirue said, "Very good. Shopkeeper, sorry to trouble you. I didn't expect that although urine doesn't look good on the surface, the food inside is superb. You really can't judge a book by its cover." The shopkeeper's face was a little red. He cupped his hands and said, "Sir, you misunderstood. How can my small inn be so generous? This was all arranged by a previous master. Even the chef was brought by him. My inn hasn't even processed this kind of food." "Oh, where's the person you mentioned? Why don't you come in and see me?" The shopkeeper smiled apologetically and said, "That master has already left before you three came to the town. He just told me to serve you well." "How does the person you mentioned look like? How is he dressed? Can you leave your name?" "Sir Qin, please forgive me. That master specially told me not to say much. I just said that he was an old friend of yours. I don't know his name." "Oh, so it's like this. Well, I won't make things difficult for you. We've already eaten and drunk enough. Let's arrange for a rest early." "Yes, sir. My inn has been emptied. Today I specially received 3 masters. Please follow me." After that, he took the 3 people to a quiet courtyard at the back. He smiled apologetically and said, "There are 3 guest rooms in this courtyard. Please take a rest. I'll wait here. If you have any requests, just call me." Qin Shirue nodded. She looked at the small courtyard and went straight to the room in the middle. Ing Fei glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and also chose a room. These 2 people were a little worried during the day. They were afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would run away. At night, they were completely relieved. They knew that even if he ran away, he wouldn't run far. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Looking at the shopkeeper standing respectfully at the door of the courtyard, she thought, "Let the shopkeeper personally guard the door. It must be a lot of money." Then she went to the last room. Zhang Xiaohua carefully closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. He had been with Qin Shirue and the others for the past few days. Other than absorbing the yuan qi from the yuan stones and meditating on the earth escape technique, he didn't have time to practice the fist of the North Star and the sword moves with his left hand. Today he was finally alone in a room. He didn't plan to practice the fist and sword moves. Although the fist of the North Star was something he had created, seeing how much importance Openg attached to it, it must have something to do with the immortal Tao. He didn't want to cause trouble for himself. If Qin Shirue saw this, he would definitely be in trouble. He had been meditating on the earth escape technique for the past few days, but he didn't dare to try it out rashly. Qin Shirue had also seen the auspicious 3 treasures of the 3-talent flag formation. Zhang Xiaohua first closed her eyes and meditated for a while to practice the Worry-Free Heart Sutra. Then, she recalled the incantation of the earth escape technique. Combining the incantation she had comprehended these days, she used her hands to make the incantation. There were many incantations for the earth escape technique. There were actually 9 of them. Each of them was different and needed to be continuous. Zhang Xiaohua, who was new to the incantation, didn't know how to start. Thinking about the incantation she saw in Marulong's mansion, Zhang Xiaohua decided to ignore the incantation for now. First, she understood the first incantation. In fact, the incantation was the same as the breathing technique of the Heart Sutra. They were both particular about the rhythm, where the incantation should be, and where the zhenqi should be. If there was a master to teach, one only needed to point out the secret. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't have such good fortune. She could only fumble around on her own. Naturally, it was extremely difficult to get started. However, this also had its advantages. After all, she had fumbled around on her own. She was clear about all the pros and cons. As long as she got started, it would be easy to practice all kinds of incantations in the future. It wouldn't be like learning from predecessors. When practicing other incantations, one still had to rely on a master's guidance. If she practiced it on her own, it would be even more difficult. As expected, although Zhang Xiaohua had already felt that she had comprehended quite well these days and only lacked the final practice, when she really started, alas, it was simply too horrible to look at. No matter how her fingers moved, she couldn't reach the realm described in the incantation. And no matter what, the Jinchi in her body couldn't coordinate with the changes in her hand gestures. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would be impetuous and have the thought of relaxing. But Zhang Xiaohua was different. This fellow's intelligence might not be high, and his talent might not be good, but there was one advantage. Once he had identified a direction, he would dive in until he found a result. No matter if it was success or failure, he would have no regrets. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua already had this kind of experience when practicing the Carefree Heart Sutra. There was no such thing as a failure in one go. Success only came once in a million times. Therefore, he wasn't impatient. He just continued to gesture until his fingers were sore. Only then did he take a short break to absorb some of the Jinchi. Actually, in the Ma residence, Ma Rulong had already said that the qi of heaven and earth was showing signs of recovery. But from what Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could see, there weren't many more strands of Jinchi in this world. If he only relied on the Jinchi of heaven and earth normally, this Carefree Heart Sutra definitely wouldn't improve even an inch. His cultivation still relied on that Jinchi of heaven and earth. Speaking of this tiny Jinchi, it was rather miraculous. Zhang Xiaohua had been absorbing with all his might for so long, but the Jinchi in the Jinchi didn't seem to show any signs of decreasing. Just thinking about it made Zhang Xiaohua grin. If it was the Carefree Heart Sutra, it would be completely absorbed in a few times. Although the Jinchi in his money pouch was huge, it wouldn't be used for long. But now this tiny Jinchi had taken him so long. He wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation in the future. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua attributed this phenomenon to the fact that he had just entered the qi refinement realm. So the amount of Jinchi he absorbed was still small. When he reached more than 10 layers in the future, it probably wouldn't be enough. But didn't Openg Ma Rulong, and that whatever Sakra say that the qi of heaven and earth was increasing? Perhaps at that time he wouldn't need to use the Jinchi anymore. After Zhang Xiaohua finished absorbing, he began to try again. He didn't know how many times he tried, but Zhang Xiaohua felt a little mischievous in his heart. There was a bit less anticipation in his heart, and he returned to his usual tranquil state of mind. Perhaps it was this kind of state of mind that had no desires or desires. During a certain practice, he suddenly felt that the Jinchi he was forming in his hand had a great attractive force, attracting the Jinchi that just happened to reach a certain point. This attractive force was so great that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't resist it. In an instant, all the Jinchi in his body was sucked dry, and directly poured into the Jinchi in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua knew that he had thoroughly comprehended this Jinchi, and could also truly put it into practice. Thus, he immediately changed his hand gesture, and began to form the next Jinchi. Perhaps it was because he didn't form the Jinchi correctly, or perhaps the Jinchi in his body was exhausted, but in any case the second Jinchi didn't succeed. Immediately, the Jinchi that had just been sucked out dissipated in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua felt a burst of heartache. This was the Jinchi that he had cultivated for many days. How could it be all gone in an instant? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly released his divine sense, and used the Carefree Heart Sutra to draw out the Jinchi that had just dissipated. This was the qi of heaven and earth, which was very precious, and it couldn't be wasted. Unfortunately, even if Zhang Xiaohua acted in time, he could only reabsorb nearly 60% of the Jinchi, and the remaining 40% dissipated between heaven and earth. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't regret it. In terms of his gains today, he was willing to bear this loss. It was just absorbing more Jinchi. Looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua didn't continue to try the Jinchi. Instead, he took out a Jinchi stone from his arms, one in each hand, and sat cross-legged, quietly absorbing the Jinchi. After a while he fell into a deep sleep. The endless starlight once again surrounded his body. The Jinchi stone in his hand was also emitting a faint light, which was absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua's Jinchi. The Jinchi stone was several times faster than Zhang Xiaohua's absorption. In less than a moment, the Jinchi that Zhang Xiaohua had lost was replenished, and the Jinchi in the Jinchi stone was still constantly absorbed into his body. In another room, Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei were talking. Qin Shiyue pointed to a bag on the table and said, "Ying Fei, go out and give all the ancient jade articles collected in the past few days to the local contact point. Ask them to send them to Sect Master as soon as possible." Ying Fei stepped forward, picked up the bag and said, "Yes, my lord. I'll go right away. However, today's matter is a bit strange." Shall we avoid it first and wait until tomorrow to send it out? Qin Shuriyue said with a smile, it doesn't matter. Although we still don't know who it is, it won't do us any harm. Everything should be unchanged. This Jade article is something that Sect Master is looking forward to. It's better to send it back to Sect Master as soon as possible. Ing Fei said with a smile, in fact, this kind of thing can be done by us. Why bother you, my lord? Qin Shuriyue said, Ing Fei, you still don't understand the importance of this task. If it wasn't necessary, do you think Sect Master would send me out? If it weren't for me, could you have escaped from Marulong in Xinji town? Ing Fei immediately smiled apologetically and said, yes, I was careless. I'll do it now. By the way, Qin Shuriyue stopped Ing Fei and asked, the boy who calls himself Ren Xiaoyao has fallen asleep, right? Of course. I don't know what kind of reincarnation this guy is. When it's time, he will sleep like a log and won't wake up. If he wakes up now, even God will laugh at him. During this time, did you feel that someone was following you? No, my lord. It's strange. We have caught Ren Xiaoyao in our hands. Why isn't the force behind him in a hurry to hide? Is it really as he said, that he has nothing to do with this cauldron? That might not be the case, sir. Perhaps he's just a pawn who knows little about their organization. Even if we caught him, they had enough confidence that we wouldn't be able to find anything on them. That's why they've been abandoned. Well, there is this possibility. But no matter what, we have to bring this burden back to the sect. Whether he has nothing to do with this matter or is just a pawn, let Sect Master decide. Anyway, Sect Master will definitely blame us if we don't bring back the cauldron. I only hope that the other things we bring back can move Sect Master's heart. Chapter 271. The next morning, the three of them got up and ate a sumptuous breakfast before getting up and continuing their journey. For the next 2 days, they didn't encounter any larger towns along the way, so they didn't receive any more hospitality. This was understandable since the host of the event didn't want them to know who they were, so they wouldn't get anyone to entertain them personally. They could only rely on the local inns or restaurants. If there wasn't even a slightly larger town, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it either. What Zhang Xiaohua did not understand was what was going on with the Righteous Alliance. The auspicious 3 treasures were killed, Qiu Shidao was killed, and the Ma family was also massacred. Presumably, this news had already spread throughout the entire Jianghu. The Righteous Alliance's face was shattered by Qin Shuriyue. So why didn't they think of getting back their face? If the Righteous Alliance could send a more powerful opponent to kill or injure Qin Shuriyue, then wouldn't he be able to fish in troubled waters? Ever since that night when he successfully practiced the earth escape technique in an inn in the 4 seas, the fire of escape in his heart was ignited again. However, there were as many as 9 earth escape techniques, and he had only just learned one. Moreover, just the first one had already drained all of his true qi. He didn't know if the later ones would also require the same amount of true qi. If that was the case, then he would have to cultivate 9 more true qi before he could use them. But if he waited until he cultivated enough Shan qi, then he would have already been skinned alive by the Dragon God Sect's sect leader. That would be too late. In fact, it was not only Zhang Xiaohua who did not understand. Qin Shuriyue and Ing Fei also did not understand. Ever since they killed the auspicious 3 treasures, they were constantly on guard against the Righteous Alliance's counterattack. But these few days were very ordinary. Other than that very abrupt reception, everything else was dull and boring. If the Righteous Alliance was very confident that they could take down the auspicious 3 treasures and did not leave a backup plan at that time, of course they would believe it. Even he himself felt a lingering fear for being able to escape from the 3 treasures flag formation. But this news had already been spread out for several days. Even if the Righteous Alliance's reaction was slow, their people should have already arrived. However, they had not encountered them yet. Could it be that they were going to make a big move? Thinking of this, Qin Shuriyue felt a little uneasy. However, she had already sent the news back to the sect. Her master and the sect leader had no reason to ignore it. She had to go. Ing Fei rode his horse forward and said with a smile, "My lord, there is another town in front of us. I don't know if there will be any hospitality for us. I haven't been eating or drinking well these past few days. My mouth has been bland." Qin Shuriyue smiled and said, "Maybe. How far are we from the town?" "My lord, about 2 meals worth of time." All right, let's hurry over and take a look. However, when they saw that the town was right in front of them, and they didn't see anyone who had inquired like last time, the three of them couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, when they rode into the town, they saw a few people standing by the roadside. One of them was a middle-aged man. When he saw Qin Shiyue's gray hair, he was very happy. He hurried forward and cupped his hands in greeting. "Excuse me, are you Uncle Qin and Uncle Ing?" The three of them thought at the same time. "All right, here it comes." Ing Fei stepped forward and said, "It's us. What can I do for you?" "I'm the shopkeeper of the Four Seas restaurant, the largest restaurant in the town. A few days ago, a master ordered a meal in the restaurant for you. I've been waiting here for 2 days. Please follow me and enjoy the meal." The Four Seas restaurant? It seems that the inn we stayed in a few days ago was also called the Four Seas restaurant. "Yes, my lord, my Four Seas restaurant is a chain business. There are branches in various places. They are all inns and restaurants. If you need it, please take care of it." "Well said, well said. Let's go." The shopkeeper and the others personally led the horses and took the three of them to a restaurant in the town. The restaurant was located in a lively area of the town. It was business time, but there were few people. Qin Shiyue couldn't help but frown. The shopkeeper saw this and hurriedly explained, "That master booked the whole restaurant to entertain Master Qin. I thought you came yesterday, so I didn't open yesterday. It's the same today, so it looks deserted. Usually it's full of people. Our Four Seas restaurant's food is the best in this town. You'll know when you eat it." Qin Shiyue smiled and didn't say anything. This shopkeeper was quite good at deceiving people. If it was the same as last time, the ingredients were not prepared by this restaurant. However, since the shopkeeper was so attentive, she didn't need to expose him. Sure enough, when they entered the restaurant, they saw a big table in front of them. Tea and dried fruits were served just like last time. Not long after they sat down, wine and delicious food were served. However, the food this time was different from last time. There were many things that Zhang Xiaohua had never eaten before. This time, not only Zhang Xiaohua, even Ing Fei sighed in his heart. "Who is this person that I have never met before? I have to bear with his thoughts. It must be hard for him to bear such thoughts." Qin Shiyue looked at the food on the table thoughtfully. She waved her hand and said, "Let's eat." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately began to eat. The taste of being a prisoner was really good. If it weren't for the fact that he had no freedom, he would want to follow Qin Shiyue for the rest of his life. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua wolfing down the food, Qin Shiyue snickered inwardly. Why is this guy eating so unsightly? He doesn't seem to have any manners at all. Which faction is training their disciples? Why don't they teach them proper etiquette and social etiquette? Although fighting and killing are important in Jianghu now, being gentle and elegant is also indispensable. But when she turned her head to look at Ing Fei, she felt dizzy. Why did he pick up the food carelessly like Zhang Xiaohua? Why did he learn nothing but to eat after following Zhang Xiaohua for a few days? Qin Shiyue couldn't help coughing in a low voice. When Ing Fei looked up, Qin Shiyue glared at him fiercely. Ing Fei immediately understood something and immediately began to eat obediently. Zhang Xiaohua also looked up when he heard the cough and looked at the two of them in confusion. Seeing that Ing Fei didn't compete with him for delicious food, he was very happy and buried his head in eating again. Qin Shiyue and Ing Fei smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that there were only 3 of them in the restaurant, they would have pretended not to know this guy. When the 3 of them were eating happily, suddenly there was a disharmonious sound. They heard a loud voice outside the restaurant. "Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, is your restaurant a restaurant or not? It's time to eat. Why don't you let us in to eat?" "Hero, please don't be angry. My restaurant has been booked out. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. If you like the food in my restaurant, please come tonight or tomorrow. I'll definitely give you a 20% discount." "Nonsense, I'll leave this damn place in the afternoon. Who has time to patronize? When you came here yesterday, you said it was booked. I'll give you face and find another restaurant. But when I passed by this restaurant, I didn't see anyone eating here. Why did you book it out today? Are you trying to trick me?" I wouldn't dare. The Four Seas restaurant operates in accordance with the principle of reputation. How would we dare to trick customers? This time there really is someone. They didn't come yesterday and only came today. How about this, hero? I'll send a waiter to go with you to another restaurant and let them give you a 50% discount. What do you think? Bah, there are only 2 big restaurants in this town. I already ate yesterday. Do you want me to go again today? Moreover, how can you book out a restaurant for 2 days and wait for customers? You're not being honest. I want to see where this god is from. He actually dares to put on such airs. Grandpa, my dear grandpa, please spare me. Why don't you come over tonight and I'll give you a 5% discount? Move, I want to go in and take a look. Don't, please don't. Give me some face, okay? Give you face? Fuck, who will give me face? I already gave you face yesterday. Don't ask for face today. Uncle, I beg you. How about I give you a 10% discount tonight? This is the lowest discount I can give. I've never asked for this before. The 2 people's words came closer and closer. Their loud voices actually broke into the restaurant. The person who entered the restaurant was a 9-foot-tall burly man. The middle-aged shopkeeper seemed very short in front of him. No wonder he couldn't stop him. In the hall, Chin Shuriwa held a small wine cup and slowly tasted the amber wine. She had a smile on her face and seemed to be in a good mood. The burly man pushed the shopkeeper into the hall. When he saw Chin Shuriwa's white hair, he was immediately stunned. The middle-aged shopkeeper turned around and said apologetically, Uncle Chin, I'm really sorry. I really couldn't stop this hero. Just as Chin Shuriwa was about to speak, the burly man pushed the shopkeeper to the side and put on a servile expression. He smiled and said, Lord Chin, this little one knew that you were dining here, so I came to propose a toast to you. However, the shopkeeper wouldn't let this little one in no matter what. That's why there was a conflict. It's a misunderstanding. Then he jogged over, picked up the wine jug and carefully poured wine for Chin Shuriwa. This action stunned the shopkeeper. Zhang Xiaohua, who wanted to watch the show, was greatly disappointed. She lowered her head and continued eating. Chin Shuriwa looked at the wine cup in her hand and asked, How did you recognize me? The burly man quickly smiled apologetically and said, Uncle Chin just slaughtered the Ma family and is now very famous in the Jianghu. How could I not know? Slaughtered the Ma family? That's right, Lord Chin. You're so impressive. Rumor has it that when you passed by Ma Rulong's house in Xinji town, you gave him face and paid him a visit, but he treated you poorly because you didn't bring a birthday gift. In a fit of anger, you slaughtered all 305 members of the Ma family. What do you think of Ma Rulong? Isn't it a blessing that Lord Chin is willing to visit him? He was still picky and wanted Uncle Chin to celebrate his birthday. Now he's lost his lifespan. There's such a rumor? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but raise her head from the table. Chapter 272. Zhang Xiaohua had personally witnessed the atrocities in the Ma mansion. If one were to say that Chin Shuriwa was vicious and merciless, that was for sure. But if one were to say that he was cruel and killed the innocent, that was absolutely not the case. The rumors in Jianghu were too small and unreliable. What else is there in Jianghu? Nothing, Lord Chin. Your decisiveness makes us very envious. We can't wait to follow you and kill all the people you don't like. Oh right, the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, has made a solemn protest to the Dragon God sect. He asked the Dragon God sect to hand over the murderer and severely punish the murderer. Moreover, he also contacted many small sects in Jianghu and issued a statement urging the sect to take responsibility for the tragedy of the Ma family. What else? In addition, the Dragon God sect also issued a statement expressing their regret for the tragedy of the Ma family. They said that this matter is Lord Chin's personal grudge and has nothing to do with the sect itself. The sect also has a friendly relationship with the sects in Jianghu, based on the 7 principles. In addition, they expressed their deep condolences for the death of Qiu Shidao of the Righteous Alliance. They also started a craze in the sect to practice martial arts to protect oneself. They proposed the slogan, if your skills are not as good as others, don't go into Jianghu. Cough cough. Zhang Xiaohua, who was eating, seemed to be shocked by these words and choked. Zhang Xiaohua drank water and thought to herself, I was wondering why the Righteous Alliance didn't do anything. It turns out that they were just fighting a war of words. Ing Fei rolled his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohua as if he was a country bumpkin. Chin Shuriwa thought for a moment and asked, Is there any other news? The big man said embarrassedly, No, Lord Qin. I'm just a wanderer in Jianghu. This news is also what I heard. As for whether there is any other secret news, I really don't know. Well, okay, you can go. The big man's face lit up. He hurriedly poured a cup of wine for Qin Shuriyue, put down the wine pot and was about to leave. Humph! Qin Shuriyue snorted coldly and said, Are you going to leave like this? Don't you want to leave something behind? This? The burly man immediately began to sweat profusely. Qin Shuriyue smiled and said, I wanted to kill you for disturbing my meal, but since you've brought me a lot of information, I'll kill you. Before Qin Shuriyue could finish speaking, the big man's face lit up with joy. He immediately took out a shiny dagger from his chest. Gritting his teeth, he slashed at his left wrist. But just as the dagger was about to touch his wrist, there was a bang. A wine cup hit the dagger and knocked it away. The big man looked up and saw that it was the wine cup that Qin Shuriyue threw. He couldn't help but turn pale. He trembled and said, Lord Qin, do you really want this little one's life? My life is worthless, please let me go. Qin Shuriyue smiled and said, You're a decisive man. You're willing to give up one hand because you're afraid that I'll change my mind. However, you still have to finish my words. No one will wait for me to change my mind. Don't be in a hurry to make a move before I finish my words. Lord, please speak. This little one is listening. Qin Shuriyue picked up another wine cup and poured wine into it. She slowly took a sip and said, I originally wanted to leave one of your hands behind, but since you poured wine for me, I'll leave one of your fingers behind. Really? The big man couldn't believe his ears. This murderous fiend would only leave one of his fingers behind when he collided with her? You dare to doubt my words? Qin Shuriyue was displeased. I don't dare, I don't dare. The big man no longer hesitated. The dagger went down and immediately cut off the little finger of his left hand. He caught it with his hand and put it in his bosom. He didn't care about the blood dripping from his hand and the cold sweat on his forehead as he cupped his hands and left. The shopkeeper of the Four Seas family watched as the big man who didn't dare to announce his name from beginning to end left. He was very anxious. When he received this smiling white-haired man, he thought that he was a good-tempered person. However, he didn't expect his temper to be so strange and his actions to be so ruthless. He slaughtered more than 300 people and his expression didn't change at all. As for this man who collided with him, according to his ruthless heart, it was normal for him to want his life. However, just because that man offered him a toast, he only wanted his little finger. Even if that man left his hand behind, he didn't want it. It was really strange. As a result, the shopkeeper immediately raised his attention and paid attention at all times. He was afraid that he would be rude or do something wrong and anger this white-haired fiend. Qin Shuriyue was almost done eating. After the big man made a fuss, she lost her appetite. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua who was still eating and said, I'm almost done eating. It's time to hurry. Let's go. After she finished speaking, she drank the last cup of wine and got up to leave. Zhang Xiaohua gloomily threw down her chopsticks and reluctantly left the table where she had saved a lot of delicacies. The shopkeeper immediately went forward and asked, Lord Qin, did you eat well? And very well. You cooked well. If there's a chance, I'll come back to eat here. If it was any other time, the shopkeeper would be very happy and look forward to the customer's reward. However, facing this fiend, how could he dare? He hoped that he would never see him again. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, No problem, Lord Qin. If there's a chance, you'll come back to patronize this small store. Qin Shuriyue looked at his insincere expression and was too lazy to argue. She mounted her horse and casually threw a small ingot of gold to him and rode away. When the shopkeeper saw a shiny yellow object flying towards him, he thought that he had angered this fiend and that a hidden weapon was going to take his life. He was so scared that he almost fainted. When he saw that it was a piece of gold in front of him, he was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly and carefully picked it up. After wiping the dust off his clothes, he put it in his arms like it was a treasure. Just like this, the three of them traveled for several days. Every time they arrived at a slightly larger town, there would be a mysterious person who would arrange the best food and accommodation. What made Zhang Xiaohua so happy was that she could only hope that this journey would not end. However, Qin Shuriyue and Ning Fei still looked normal and carried out their duties as usual. Qin Shuriyue and Ning Fei's bags on the backs of their horses were so full that they almost couldn't carry it anymore. When they set off the next day, they were empty again. At first, Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was a little strange and fantasized that they might also have bags of money like hers. However, after traveling for a long time, she gradually found that something was wrong. The divine sect was such a big sect, and she had never heard of it before. Perhaps it was very small. There must be their own branches or contact points in various places. Qin Shuriyue and Ning Fei only needed to go to various places to get the things that the divine sect's leader wanted. Then they would give it to other people and let them bring it back to the sect. Otherwise, wouldn't Qin Shuriyue have to drive a large carriage? Wouldn't that be very dangerous? If there were bandits or something like that, wouldn't they be robbed? Oh, how would bandits dare to rob Qin Shuriyue? Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead. In any case, none of this had anything to do with him. He slept from night to night and he didn't know what they were doing. He just needed to eat and drink well, and wait for the judgment of the sect leader. Seeing that there were more and more people on the road, Zhang Xiaohua knew that there must be another town in front. Thinking of the delicious food in front of her, Zhang Xiaohua salivated. After a while, the road in front of them became wider and denser. Zhang Xiaohua realized that there were more people here than in the suburbs of Pingyang City. Presumably, there should be a big city in front of them which would not be smaller than Pingyang City. Sure enough, Ning Fei said, Lord Qin, Jinghua City is in front of us. It is a famous big city in the Han River. There are many scenic spots and historical sites inside and outside the city. If you have time, you should see more. Jinghua City. I haven't been here for many years. Lord, have you been here before? Ning Fei asked curiously. Yes, I have. When the divine sect subdued the 3 seas and 7 rivers, I also came here with my teacher to see. That was a grand occasion many years ago. Lord, you are lucky to have witnessed it. You are so lucky. Yes, although this matter was done secretly and there were no rumors about it in the Jianghu, it was a heavy stroke in the records of the divine sect. Alas, time is unforgiving. The young man in the past is now gray and premature. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. Although Mr. Qin had a head full of white hair, he wasn't that old. He was probably in his early 30s, much younger than Opang. It was quite comical to hear him act like he had aged so much. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from afar. However, this time it didn't get further and further away. Instead, it got closer and closer. Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and saw 3 riders approaching. His eyes were sharp, and he could see that the person in front was dressed in white. He was a handsome man with red lips and white teeth. He was even more beautiful than Qiu Shidao. Zhang Xiaohua muttered secretly, Why are there so many handsome men in the Jianghu? I can meet them everywhere. How can I live? Just looking at it makes me feel inferior out of nowhere. It's really boring. Zhang Xiaohua silently said, I can't see you. I can't see you. While riding, the handsome man stopped in front of them and bowed to Qin Shuriyue. Lord Qin, I am Su Jiaodong, a subordinate of the Southern Sea Serpent King. I am here to welcome you. My father, the other 2 Sea Serpent Kings, and the leader of the 7 waters are waiting for you. Please forgive us. Father. Qin Shuriyue touched his chin and said, I have long heard of the beauty of the Southern Seas, Jiaotong. I have admired you for a long time. Now that I have met you, you really live up to your reputation. Su Jiaodong's face turned into a peach blossom. She said modestly, Lord Qin is joking. Zhang Xiaohua heard this and felt a chill. She did not expect Qin Shuriyue to have such a hobby. Fortunately, her appearance was ordinary and there was nothing strong about her. She was so lucky. Just now she felt inferior because she was not handsome. Now she changed her mind. It was good to be immortal. Su Jiaodong let Qin Shuriyue take the lead. She bowed to Ning Fei and Zhang Xiaohua and accompanied Qin Shuriyue. The other 2 attendants followed behind. The 6 of them rode forward. While walking, Qin Shuriyue suddenly turned around and said, Su Jiaodong, I have to thank you. Su Jiaodong was stunned. Please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 273. Su Jiaodong immediately came to her senses and smiled. Lord Qin, you must be joking. My father should be the one to welcome you personally, But you made such a big commotion in Shinji town. If my father goes, I'm afraid that the Righteous Alliance will take advantage of the situation. Even if we don't suffer any losses, we will lose face. If the leader of the Righteous Alliance loses morale, wouldn't your efforts in Shinji town be for naught? Secondly, I know that you have many important matters to attend to along the way, and should not be disturbed. Therefore, I was entrusted to go and receive you. And I have never seen you before, so it's not appropriate for me to go forward rashly. That's why I came up with such a plan. Not only can I not delay your journey, but I can also complete my father's task. If there's anything wrong with the arrangement, I will apologize to you. Qin Shirui laughed and said, How is it wrong? So thoughtful. Ying Fei and this Ren Xiaoyao almost bit their tongues off. Also, I really like your wine. I've developed a craving for it. Su Jiaodong heard and said happily, Since you like it, my father still has a lot. When we reach the city, I will prepare more for you. Hearing this handsome man call her Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all the way. She thought to herself, is he a trap? Immediately, she used her divine senses to look at Su Jiaodong, who was riding a horse in front. Zhang Xiaohua kept chanting, See no evil, see no evil. Of course, Su Jiaodong did not have an Adam's apple and her breasts were bulging. Men's pectorals could not compare to her. If she was not a woman, what else could she be? Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's heart immediately gave birth to hope that the martial world had not been taken over by handsome men. Although Jinghua City was already very close, it still took a lot of time to get there on horseback. When Jinghua City was really close, Zhang Xiaohua then saw that this was a city much bigger than Pingyang City. Not to mention the height of the city walls, just the city gate behind the moat was twice the size of Pingyang City. Moreover, there were 2 troops of soldiers in bright armor standing on both sides of the city gate. This kind of grandeur was far from what Pingyang City could compare with. About 50 steps away from the moat, there were a few rows of people on horseback. These people were tall and short, fat and thin, yes, handsome and ugly. They all had a respectful look. When they saw Qin Shirui's white hair, 3 hale and hearty old men standing in front of her immediately rode forward. When they got close, they dismounted and saluted together. 3 sea-fled dragon kings welcome Lord Qin. Seeing this, Qin Shirui immediately dismounted and returned the salute. I don't dare to. 3 sea-fled dragon kings are my seniors. You don't dare to call me that. Just call me by my name. The red-faced old man said frankly, if Lord Qin came alone and did not have any sect matters to attend to, this old man can be careless. Moreover, Lord Qin has a mission. You're following the orders of the sect master and carrying out the sect's official business. How can this old man dare to be rude? It's better to do things according to the rules. Qin Shirui was stunned. She smiled and said, Since the Southern Sea-fled Dragon King says so, I won't refuse. Please forgive me. When I have time in the future, I'll come and ask for forgiveness. Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. This was the Southern Sea-fled Dragon King? Su Jiaodong's father? Why did he look so different from Su Jiaodong? Was Su Jiaodong his biological daughter? Zhang Xiaohua's gossipy heart was instantly aroused. The tall and thin old man next to him also said, If Lord Qin has time, feel free to come to our Eastern Sea. This Li will welcome you with open arms. The fat old man next to him glanced at him and said, Don't be like those scholars who drop their cloth bags. What's there to be happy about? Jiao Jiao should be the one sweeping the bed. These words were blunt, but they were all common people and could not be bothered. Su Jiaodong's face turned red. Qin Shirui smiled and said, Eastern Sea-fled Dragon King Li, Northern Sea-fled Dragon King Sui. This Qin is indebted to you. If I have time, I'll definitely pay you a visit. The fat Northern Sea-fled Dragon King Sui Haifeng patted Qin Shirui's shoulder and said with a smile, Good. I like frank kids. This fat man was so happy that he forgot his etiquette. He even forgot that he was calling Lord Qin. Seeing the fled Dragon King's red face, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think maliciously. Could it be that the scene just now was rehearsed? At the very least, this fat old man must have recited it countless times. The Southern Sea-fled Dragon King Su Haiqing hurriedly took half a step forward and said, Lord Qin, come here. Let me introduce you to the heroes of our 7 water. Qin Shirui smiled and said, That's exactly what I was thinking. I've heard a lot about the heroes. At this time, the 7 people behind the 3 flood dragon kings had already dismounted. Hearing Su Haiqing's words, they came up to greet him. The Southern Sea Flood Dragon King Su Haiqing introduced them one by one. Wei River Gang Leader Zhou Yong, Xiang River Gang Leader Wang Fengyue, Jing River Gang Leader Qi Fenqin, Han River Gang Leader Chu Chang, Huai River Gang Leader Li Fengming, Binshui Gang Leader An Sun, and Bian River Gang Leader Ma Yiming. Qin Shiyue also returned their greetings respectfully one by one. He knew that these leaders' martial arts might not be as high as his, but each of them was a leader of a gang, an overlord of a sect. They were all famous people in Jianghu. The one they respected was not him, but the heavenly dragon divine religion behind him. If he did not show a little demeanor, he would be ridiculed for no reason. After this round of greetings, it took quite some time. Ing Fei also came up from the back and bowed. Ing Fei greets the various flood dragon kings. I often come here to nag you, so there's no need to be so polite. The Northern Sea Flood Dragon King patted Ing Fei with his fat hand and said with a smile, "Kid, you weren't honest last time when we were drinking. You actually cheated. I won't forgive you today." Ing Fei smiled bitterly and said, "Sui Jiao King, please forgive me. My alcohol tolerance is limited. Even if you often lose, I'll still drink with you. However, you should look for other lords." Everyone laughed. Although Sui Jiao Wang's gambling skills were terrible, his alcohol tolerance was also very high. The 2 Jiao Kings and the 7 Waters gang leader had all suffered at his hands before. Now that they heard Ing Fei mention it, they all felt a little sad. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't need to be polite. She was obviously a servant. Therefore, the Flood Dragon Kings of the 3 Seas and the 7 Water gang leader clustered around Qin Shiyue and entered Jingyue City first. Su Jiaodong, Ing Fei, and the others followed behind. Strangely, Ing Fei also let Zhang Xiaohua follow by his side. This made Su Jiaodong somewhat puzzled. Was this servant supposed to follow along? When everyone entered the city gate and was about to move forward, they heard the sound of horse hooves behind them. Although the gate of Jingyue City was wide, Qin Shiyue and the others weren't people who walked by the side. When Zhang Xiaohua looked back, she saw a group of soldiers in iron armor. They were riding valiant black horses and were rushing towards the city gate. The one in the lead was a fierce man with an ugly face. He had a tiger's mouth and a lion's nose. His face was full of needle-like beard. He held a sky piercer in his hand. As he ran, he shouted, make way, quickly make way for this lord." The voice and the sound of horse hooves gradually approached. It seemed that they had already arrived at the city gate. The fierce man saw that the group of people in front of him were still walking slowly beside the city gate. He didn't rush to dodge and shouted loudly, "This is an urgent military situation. Unrelated people, make way for this lousy." Hearing that it was an urgent military situation, everyone turned around. Just as they were about to make way, the fierce man saw a face in the crowd. His face lit up and he shouted loudly, "Jiaodong, you finally came to Jingyue City again. Have you thought about the matter I told you last time?" After he finished speaking, he tightened the reins. The black horse instantly stopped in front of Zhang Xiaohua and the others. Su Jiaodong looked at the ugly man who had dismounted from his horse and the soldiers who had arrived and lined up behind him. She suppressed her anger and smiled apologetically. "Commander Murong, where did you come from? What urgent military situation do you have?" The ugly man, Commander Murong, grinned and said, "Where did this military situation come from? This lousy just thought that there were too many people in the underworld, so I casually fooled them." Su Jiaodong said, "Commander Murong, aren't you afraid of the crime of false military situation? Who dares? Give them some guts. See if they dare to talk bad about me. To tell you the truth, the garrison of Jingyue City is my 7th uncle's husband. This is my secret. I don't tell ordinary people. Even if you hear it, you have to keep it for me. We have to keep a low profile and do things in a low-profile manner." Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. This guy's voice was so loud that not only did the people of the 3 Seas and 7 Waters hear it, but even the unrelated people at the side also showed fear in their eyes and stayed far away. This was still a secret. Presumably, this guy had said this many times and the entire Jingyue City knew about it. Su Jiaodong frowned slightly and said, "Commander Murong, since you want to keep a low profile, then don't enter the city with such fanfare. Getting off the horse and walking in is the way to keep a low profile. Oh, Jiaodong is right. Boy, quickly get off the horse. Let's walk in. After Commander Murong finished speaking, the soldiers all jumped off their horses. Commander Murong was very satisfied and said with a smile, "Let's go. Let's keep a low profile and enter the city." After he finished speaking, he was about to lead the black horse into the city. But after taking 2 steps he turned back and said, "Oh Jiaodong, I forgot in a blink of an eye. You haven't been to Jingyue City for several months. Last time I told you about the matter, did our father-in-law agree?" At the end there was a bashful look on his face. Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't bear it. She held her stomach and squatted down. This guy was really too disgusting. Ying Fei saw Zhang Xiaohua squatting down. He quickly took a step forward and asked in a low voice, "Renshia, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua secretly pointed at the ugly guy and said, "Old Ying, can you bear it?" Ying Fei also said with a smile, "It's their business if they can't bear it. You just don't try to be clever." Su Jiaodong forced a smile and said, "Commander Liu, Murong hasn't seen my father yet. After a while, when the gang's affairs are a little more relaxed, I will ask my father. You should go first. There are many affairs in the barracks, so don't delay." "Okay, Jiaodong, don't worry. I will definitely put my career first and family second. I will let you have a solid backer." After he finished speaking, Commander Murong entered Jingyue City in high spirits. Chapter 274. Looking at Su Jiao and Tong Qinghong's uncertain expressions, Zhang Xiaohua was very curious and really wanted to ask what was going on. However, the people around her all looked like they were avoiding a deep taboo. So how could Zhang Xiaohua, an outsider, say anything? Even the 3 Seas Flood Dragon King was a bit embarrassed. Seeing Qin Shiyue's normal expression and still smiling, he hurriedly said, "Please, Lord Qin. The manor has already set up a banquet to welcome Lord Qin's arrival." Qin Shiyue said with a smile, "Please, 3 Flood Dragon Kings. This Qin really likes the fine wine that Jiaodong brought. We must get drunk in a while." The North Sea Flood Dragon King didn't seem to hear the words, Jiaodong, but the other 2 Sea Flood Dragon Kings were astonished. They looked at each other and were immediately overjoyed. That South Sea Flood Dragon King even laughed loudly. "Don't worry, Lord Qin. If you don't get drunk, this old man will be the first to not let you off." Su Jiaodong wasn't far from them. When she heard this, a blush flashed across her face, but soon after, her worried expression reappeared. The group didn't mount their horses and walked further and further into the city's streets. After they walked far away, a person with a gloomy expression on top of the high city wall glared fiercely at their backs. It was unknown what he was thinking. The Flood Dragon King's manor was located in a slightly remote area. The surroundings were very quiet, and there weren't many people around. Looking at the unremarkable manor door, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Even the gatehouse of the Lotus Escort Agency in Pingyang City was much bigger than this. Could this be the place where these Flood Dragon Kings and gang leaders lived? The Flood Dragon King led Qin Shiyue to the door and explained with a smile, "Lord Qin, this is a property that the 3 Seas Flood Dragon Palace purchased in Jingyue City. It's very shabby, so please don't laugh at it." Qin Shiyue smiled and didn't comment. Zhang Xiaohua inwardly thought, "That's more like it. Really is very shabby." However, after passing through that ordinary door, the Flood Dragon King led everyone through an ordinary courtyard and into a very large hall. Zhang Xiaohua thought that this must be the hall for receiving guests. Who knew that the Flood Dragon King would turn right and directly pass through an arched door? Behind the door was a large garden with a stone path in the middle. Zhang Xiaohua thought, "Are these people pretending to be cultured? I'm hungry, I should hurry up and eat." However, the Flood Dragon King didn't stop in the garden. After passing through the garden, there was a small side door in front of them. After passing through the side door, Zhang Xiaohua was completely dumbfounded. Is this still a manor for humans to live in? Behind the side door was a very, very large lake. Surrounding the lake was a large piece of shady land. There were wide roads, tall trees, green grass, colorful flowers, rockeries, and so on. In the middle of the lake was a small island with rows of houses. Many small boats were docked by the lake. The Flood Dragon King led everyone to the lake and said to Qin Shiyue with a smile, Lord Qin, you must be joking. My brothers grew up in the water and can't leave the water for a day. Sometimes we're not used to living in such a manner, so we built a small pond. When we have nothing to do, we play in it so that our bones won't rust. This is a small pond? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, Qin Shirui wasn't surprised. She said, "The Flood Dragon King is in a good mood. If it were me, I wouldn't be so patient." Qin Shirui had a good understanding of the Three Seas Flood Dragon Palace's strength. It would be strange if they didn't spend so much. The way to the island in the middle of the lake was very simple. They just had to go on a boat. However, Zhang Xiaohua still felt strange when such a simple method was used in someone else's manner. When they arrived at the island in the middle of the lake, Zhang Xiaohua realized that this was the real place where the Flood Dragon King and the others lived. The house on the island in the middle of the lake was very tall and spacious. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't tell what material the house was made of. She only smelled a faint fragrance. Around the house, be it the walls, the roof, the windows, or the door, there were some exquisite carvings. It looked ancient and expensive. However, Qin Shirui had good taste. She nodded while looking at it, seeming to admire it very much. The Flood Dragon King said with a smile, "Lord Qin has good taste. This old man has a headache just looking at these things. I can't tell if they're good or not. I only know that they're made of silver, so they must be good." Qin Shirui laughed loudly and said, "Flood Dragon King, you're undervaluing yourself. This taste is made of silver. If there's no silver as the foundation, how can there be any taste?" The Flood Dragon King of the North Sea also said, "Lord Qin is right. I think these painters don't draw much. Peonies and sunflowers. They might as well draw some erotic scenes." Qin Shirui was stunned. She knew that the Flood Dragon King was forthright and would say whatever he wanted. However, she didn't expect him to be this old man. She looked at the Flood Dragon King's body and criticized him in her mind. However, she praised Great Flood Dragon King. "I didn't expect your thinking to be so unique. I'm really impressed. Yes, it's the first time I've seen it in my life." The Flood Dragon King was overjoyed and said, "So Brother Qin thinks so too. Then I'll ask the painters to come and take a look tomorrow. This thing is going to be reformed. They've been looking at it for so many years." "Oh right, Brother Qin, what do you think about drawing an old man pushing a cart here?" Qin Shirui felt a chill and thought, "Can you even push it?" However, he still said with a smile, "Well, it's a big deal to make a big fuss. Flood Dragon King should discuss it with the Flood Dragon King and the Flood Dragon King." However, when the Flood Dragon King looked at the two of them, their faces seemed to be covered in ice as they glared at him fiercely. The crowd was amused, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. However, he was a studious child after all. He looked at the blushing Su Jiaodong and humbly went forward and asked, "Miss Su, may I ask what an old man pushing a cart is? I've never seen this painting before. Can you tell me more about it?" Su Jiaodong's face was about to bleed. She stomped her feet fiercely and quickly walked past the crowd into the hall. Everyone was looking at Zhang Xiaohua ambiguously. Only Qin Shirui glared at him fiercely and secretly gave him a big middle finger. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Was she cursing him? Or was she hinting that he would torture her by hitting her acupoints at night? After the crowd finished admiring the painting, they entered the hall. In the hall, the long tables had been set up. There were 4 tables in a row in front of them and 2 rows of tables on both sides of the hall. The Flood Dragon King invited Qin Shirui to take a seat. Qin Shirui politely sat in the main seat. The Three Seas Flood Dragon Kings accompanied the other 3 tables. On the left were Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua, accompanied by Su Jiaodong. Su Jiaodong must have known about Zhang Xiaohua's identity, and was afraid that he would run away. She didn't dare to let him be far away from Ying Fei, so she had to take a seat as well. On the left were the leaders of 7 waters. They were all there to accompany him. After the guests and the host sat down, the Flood Dragon King cleared his throat and said, "Lord Qin, I hope Lord Qin can forgive everyone's recklessness." Qin Shirui smiled and said, "You're too polite, Flood Dragon King. Why do you say that?" The Su Jiao King looked at the people in the hall and said, "The 3 Seas and 7 waters have received orders from our sect leader and have prepared everything. We are just waiting for Lord Qin and Emissary Ying to come and collect them. However, a few days ago, we heard about what happened to Lord Qin at the Ma family in Xinji town. At that time, I happened to be working between Jingyue City and Xinji town. I know that Lord Qin's martial arts are powerful and he's not afraid of the Righteous Alliance's revenge. However, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open but difficult to defend against a stab in the dark. I was afraid that Lord Qin would be ambushed, so I wanted to go and fetch Lord Qin first. However, my daughter suggested that the Righteous Alliance is quite far from here and by the time they react they will send experts. Even I and my men won't be a match for them. Why don't I go back to Jingyue City first and gather the brothers of the 3 Seas and 7 Waters to go and fetch Lord Qin together? Meanwhile, my daughter will lead a group of brothers to scout ahead for Lord Qin and ensure his safety. Of course, my daughter will only arrange Lord Qin's travel and accommodation and gather information. Fortunately, the Righteous Alliance didn't immediately fall out with us. Qin Shuriyue was moved when she heard this. She stood up from her chair and bowed to the people in the hall, saying, "Thank you, everyone from the 3 Seas and 7 Waters. Thank you again." Then she picked up the wine cup from the table and said, "I've stolen the limelight with this first cup. I'd like to propose a toast to all of you. Thank you for your help." Everyone agreed and drank the first cup. After Qin Shuriyue sat down, the Flood Dragon King said, "In addition, my daughter also said that Lord Qin has to travel to the 3 Seas and 7 Waters. Why don't we all gather together and hand over everything to Lord Qin so that Lord Qin can return to the hierarch as soon as possible and report to our hierarch?" Qin Shuriyue stood up again and raised her cup to Su Jiaodong, saying, "Women are not inferior to men. Miss Jiaodong, I'd like to propose a toast to you. I appreciate your efforts." Su Jiaodong raised her cup and looked at Qin Shuriyue with a smile, saying, "You're too polite, Lord Qin." Qin Shuriyue said gently, "If you don't mind, Miss Jiaodong, you can call me Little You." Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all over her body when she heard this. Su Jiaotong lowered her head shyly and said, "Well, Little Lord Qin, if you don't mind, you can also call me A Jiao." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. Why did this name sound so familiar? Qin Shuriyue smiled brightly and said, "Okay. A Jiao, come. Let's drink this cup." Su Jiaodong raised her cup and drank it in one gulp. Indeed, she was not inferior to men. The two sat down, and Qin Shuriyue said with a smile, "So, the things for the 3 Seas and 7 Waters have been prepared." The Flood Dragon King said hesitantly, "Lord Qin, the things are indeed prepared. But because our brothers rushed here in a hurry, they didn't bring them with them. They're still sending them here on the waterway. If they're fast, they'll definitely arrive here in 3 days." Qin Shuriyue was not surprised when she heard this. She said, "This is already very good. I thought I'd have to visit you one by one, but now that all of you are here, it saves me a lot of effort. Come, faction leaders, I'd like to propose a toast to all of you." Chapter 275. Qin Shuriyue was really happy about the arrangement of the Southern Sea Flood Dragon King. Apart from the cauldron of the Shaolin Temple, he also focused on the 3 Seas and 7 Waters. The area under the control of the 3 Seas and 7 Waters was quite vast. The things that could be sold would definitely meet the requirements of the hierarch. However, because of the vast area, Qin Shuriyue had to go to many places. Fortunately, these places were all waterways, so he was not afraid of hard work. He only needed to waste time. The arrangement of the Flood Dragon King immediately saved him a lot of trouble. He only needed to sit and wait in Jingyue City. He was naturally happy to accept such an easy task. Moreover, no matter how good the martial arts of the 3 Seas Flood Dragon Kings and the 7 Waters gang leader were, there were countless gang members behind them. With them around, at least they could provide detailed information about Jiang Hu, which was better than him and Ying Fei's ignorance. Of course, with the 3 Seas and 7 Waters, if the Righteous Alliance wanted to attack him, they would have to think twice. Therefore, Qin Shuriyue's toast was really sincere. The 3 Seas Flood Dragon Kings and the 7 Waters gang leader both stood up and raised their cups, saying, "Lord Qin, you must be tired. This is what we should do. Please." Everyone laughed and raised their cups to drink. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the atmosphere began to warm up. Everyone had only heard of Qin Shuriyue. As high-level disciples of the divine sect, they usually cultivated in the sect and rarely participated in Jianghu affairs. If it were not for the special things this time, they might not have been sent out. Which one of these gang leaders was not meticulous? Knowing that this was a rare opportunity after the basic etiquette, they all took the opportunity to get close to Qin Shuriyue. Qin Shuriyue was also happy and did not refuse them. They all talked happily. Seeing Qin Shuriyue like a spring breeze, everyone was even happier. Before coming, they had heard rumors about Jiang Hu and guessed that Qin Shuriyue was a cruel and merciless person. They were afraid that he would be difficult to get along with. But now it seemed that the rumors were not accurate. Besides, they had always believed that, treat your enemies like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, and treat your friends like the spring breeze. Wasn't Qin Shuriyue a typical portrayal of this sentence? As a result, the faction leaders thought even more highly of Qin Shuriyue in their hearts. They toasted her even more diligently. Even Su Jiaodong plucked up her courage and toasted her a few times. However, what she said after toasting made everyone laugh. Su Jiaodong said, "This wine tastes soft and sweet, but it has a strong aftertaste. Lord Qin, you should drink it in moderation. Don't drink too much." In her concern, Su Jiaodong had forgotten that everyone present had profound internal strength. If they got drunk, they only needed to secretly circulate their internal strength to force the alcohol out of their bodies. How could there be any side effects from excessive drinking? Qin Shuriyue nodded. "I know a Jiao." Su Jiaodong bashfully called her a Jiao and went back to her seat. After drinking for a while more, Qin Shuriyue took the time to ask the Su Jiao King. "Su Jiao King, there is something that I would like to ask, but I don't know if I should say it." The Su Wurum King chuckled and said, "Lord Qin, if you have something to say, just say it. There's nothing inappropriate here." Qin Shuriyue looked at Su Jiaodong, who frowned slightly, and asked, "What's the matter with Commander Murong at the city gate just now?" The Su Jiao King thought for a while and said, "It's funny. Lord Qin, you know that Jingyue City is an important passage to the sea. The 7 rivers converge here and flow into the sea. This sea is our southern sea, my territory. Although the southern sea Jiao Palace is in the depths of the southern sea, it needs a foundation in this transportation hub. Therefore, the southern sea Jiao Palace has been operating here since a long time ago. Jingyue City is very important to the sects in the pugilistic world, but it's even more important to the government. The government has stationed many troops in Jingyue City. Let's not talk about other things, but the navy of Jingyue City is related to us. The navy has 100 warships and thousands of soldiers. They are led by a general with the surname Liu. There are more than a dozen commanders who are in charge of their own barracks. Commander Murong is one of them. Actually, in terms of the navy's strength, our Southern Sea Serpent Palace might not lose to them. However, they are a legitimate army after all, and they have the support of the government behind them. Therefore, we usually avoid them in the Southern Sea region and Jingyue City. Even if there are any disputes, we tolerate them as much as we can and avoid them as much as possible. We don't want to cause more trouble. Moreover, the Southern Sea Serpent Palace has been operating here for many years, and has long been deeply rooted. Even in the Navy we have our strength. The government also knows this and usually doesn't look for trouble with us. However, Commander Murong is an anomaly. He's not a local. He came here with his 7th uncle, who is the current garrison of Jingyue City. He got a good job in the Navy. Our Southern Sea Wirm Palace's affairs in Jingyue City are usually handled by Jiao Tong. Ever since I met this Commander Murong 2 years ago, this bastard has been constantly thinking about Jiao Tong and has thoughts of seducing her. Jiao Tong was helpless and asked other commanders to persuade him. But this bastard just wouldn't listen and continued to pester her. In the end, this old man paid a visit to their General Liu and informed Jiao Tong of my intentions. But guess what Commander Murong said? Qin Shuriyue was surprised and asked, "What did he say?" This guy actually said to General Liu, "It's normal for men and women to love each other. General, just worry about military affairs. Why do you have to interfere with other people's marriage?" General Liu was dumbstruck. However, this guy's uncle is the city's garrison commander, half a rank higher than General Liu. When General Liu told this old man about it, this old man could only smile bitterly. After further investigation, I found out that this Commander Murong is a dummy and cannot be measured by common sense. Anyway, Jingyue City is just a stronghold of the Southern Sea Jiao Palace. Although it's important, it doesn't need Jiao Tong to oversee it all the time. Therefore, Jiao Tong has been using the avoidance technique these past few years. If she can avoid coming, she won't come. Even if she does come, she will come quietly and leave quietly without letting him know. Qin Shiyue nodded. This was a troublesome matter. As the saying goes, a county official is better than a local official. The navy of Jingyue City was the nemesis of the Southern Sea Jiao Palace. Of course, it was best not to offend them. Harmony was the way of the king. The creeping dragon king continued, however. Jingyue City is ruled by the government after all. Although Commander Murong is stupid, he has a group of disciples under him. The soldiers that Lord Qin saw at the city gate today are of high quality. He also has some scholars under him who are good at strategizing. When Jiao Tong came to Jingyue City a few times, he heard the news and blocked the gate, clamoring to propose marriage. Jiao Tong had no choice but to say that she was not in the city and could not comply without her parents' order. Only then did she shut him up. As luck would have it, we met at the city gate today and he kept asking about the marriage proposal. If it were not for the fact that I lived in seclusion and he did not recognize me, he might have knelt down to acknowledge me as his relative. His words were frivolous. Naturally, he was making fun of the second. Qin Shiyue and the other two Sea Jiao kings laughed and raised their cups. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, although he has the backing of the government, our sect isn't necessarily afraid of him. He's just a small commander. Will the government fall out with us? Su Jiao King smiled apologetically and said, of course. Lord Qin is right. However, the sect has many subordinates and our Southern Sea Jiao Palace is only one of them. This old man doesn't dare to trouble the sect with such a small matter. Qin Shiyue said, the sect's motto is to fall out with others rather than let each of our brothers be bullied. Don't worry, Su Jiao King. If you need the sect's support, just report it. I don't dare to say anything else, but Garuda will definitely do his best. Su Jiao King was delighted and said, since that's the case, I'll thank Lord Qin first. After that, he called Su Jiaodong over for a toast. Su Jiaodong was also happy to hear that, but she still said nervously, Lord Qin, there's no need to get into a conflict. At most, I won't come to Jingyue City and hide for a few years. I'm sure I'll forget about it. It's inappropriate to bring unnecessary trouble to the sect because of me. Qin Shiyue smiled and raised her head to drink a cup. She said proudly, if the sect can't even protect women and children, how can it still be called a sect? Su Jiaodong also smiled sweetly and raised her head to drink, revealing a small part of her neck that was as white as jade. At this moment, a call came from the lake outside the hall. Jiaodong, I love you. Jiaodong, I love you. The noisy hall immediately fell silent. Everyone was stunned and Qin Shiyue's smile grew wider. Su Jiaodong, on the other hand, had a frosty look on her face. She frowned at first, but when she heard it clearly, she was surprised. She said, oh my, that's Commander Murong's voice. How did this second find his way here? Qin Shiyue looked at Su Jiao King, who had a gloomy expression, and said with a smile, since an important guest has come to visit, how can we not receive him? Let's go, Su Jiao King. Let's go see this important guest and do our duty as a host. Su Jiao King also laughed and said, yes, let's go and see who exactly this second of yours is. Zhang Xiaohua was displeased to see everyone stand up. Everyone in the hall was toasting each other, but he was ignored. He did not care so much and only buried his head in the dishes. He even secretly tasted a cup of fine wine. However, he was puzzled by the spicy taste. How could this be called soft, sweet, and refreshing? He also heard about Commander Murong's matter, and felt that this fellow was very patient. Wasn't there a saying that went, fierce women are afraid of being pestered? As long as one was thick-skinned, there was no beauty that one could not woo. However, when he thought about Commander Murong's ugliness, he still sighed. There were many swans in this world, but there were even more toads. However, when he saw Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaodong flirting with each other, Zhang Xiaohua had already sentenced Commander Murong to death. He actually dared to compete with such a vicious and merciless person for a woman. He could not help but give him a big thumbs up in his heart. You're strong. What puzzled Zhang Xiaohua was that no matter how he looked at Qin Shiyue, he could not see any good points about him. He did not know what Su Jiaodong saw in him. However, when he looked at Qin Shiyue's head of white hair, He suddenly understood. Father Complex. Chapter 276. When they walked out of the hall, a small boat was already floating towards them. There were 3 people on the boat. One of them was Commander Murong, who was standing at the bow. He had an ugly face and was calling out to Jiaodong. Behind him was a soldier who was holding a box in his hand. The last one was a family member who was steering the boat. Commander Murong saw a group of people walking out of the hall. He did not care if they saw Su Jiaodong and immediately raised his hand to wave. Seeing that no one responded, he put it down awkwardly. When the boat reached the shore, Commander Murong jumped down and walked forward quickly. When he got close, he looked around and asked, "Which one of you is Uncle Su?" At this moment, his eyes lit up when he saw Su Jiaodong, who was hiding behind the people. He shouted, "Jiaodong, look at you. You're too polite. Since father-in-law is coming to Jingyue City, why didn't you tell me earlier? I should have prepared a generous gift to pay you a visit. I came in a hurry and did not prepare enough. Please don't be offended." At this moment, the family member and the soldier walked over. The family member panicked and said, "Master, I couldn't stop him. I didn't dare to offend this soldier, so I could only bring him here." The Sujiao King waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Go ahead." Commander Murong's eyes lit up immediately. He bowed at the Sujiao King and said, "Uncle Su, I'm Murong Jian. I've heard a lot about the Sujiao King. It's an honor to meet you today. I came in a hurry and prepared a small gift to show my sincerity." The Sujiao King looked at the box in the soldier's hand and said, "I've also heard of Commander Murong's fame and have always wanted to meet you. However, I've been busy and have no time, so I put it aside. Now that Commander Murong is here, I've been impolite. Please come in." Murong Jian was delighted when he heard that. He said, "Really? Uncle Su, you should have told me earlier. If I knew you wanted to meet me, I would have come earlier." Then he looked around and said, "I've been here a few times, but I didn't expect the backyard to be so generous. If it wasn't for Qi." He seemed to realize something and immediately changed his words. "If I didn't hear that Uncle Su came to Jingyue City today, I wouldn't have the chance to meet you." His words were full of loopholes. Even Zhang Xiaohua understood. She laughed in her heart. This guy is really stupid. The Void Worm King smiled faintly and said, "Since Commander Murong is here, then you're a guest. Right, Commander Murong? It's fate that brought us together today. Allow me to introduce." Murong Jian waved his hand and said, "Don't, uncle. We're all family. There's no need to be so polite." That being said, he had already stepped into the hall. A family member had already set up a new table at the head of the hall, and there were 5 tables directly above it. Qin Shiyue's table was placed in the middle, and the new table was placed next to it. Perhaps it was because of the Sujiao King's guidance, or perhaps it was because the family had good eyesight. Murong Jian did not stand on ceremony at all. He walked to the front and looked at the table with some leftovers in the middle. He frowned slightly and turned to the Void Worm King with a smile. "Uncle Su really knows me well. I wanted to be polite, but I didn't know that Uncle Su really treated me as one of your family. This seat of honor is still reserved for Uncle. Please take a seat. Although I'm a guest from afar, I won't be so polite from now on." The Void Worm King's nose was crooked. "You're really stupid." He could only say awkwardly, "Commander Murong, I have a distinguished guest today. I didn't know that Commander Murong would be coming today, so I'm sorry for the neglect." Murong Jian was startled and said in surprise, "Eh? There's a distinguished guest? Who is it? Let me greet him as well." Qin Shiyue was furious. "I'm right in front of the crowd. Your eyes are either looking at the beauties or the beauty's father. How can you pay attention to basic etiquette?" Actually, when Murong Jian arrived, the seating arrangement in the hall would definitely change. The Void Worm King wanted to introduce Qin Shiyue outside the hall, but he was interrupted by Murong Jian when he stepped into the hall. Now that he mentioned Qin Shiyue again, the Void Worm King felt that he was being rude to Qin Shiyue. The Void Worm King spread out his arms and respectfully gestured to Qin Shiyue. "This is my Tenryu sex representative, Lord Qin Shiyue." Murong Jian had never heard of the Tenryu sect's name. The Southern CWRM Palace only paid attention to it because of Su Jiaotong. He thought that the Tenryu sect was the same as the Southern CWRM Palace. They were just small characters in the wilderness. How could they be compared to him, an official of the imperial court? He couldn't help but feel a trace of disdain. He looked at Qin Shuriyue from head to toe and cupped his hands. Nephew Morong Jian greets Uncle Qin. Although this is the first time we've met, I've heard of Uncle Qin's great name. Oh right, although Uncle Qin is old, your skin is very well maintained. You look very young. How old are you? Have you already understood your destiny? Qin Shuriyue's face blushed. He smiled and said, Good nephew, your uncle has just understood his destiny. I'm really comforted to see such a good child like you. Morong Jian said happily, Is that so? Uncle Qin, you can actually see through my nature. You're really a god. Come take a seat. After he finished speaking, he respectfully sat down at the head of the table. The people from the 3 seas and 7 waters were stunned. Some didn't know what to do, while some laughed in their hearts. Seeing the two sitting down, they could only sit down as well. Everyone sat down and the banquet started again. Because there were outsiders in the banquet, the atmosphere wasn't as lively as before. How could Morong Jian care so much? After eating a few mouthfuls of food, he toasted Qin Shuriyue and Su Jiaoqing. After a few rounds of toasting, he became more talkative. However, it was a pity that Morong Jian's words were all about the imperial court. His words were brimming with the pride of being an official. He couldn't talk to Qin Shuriyue and Su Jiaoqing at all. The two laughed in their hearts and perfunctorily chatted with their good nephew, waiting for the show to start. Sure enough, after a while, Morong Jian couldn't help but look at Su Jiaotong, who lowered her head and didn't speak. He deliberated his words and said, Uncle Su, I've visited you several times, but I've never been able to see your face. This time, I'm here specially because I have something to ask of you. Su Jiaoqing glanced at Qin Shuriyue and thought, Lord Qin, you can support me in this matter. Qin Shuriyue nodded slightly. Su Jiaoqing was relieved and asked with a smile, Commander Morong, what is it? Just say it. Morong Jian was overjoyed when he saw that the slow Flood Dragon King asked the question so straightforwardly. He waved his hand at the soldiers behind him. The soldiers behind him carried the small box to the side of the slow Flood Dragon King and placed it squarely on the table. Morong Jian smiled and said, Uncle Su, ever since I saw Miss Jiao Tong, I've been thinking about her day and night. I feel that she is the only one I can marry in this life. I've always wanted to go and ask for her hand in marriage, but I've never seen Uncle's shadow. Today's matter was rushed, so this is my engagement gift. After today I'll ask 7th Uncle, that is, the Lord of the City Guard, to personally come and persuade us. The Su Jiaoqing looked at the small box with interest and said, Commander Morong, I heard that you already have 7 concubines at home. Why are you still thinking about my daughter so much that you don't want her for the rest of your life? If you marry Jiaotong, will she be your legal wife or a concubine? Morong Jian's face didn't turn red, but his heart didn't stop. He said calmly, Uncle, you're wrong. There's no end to love in this world. The concubines I married before were sincere. This time, I'm marrying Jiaotong. It doesn't mean that I can't fall in love with Jiaotong. Moreover, there's true love between us. Jiaotong doesn't care about status. My legal wife is the daughter of the magistrate of Shayu City. She has a noble status and can be the master of the harem. My concubine is also the daughter of an official, and is very virtuous. I think that if I marry Jiaotong, she won't be disgraced. What do you think? When Su Jiaoqing heard this, he was so angry that he laughed and said, Nephew, you're really thoughtful and thoughtful. Morong Jian was overjoyed when he heard this and said, So, Uncle Su agrees. There's 1,000 taels of gold in this gift box. It's my betrothal gift. Please accept it. This betrothal gift is much more than what I received when I married my legal wife. I hope that Uncle Su can understand my sincerity. Su Jiaoqing looked up to the sky and laughed. Commander Morong, I really appreciate your good intentions. Thank you for thinking highly of my daughter and offering such a generous gift. It's a pity that my daughter is already betrothed to someone else. Commander Morong, you're too late. Morong Jian's ugly face turned pale and said, Uncle Su, are you trying to deceive me? I've already asked around. Jiaotong isn't betrothed to someone else. If she's betrothed to someone else, why didn't you mention it to me earlier? Then he gritted his teeth and said, Uncle Sue, even if she's betrothed to someone else, they're not married yet. May I ask who the other party is? I'll ask seventh uncle to go and talk to him. He'll definitely regret this marriage. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua almost spat out the food she was eating. She didn't even understand what Murongjian was saying. He clearly rejected the betrothal and thought that he was making things difficult for him. Su Jiaoqing saw that Murongjian didn't know how to back off. He couldn't help but feel awkward and said hesitantly, At this moment, Qin Shirue said with a smile, my good nephew, you're making things difficult for your Uncle Su. Because this person is right in front of you. Murongjian was stunned and quickly looked around. There were only middle-aged and old people around. Then he saw Zhang Xiaohua and Yingfei beside Su Jiaodong. He couldn't help but ask fiercely, Uncle Qin, are you talking about the two people sitting next to Jiaodong? But that young man is just a servant, so he shouldn't be. Could it be that ordinary-looking man? That guy is so ordinary that he can't even be recognized in a crowd. How could Jiaodong like him? Is it because this guy's 7 aunts and 8 aunts are also from the government so you can't put down your face? That's why you're forcing yourself. Then he said in a low voice, if that's the case, why don't you tell me? I have 10,000 ways to make him regret it. He actually wants to steal my woman. He's really tired of living. Qin Shirue smiled and shook his head, no. Murongjian was stunned and asked, then who could it be? Chapter 277. Qin Shirue smiled and said, that's me. You? Murongjian pointed at the gray-haired man in disbelief and laughed as if he saw the funniest thing in the world. Qin Shirue didn't refute and only smiled at him. After laughing enough, Murongjian said, Uncle Qin, don't play with me. You already know your destiny. So why are you still going against it and flaunting your love affairs with the younger generation? Although you're good at maintaining your appearance, you're still young. Why bother? Then he looked at Lord Su Jiao unhappily and said, Uncle Su, I came here sincerely. You're rejecting me again and again. Are you looking down on our navy? Are you looking down on our city's garrison? Qin Shirue was still full of smiles as she said, my good nephew, your Uncle Qin has just married 6 wives and concubines, 1 less than you. If this delicate girl follows me, she will be on par with you. You and I, uncle and nephew, will both have 7 wives and concubines. Isn't that wonderful? Are you serious? Murongjian was furious and Qin Shirue immediately turned into a pile of cow dung. He scolded Qin Shirue, I respect you as Uncle Su's guest, not because I'm afraid you're from some sect. Jingyue City is the Lord Garrison's world and the South Sea is our Navy's territory. If you want to cause any trouble, you have to ask me first. Don't think I don't know how to bully others. Uncle Su is afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. You're just a white-haired dog-tail flower and you want to win Jiaodong's favor? Then he smiled brightly at Su Jiaodong and said, Jiaodong, don't worry. I'm here and I'll get you out immediately. Not to mention Su Jiaodong's reaction, Zhang Xiaohua saw it and immediately bent down to vomit. That smile was too disgusting. Out of Murongjian's expectations, Su Jiaodong stepped forward and walked in front of Murongjian. She bowed deeply and said in a sweet voice, Commander Murong, thank you for your kindness. This concubine has a short life and cannot serve you. I hope that Commander will be magnanimous and let this concubine go. This concubine is willing to follow Lord Qin. At the end of his speech, his neck was dyed red. Murongjian had never seen this kind of shyness before. His heart itched even more. He slapped the table and stood up saying, Jiaodong, don't say any more. For you, I am willing to sacrifice my life. This Qin Shirue doesn't have any respect for her elders. I will definitely take care of her. Today, I will definitely save you from this disaster. After he finished speaking, he ignored Su Jiaodong's furious expression and turned to Qin Shirue. Lord Qin, since you insist on going your own way, I won't be polite with you. Tell me what you want and I'll accept it. Qin Shirue smiled and said, what Dao? Love between a man and a woman is human nature. Me and Jiao Tong are both willing parties. Can a commander like you control us? This was what Murongjian had said to General Liu. Now Qin Shirue was returning the same words back to him. Who would have thought that Murongjian would say, as a commander, I naturally can't interfere. However, I also love Miss Jiao Tong, so I naturally have the right to interfere. What do you think? Just tell me what you want. Qin Shirui was still calm and said, I disdain to tell you what you want. Miss Jiao Tong has already made her attitude clear. She won't marry anyone other than me. Why are you asking for a rebuff? I can see that you sincerely love Miss Jiao Tong, so I won't make things difficult for you. You should go back early, wash up and sleep. Murong Jian said angrily, You coward. If you don't dare to tell me what you want, I will set a rule. If you don't dare to accept it, then obediently go back to your sect. Don't make a fool of yourself here. This Jingyu city is the territory of real men. Qin Shui's heart moved and said, All right, then tell me. What rule do you have? Murong Jian was overjoyed and said, You're prepared to accept it? If I say it, you can accept it. If you can't, then leave Jingyu city as soon as possible. Su Jiaoqing said anxiously, Lord Qin. Qin Shui looked at Su Jiaoqing, and then at Su Jiaodong and said with a smile, Watch me. Then he said to Murong Jian, You tell me what you want, I will accept it. Murong Jian's fingers that were as thick as radishes pinched his chin. He pretended to think and said, How about this, Lord Qin? I know that you are a martial arts expert, and I am not your opponent. This guard of mine has been in the martial arts world for a few days. Now that he has ascended to a high position in my navy, why don't you compete with him? If you can win against him, then I will do as you wish. These words were unreasonable. Everyone in the hall was angry. Who was Qin Shuriyue? He was the representative of everyone present. This Murong Jian did not only humiliate Qin Shuriyue, but also the entire Dragon God sect. However, there were two people who were exceptions. One was Zhang Xiaohua, who was not involved. He was not like the others and was not humiliated. Naturally, his mind was clear. He felt that this ugly man's actions were too arrogant. He actually came to someone else's place to cause trouble. It was very strange. Even if this person was powerful, he should not be so ignorant. The other was Qin Shuriyue, who was in the middle. If it was someone else who set up a trap, they would definitely use their strengths to attack the other party's weakness. However, this Murong Jian was able to become the Navy's commander. Even if he did not have a brain, how could he not have seen a pig run before? How could he do such a thing? In an instant he became vigilant. Qin Shuriyue smiled as he looked at the complacent Murong Jian and said, Good nephew, you really understand your Uncle Qin. Let's do it this way. Uncle Qin's old arms and legs should also move a bit. After speaking, Qin Shuriyue slowly walked to the front of the hall. He crossed his arms and stood there as steady as Mount Tai. The soldier behind Murong Jian did not say anything. He took off his armor and revealed his shirt. After tidying up a bit, he picked up the scimitar on the ground and walked into the circle. Actually, when this soldier jumped off the boat with Murong Jian, Qin Shuriyue had already carefully observed him. He knew that this soldier was Murong Jian's bodyguard. From his footwork and posture, he could see the charm of an expert. At this time, from the way he held the scimitar and his aura, Qin Shuriyue's guess was correct. How could this Murong Jian joke about this kind of thing? There was definitely something fishy going on. The soldier stood in front of Qin Shuriyue and tightly held the scimitar in his right hand. He said to Qin Shuriyue, Lord Qin, I am a nameless person. I will also follow my commander and call you Lord. Please give me some pointers. After speaking, he assumed a standard scimitar stance. This was the most common scimitar stance in the Navy. There was nothing special about it. Qin Shuriyue did not dare to be careless. He casually pulled out the flexible sword from his waist and used his qi to shake it. The flexible sword twisted like a spirit snake and emitted a cold air. Facing the threatening sword qi of the flexible sword, the soldier acted as if he did not hear it. He only held the scimitar tightly and guarded his position. Seeing this, Qin Shuriyue smiled and said, Since you do not dare to say your name, I will not force you. However, since I am a famous person in Jianghu, I will not take advantage of you. You are a guest from afar. I will let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves I will fight back. What do you think? A light flashed in the soldier's eyes. His face was filled with joy. He quickly calmed himself down and guarded his position. Murong Jian heard this and said, Since Lord Qin is so magnanimous, Why are you still standing there? When the soldier heard this, he did not say anything. He took a step forward, right in front of Qin Shiriyue, and chopped down with his blade. The force behind the strike was very fierce. Qin Shiriyue slightly frowned, and slightly dodged the attack. He tightened all the muscles in his body waiting for the next move. However, to his surprise, the soldier did not change his move. He waited for the scimitar to hit empty air, then pulled back the scimitar and chopped down again. This time, Qin Shiriyue's brows were completely relaxed. He understood that this was the dignity of a martial artist. This soldier might only be a guard under Murong Jian, but it turned out that he was not a nobody in Jianghu. When Qin Shiriyue said that he would let others have 3 moves, it was just to test the situation. This soldier actually did not want to take advantage of this, and Qin Shiriyue could not help but have the thought of a hero cherishing another hero. Sure enough, when the scimitar swept across, Qin Shiriyue only shrunk his stomach and dodged it effortlessly. Seeing this, Qin Shiriyue laughed and said, "Brother, you really have a good character. Come, let's compete again." But before he finished speaking, a strange change occurred. The scimitar in the soldier's hand did not follow the usual path and return to his chest. Instead, it suddenly changed. The back of the scimitar was in front and the blade was in the back. It was slanted towards Qin Shiriyue's chest. Qin Shiriyue was taking a breath and thought that the soldier was open and aboveboard. When he saw the scimitar approaching, how could he dodge it? He barely moved his body to the side and let the back of the scimitar pass by his armpit. But even so, there was a light chi sound. The tip of the scimitar cut through Qin Shiriyue's armpit clothes and brought out a string of blood. Qin Shiriyue took a deep breath. His body floated and he moved half an inch. The smile on his face became wider and he said, "Good scimitar, good scheming." "Oh, you actually used poison?" Qin Shiriyue felt that there was no pain under his armpit. Instead, it was itchy. He knew that it was not good. When he looked down, the long wound that was not deep had already turned black. It was spreading all over his body. It could be seen that the poison was very strong. Qin Shiriyue was about to make a move, but the soldier quickly stepped forward and slashed his scimitar again. This time, not only was it full of strength, but it also had a wonderful trajectory. It seemed that there were countless changes in the scimitar. Qin Shiriyue's expression changed greatly. This scimitar was obviously different from the previous 3 scimitars. Its level and level were not the same. The soldier had the intention to hide his strength before, so he forced Qin Shiriyue to raise his sword to meet it. But when the sword and the scimitar collided, there was a crisp sound. The two of them did not retreat at all. The soldier and Qin Shiriyue were actually on par. Then, the soldier pulled out his scimitar and attacked again. One attack was closely followed by another attack. Qin Shiriyue did not have time to use his qi to expel the poison, let alone take out the poison-dispelling pill from his chest. Chapter 278. Qin Shiriyue was one of the famous experts of the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sect. She was also one of the top experts in the Jianghu. However, this nameless soldier's scimitar didn't seem to be at a disadvantage when fighting with Qin Shiriyue. In fact, he even had a slight advantage. The scimitar's moves were strange and ingenious, but Qin Shiriyue was able to evade it and was almost injured by it. As the soldier kept attacking with his scimitar, Qin Shiriyue's smiling face slowly turned gray. Even if Qin Shiriyue said that he was poisoned, no one cared. What kind of place was the Dragon God Sect? A mere poison couldn't cause any harm to Qin Shiriyue. At least, Ying Fei knew that Qin Shiriyue's poison-repelling pill could cure all kinds of poisons in the world. However, the soldier seemed to have calculated everything. First, he used a trick to injure Qin Shiriyue slightly and poison him. Then he kept attacking without stopping so that Qin Shiriyue didn't have the time to cure the poison. Qin Shiriyue was careless and fell into the trap. Now he was really suffering. Seeing the change in Qin Shiriyue's expression, the Su Jiao King was the first to jump into the field. Murong Jian's eyes were looking at the field. When he saw the Su Jiao King move, he immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Uncle Su, what are you doing? Are you going to win with numbers?" This? The Su Jiao King couldn't help but stop and hesitate. In the Jianghu, everything was about trust. Although the soldier used poison, he didn't say that he couldn't use poison. Moreover, Qin Shiriyue agreed to let the soldier use 3 moves. If the soldier injured him in 3 moves, He couldn't say anything. This contest was originally a contest between Qin Shiyue and Murong Jian. It was just a substitute soldier. If Su Jiao King rashly made a move, not only would it damage the reputation of Heavenly Dragon Divine Religion, but judging from the soldier's skills, Su Jiao King might not be able to take him down easily. Seeing the Su Jiao King's hesitation, Murong Jian smiled and said, "If Lord Qin admits defeat, this contest can be stopped. Uncle Su will have to agree to marry Jiaodong to me." The creeping Wrm King looked at Su Jiaodong, who had already stood up. He didn't know what to do. Su Jiaodong looked at the situation in the arena quietly. There was not a single ripple in her heart. Naturally, she would not go up to help. Even if Qin Shiyue died from the poison, she would not go up to help. She knew that this was the dignity of a man. Born as a hero, dead as a ghost. This sentence was not just for show. Moreover, ever since the gray-haired man had called out a Jiao, her heart had already flown out of her chest. She had long been conquered by that cold gray-haired man. Faced with this situation, she only had one thought in her mind. If Xiaoyu died from the poison, a Jiao couldn't live on by herself either. How could an ugly man like Murong Jian desire a woman like her? Su Jiaodong's calmness puzzled the Su Jiao King. He anxiously rubbed his hands and paced outside the arena. It was not only him. Among the people in the hall, only Zhang Xiaohua was still using her divine sense to scan the people in the arena with interest. She kept stuffing food into her mouth and thought, "The chef in this villa is really good. If I can hire one, my parents will be happy." Everyone else had already stood up and walked to the front of the table. Ingfei was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He only wanted to go up and help. He was not like the Su Jiao King of the South Sea. He was Qin Shiyue's subordinate. If anything happened to Qin Shiyue, not to mention whether the Dragon God sect would punish him, Lord Garuda would definitely not let him go. Right now, he really wished that the person in the arena was him. At least, if Qin Shiyue was outside the arena, she could reach out and save him. Murong Jian looked around the arena proudly. This was a dilemma. He was not afraid that Su Jiaodong would not fall into his hands. Qin Shiyue would either admit defeat or die from the poison. Either way, she would fall into his trap. The best part was that these people who always boasted of being heroes of the Jianghu could only watch as their VIP fell into danger and could not help. They could only watch as their own daughter fell into his hands and could not save her. Was this the difference between wisdom and brute force? Murong Jian felt a little smug. Uncivilized people were uncivilized people. How could an official family like ours compare to them? However, Su Jiaodong's reaction was slightly out of Murong Jian's expectations. He originally thought that Su Jiaodong would be a little nervous, a little scared, and even come forward to beg him to let her go. She would beg him to take her into his room in exchange for Lord Whitehair Qin's life. That way, his vanity that had been beaten down would be greatly satisfied, and he would be able to use the attitude of a victor to redeem this wild beauty and train her to become his plaything. Unfortunately, Su Jiaodong was cold and indifferent. It was as if she did not see anyone else's expression. She simply treated him as if he was invisible. This caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Behind the chill, there was a desire to be tamed. Perhaps only this kind of uncontrollable pride could arouse his ambition. At this moment, Qin Shiyue's right leg went soft and he almost fell down. The soldier's scimitar slashed like lightning towards Qin Shiyue's left shoulder. Qin Shiyue saw that he could not block it, so he clenched his teeth and stabbed his soft sword towards the soldier's heart. It was actually a suicidal move. The soldier sneered in his heart. The corner of his mouth also twitched as if he was mocking him. He dodged to the side and once again slashed down towards Qin Shiyue. At this moment, Su Jiaodong could no longer maintain her composure. Her face was pale and her eyes flashed with a kind of desperation. Yes, she knew that Qin Shiyue had reached the final stage. His face was deathly black, contrasting with his head full of white hair. He was dancing the last dance of his life on the cliff. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense wandered around the field. He saw Murong Jian's complacency, Su Jiawang's anxiety, Ingfei's fear, the soldier's aggressiveness, and Qin Shiyue's stubborn resistance. He saw them all in his heart. However, what did these have to do with him? He was just a prisoner. He didn't know how the Tenryu sect master would deal with him. Why should he care about other people's business? As the saying goes, everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door and doesn't care about the frost on other people's roof. That was true. However, when his spiritual sense swept across Su Jiaodong, his heart suddenly moved. That charming and cold face might not have attracted any interest from Zhang Xiaohua, but the desperation, desolation, and longing in her eyes suddenly touched a trace of memory in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. This memory might be his sister-in-law Lu Qian facing the three wolves of Mount Shichui, or Oyan facing the black-clothed old man, or Li Yinfeng facing the bandits of Mount Shichui. However, what made Zhang Xiaohua wake up was that the eyes in this memory were actually the eyes in the turbulent river, in the lonely straw hut. There was a trace of unwillingness and a trace of flawlessness in that pair of big eyes. Zhang Xiaohua was not a dreamless person. However, he knew that he had always been a kind of fleeting dream. He thought that he would not miss that pair of big eyes, and would not think about that towering bun. He thought that it was just a hurried passing by in the mortal world, and he thought that it was just a brief encounter in life. However, in the eyes of Su Jiaotong, who had nothing to do with him, he found, knew, and understood that he was not a dreamless person. It was not that he did not want to dream. It was just that this dream was too deep, too long, and too vague. When faced with Lu Qian's helpless eyes, he was powerless. When faced with Oyan's panicked eyes, he stepped forward bravely. When faced with Li Yinfeng's desperate eyes, he talked cheerfully and wittily and forced the bandits to retreat. However, when faced with Meng's panicked, reluctant, and shy eyes, what could he do? Yes, he did not know what he should do. He did not know before and he did not know now. What about in the future? Perhaps he would know. However, if now the thing in Su Jiaodong's eyes touched Zhang Xiaohua's heartstrings, what could he do? In an instant, Su Jiaodong's eyes overlapped with Meng's eyes. Even if it was just a flash of similarity, it was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to make some decisions. At this time, the situation in the field had taken a turn for the worse. Qin Shiyue's footsteps were crooked, and he accidentally fell to the ground. He clenched his teeth and did not cry for help. His eyes were filled with determination, but there was also some unwillingness. The flexible sword in his hand powerlessly stabbed upwards, wanting to stop the soldier's lightning-fast scimitar. However, he was very clear that it was just a fool's dream. At this moment he turned his head. In this extremely dangerous moment, he turned his head and looked at Su Jiaodong, who was standing there. Their eyes met and they were both relieved. Their hearts were connected, and they did not understand. Qin Shiyue's dark face was somewhat red. Su Jiaodong's face was also flushed. Murong Jian looked at all of this with jealousy, and his fists were about to clench. The nameless soldier leaped high, and the crescent scimitar was like a thunderbolt, slashing towards the fallen prey. At this moment a voice sounded, "I can't watch this anymore. I can't watch this anymore. When I see injustice on the road, I will draw my sword to help." Before he finished speaking, behind 3 seas 7 waters, a thin and weak figure, like a large eagle, pounced from the sky. The figure came very quickly. At first, the soldier did not care and did not stop his scimitar. He only raised his head to take a look. However, with this look, his eyes could not help but shrink. Although the figure was thin and weak, its aura was majestic. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. Moreover, there was a jet-black sword light that shot towards his throat. The sharpness of the sword light did not make him doubt that if he did not stop defending, the sword light would immediately pierce his throat when he chopped off Qin Shiyue's head. Immediately, the nameless soldier made a wise decision. He immediately pulled back the scimitar that was slashing towards Qin Shiyue, and used his strength to block the sword light that was shooting towards him. It was too late to say, but in an instant there was a crisp ding-dang sound. The two weapons collided, and the two incomparably abundant forces collided. The nameless soldier took a step back and stood up straight. The thin and small figure that was rushing over was like a kite with a broken string. With a hoo sound, it was pushed into the air. Luckily, the hall was very tall, so it did not break out of the building. Chapter 279. The nameless soldier shook the small figure into the air and ignored it. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shiyue was already sitting on the ground. The soft sword was thrown to the side and he was taking out a white jade bottle from his bosom. The nameless soldier sneered. He had done so many things and even used words to provoke him. Wasn't it just to not give him time to get rid of the poison? Finished thinking, he raised his knife again and slashed at Qin Shiyue. Unfortunately, Qin Shiyue didn't care about the machete at all. He just quietly and steadily took out the jade bottle, opened the stopper, and poured out the detoxification pill. The machete once again hung above Qin Shiyue's head and was about to reap his life. Unfortunately, at this time another voice sounded, "You bastard, how can you be so rude? I came to help you but you actually ignored me. Won't you give me face?" When the soldier raised his head, he saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, who had been shaken into the air by him. She stepped on the roof of the hall and used the momentum to fly over like an arrow from a bow. That small sword, which was like a child's toy, was held in front of her chest and stabbed straight at his throat. The first time Zhang Xiaohua used the floating technique, her speed was very fast. And this time she borrowed the posture of flying down, her speed was even faster. The soldier didn't have time to kill Qin Shiyue. He could only turn around and attack the small sword. This time he used all of his strength in order to kill this annoying little demon with one hit. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's skills were not the same as before. Not to mention how good her qinggong was. The abundant immortal true qi flowing in her meridians was endless and mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua saw the soldier's machete, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he knew that it contained incomparable true qi, which was not something he could block. When the small sword stabbed out, he held back 70% of his strength. When the machete and the sword met, this time there was no sound. Zhang Xiaohua used the small sword to knock against the thin machete and cut the soldier's hand. This move was obviously a flash of light, not one of the nameless sword moves. The soldier was shocked and quickly withdrew his hand to avoid the danger of losing his finger. And Zhang Xiaohua's move was already used, so at this time her body was wide open. The soldier saw the opportunity and waved his hand again, which was precisely Zhang Xiaohua's flaw. Zhang Xiaohua was in the air and knew that it was not good. She circulated all of the true qi in her body and stopped in the air for a moment. Then she twisted her body and spun behind the soldier, and with a backhand she stabbed at the soldier's neck. While the soldier was delayed, Qin Shiyue had already taken out the poison-repelling pill and swallowed 2 pills in one gulp. Then she closed her eyes and circulated her true qi to expel the poison. When Murong Jian saw this, he could not stand it and shouted loudly, "You little bastard, who are you? Why don't you abide by the Jianghu rules? We already agreed on a one-on-one battle, why did you interfere?" It was not that he did not want to go up and stab Qin Shiyue and send this person who made him gnash his teeth on the road to death. But Su Jiawang and the others seemed to have already known his thoughts and secretly circulated their true qi, preparing to kill this person at any time. Therefore, even if he had more than enough strength, he did not dare to. He firmly believed that as long as he made a move, this group of Jianghu boars would definitely not care about the rules and would immediately kill the 2 of them in the Sea of People's War. Zhang Xiaohua dodged the soldier's stab and used her ethereal body technique. Like a ghost, she dodged to the other side and stabbed the soldier's throat again. Hearing Murong Jian's question, she laughed loudly and said, "You ugly man, you are really stupid. The Jianghu rules are naturally for the people of Jianghu to use. Your young master is also not from Jianghu. Why would I care about your Jianghu rules? Your young master just does not like the sight of you and wants to get rid of the strong and help the weak. What are you going to do about it?" Murong Jian was stunned and could not say anything. He innocently asked, "Uncle Su, this servant, he is not from your Jianghu mountain manor?" Su Jiawang laughed and said, "I don't know him. This person was brought here by Lord Qin. If you have any questions, you should ask Lord Ying." Murong Jian still did not give up and asked Ying Fei, "Lord Ying, your Tenryu sect broke the rules of the competition. I will let the soldiers in the navy spread the news and make your sect lose all face." Ying Fei looked at Qin Shiyue, who was recovering, and laughed, "That is not a problem. Go ahead and spread the news. This person is called Ren Xiaoyao and is not from my Dragon God sect. As for whether he is from Jianghu or not, I do not know. What's wrong with people helping out when they see injustice? Even if he is from Jianghu, it is our great fortune to have such basic manners." Murong Jian pointed at Ying Fei and did not know what to say. He could only say, You, just you wait. I will definitely tell this matter to my 7th uncle." Zhang Xiaohua, who was fighting at the side, heard this and laughed. This is easy. Why don't we just kill the two of them? Who will know? Under the attack of the nameless soldier, this guy had no power to fight back and was forced to use his ethereal body movement technique to dodge the saber attacks. Yet, he still had the mood to say such vicious words. Lord Su Jiao and the others couldn't help but think, how can such a decisive person not be a member of the divine sect? Seems that we really have to kill him. At this time, Su Jiaodong's eyes were no longer colorful, only relief and joy. After Qin Shuriyue swallowed the detoxification pill, the grayish-black color on his face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Zhang Xiaohua was forced to the point where she could not fight back, his face had already returned to normal. It was no wonder that the detoxification pill was a good antidote. It was a must-have for Jianghu people. Qin Shuriyue opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Su Jiaodong's concerned expression. He smiled at her and nodded. Then he stood up and looked at the two people who were fighting with a strange expression. Zhang Xiaohua was forced into a corner. Inadvertently, she saw Qin Shuriyue stand up. She was very happy. She used her ethereal body art and flashed behind Qin Shuriyue. She shouted, I have the heart to kill the thief, but I am powerless to reverse the situation. Brother, your martial arts are strong. I can't beat you. I can't care about your business. I will leave first. You can continue. Haha, continue. After that, she squeezed out and sat back at the table, ready to eat and drink. However, at this time the table was already filled with leftovers. How could she have the appetite? Su Jiawang saw this from afar and gestured to his family members. The clever family members quickly went out. Not long after, better dishes were served in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Murong Jian gritted his teeth and looked at the complacent Zhang Xiaohua. He really wanted to twist his little head off. However, he had seen Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts. Even if she was not as good as him, she was not at a disadvantage because of her ghostly identity. How could he have the chance to capture her? Qin Shuriyue stood with his hands behind his back. He was not in a hurry to make a move. He looked at the soldier with a smile. The soldier was somewhat regretful. He said disdainfully, I have long heard that Qin Shuriyue is open and upright. How can you be a coward who needs to rely on a servant to save you? Does our agreement still count? Are you admitting defeat yourself? Or do you want us to announce that you have admitted defeat? Qin Shuriyue seemed to have seen the funniest thing in the world. He laughed and said, the agreement between us still counts. When did I say that it did not count? Then your servant pretended to be an outsider and interrupted our fight. Does this mean that you have lost? Qin Shuriyue touched his nose and said with a smile, first of all, I want to make it clear that if our fight is interfered with by unrelated people, neither of us will be responsible. Secondly, didn't you hear from Ren Xiaoyao that he is not my servant, nor is he a family member of Su Jiao Wang? He is also not a member of the Tenryu sect. What do you think I should do? The soldier said, we can only listen to you on this matter. Do you dare to make a vicious oath? Why wouldn't I dare? Qin Shuriyue said, I, Qin Shuriyue, swear that if this Ren Xiaoyao is a member of the Tenryu sect, or my servant, or someone related to me, I will be beheaded by the scimitar of this person in front of me. This oath was very vicious. The soldier was somewhat stunned. When he was about to speak, Qin Shuriyue said, what do you think of my oath? Situ Yue Ming. The nameless soldier's eyes shrank. He immediately returned to normal and said with a smile, Lord Qin, you must be joking. This one is not called Situ Mingyue. Did you recognize the wrong person? Qin Shuriyue rubbed his nose and said with a smile, I have indeed never seen your face before, so I might have mistaken you for someone else. But this swift and fierce full moon scimitar technique is the family heirloom martial arts of the Righteous Alliance's Deputy Alliance Leader Situ. Although your scimitar has changed and your technique has also changed, how can the blade intent in your bones change? In the Situ family, other than you, I really can't think of anyone else who is as young as you and has such great skills. When the nameless soldier heard this, he laughed out loud and said, as expected of Qin Shuriyue, you're a genius. I tried so hard to hide from your eyes, but you still saw through me. I've said it before, how can such a small scheme be shown in public? It's better to just kill my way over and convince you wholeheartedly. Qin Shuriyue said, This Qin has been very careful along the way, waiting for your righteous alliance to make a move. But I really didn't expect that the righteous alliance, who has always been famous for their open schemes, would actually play such a dirty trick. The world is really degenerating with each passing day. Seeing Qin Shirui shaking his head as he spoke, Situ Yueming became angry out of shame and said, "No matter what kind of scheme it is, taking your life is a good scheme. Qin Shirui, seeing that your name also has the word you, I will let you die a little faster." After saying this, his scimitar flashed and slashed over. Qin Shirui's lips curled into a smile. The soft sword in his hand was like a snake spitting out its tongue, touching the side of the scimitar. The scimitar seemed to have been struck by lightning and trembled incessantly. Situ Yueming couldn't help but be shocked. He had already exchanged a few moves with Qin Shirui. He was very clear about Qin Shirui's skills. That was why he boasted that he would let him die a quick death. But after exchanging blows, why did Qin Shirui suddenly seem like a different person? Could it be that Qin Shirui had really cured the poison in his body? Could he fully mobilize the Zhenqi in his meridians? If that was the case, then the Righteous Alliance's information on Qin Shirui was outdated. This guy's martial arts were a level higher than his. Chapter 280. Seeing that Qin Shirui's internal energy was so pure, Situ Yueming could not help but think. Could it be that Qin Shirui had completely removed the poison in his body? Could he fully mobilize the Zhenqi in his meridians? If that was the case, then the Righteous Alliance's information on Qin Shirui was outdated. This fellow's martial arts were a level higher than his. Situ Yueming was right. Just now, Qin Shirui could not take the poison-dispelling pill, and could only use his internal energy to suppress the spread of the poison. The Zhenqi in his meridians could only be used 3 times out of 10. 70% of his Zhenqi was used to resist the spread of the poison. Because of this, he fell far behind Situ Yueming and was chased by him, almost losing his life. Vengeance killings in Jianghu were all planned out before acting. They were all done with the basics. For example, Situ Yueming was sent out based on the current information from the Righteous Alliance. They believed that he would be able to deal with Qin Shirui perfectly. That was why they sent him out. This perfection naturally took some effort, but it was not too difficult. Only then could they show the demeanor of a sect in Jianghu. If they sent out Zhang San or Nan Fengyun to kill Qin Shirui, they would become a laughingstock. Even if they could easily kill Qin Shirui, it would make the Righteous Alliance unable to raise their heads in Jianghu in the future. The accuracy and completeness of this information was very thought-provoking. For example, this time the Righteous Alliance had clearly misjudged Qin Shirui's strength and sent out Situ Yueming, whose strength was a level lower. The result could be imagined. Therefore, it was still that old saying. When comparing information and martial arts, sometimes martial arts were not important. In fact, if Qin Shirui did not capture Zhang Xiaohua and bring her back to the Dragon God sect and did not meet Su Jiaodong in Jingyue City, it could be imagined that he might have died from the poison. But the truth was the truth. It was not that many possibilities and accidents were hidden. It was this ordinary-looking youth that reversed the situation in one fell swoop. The reason was that he missed a girl that he thought he had forgotten. Qin Shirui did not know how he could repay Zhang Xiaohua. Perhaps he did not even think about it. Right now, he was only thinking about the Righteous Alliance in front of him, who was somewhat as famous as him in Jianghu. The people in Jianghu were the most nosy and there was no lack of gossip. Qin Shirui and Situ Yueming both had the word you in their names. Therefore, the nosy people would use the word you behind their backs to faintly compare each other. Moreover, the two were similar in age and their martial arts were also similar. However, Situ Yueming was more secretive than Qin Shirui. Everyone in Jianghu knew of his name, but very few people had seen him. If it was not for the saber intent of the full moon scimitar, Qin Shirui reckoned that he would not have thought of Situ Yueming, who was as famous as him. However, the Righteous Alliance had miscalculated 2 steps. First, the Dragon God sect had a deep foundation and was far from what the Righteous Alliance could compare to. The poison-repelling pill for detoxification originated from the immortal path. Although the medicinal ingredients and refining method had the characteristics of martial arts, there were still many things that had been preserved. This kind of pill was more than enough to deal with the poison of martial arts. Naturally, it would be able to cleanse the poison in a very short period of time, and allow Qin Shiyue to recover to his peak. Second, the martial arts of the Dragon God sect also originated from the Immortal Path. Qin Shiyue could be considered as a side branch of the direct disciples. The martial arts that he cultivated were naturally not ordinary. The information that the Righteous Alliance had was correct a few years ago. However, it could not compare to Qin Shiyue's rapid progress in cultivation. In these short few years, the Righteous Alliance had used their own disciples' level to measure Qin Shiyue. On the path of martial arts, the slightest mistake could lead to a huge mistake. Not to mention that Qin Shiyue was a level higher than Situ Yueming. Situ Yueming's scimitar could no longer release lightning at will like before. The moment the scimitar's lightning came out, it was strangled by the flexible sword like a spirit snake. In an instant there was no sound. Situ Yueming knew that this operation could be considered a failure. However, he still had a trace of confidence. His Qinggong was one of the best among the Righteous Alliance disciples of the same generation. If he threw away his restraint and insisted on escaping, although Qin Shiyue's Qinggong was extremely good, he might still have a chance. Just as he was thinking, Qin Shiyue let out a long whistle. Full of energy, he smiled and said, "Situ Yueming, stay here." As he said that, he pointed his flexible sword at Situ Yueming's face. At the same time, his left hand slightly opened, covering the main pressure point on his chest. Seeing this, Situ Yueming knew that Qin Shiyue had used his ultimate move. His sword flashed and there were endless moves behind it. His left hand also felt that there was no room for him to dodge. He could not help but feel anxious. Without even looking at Murong Jian, he jumped up with the tip of his foot. His body turned in the air and directly flew out of the hall. His posture looked somewhat similar to Zhang Xiaohua. On the side, Zhang Xiaohua hid behind the crowd and used her divine sense to observe the battle. After watching for a long time, she discovered another use of divine sense. No matter if it was Qin Shiyue or Situ Yueming, under divine sense their moves, real moves, feints, all kinds of moves, changes, they were all exposed. This was the last move of the two. Situ Yueming saw that Qin Shiyue's move could not be blocked, but Zhang Xiaohua saw a few flaws in Qin Shiyue's move. As long as Situ Yueming used these flaws, he would be able to block the move. Moreover, one of the flaws was very serious. If used properly, he could even directly defeat Qin Shiyue. Seeing that Situ Yueming actually ran away, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Could it be that her martial arts were actually higher than Situ Yueming's? In her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua had already seen that Situ Yueming's Qinggong was indeed very high, but it was not much worse than her. Her ethereal steps had only been practiced to the 3rd level, and she had no chance to practice the later cultivation methods. This levitation technique could only be used as a Qinggong now. Compared to Qin Shiyue, she was still a little worse. Situ Yueming certainly could not outrun Qin Shiyue. Sure enough, seeing Situ Yueming float up, Qin Shiyue's mouth curled up. She exerted force on her feet and ran from the ground to the door of the hall. In a flash, she was less than 2 steps away from the door. When she was a little closer, she rushed forward and reached out to grab Situ Yueming's feet. Situ Yueming heard the sound of the wind under his feet and couldn't help but be shocked. This guy's Qinggong was actually so powerful? However, he immediately understood that his knowledge of Qin Shiyue's martial arts was still at the level of the intelligence report. Presumably, her Qinggong was far beyond his expectations. But now was not the time to investigate the matter of the intelligence report. He immediately kicked his feet and dodged Qin Shiyue's hand. But with this delay, his Zhan Qi became turbid and his body immediately sank. Situ Yueming gritted his teeth and forcefully reversed the flow of his Zhan Qi. His body rose again and rushed out of the door. Seeing that he had rushed out, Situ Yueming was overjoyed. He was about to exert force again to break out of the cage, but at this time there was a black shadow in front of him. When he looked carefully, wasn't it Qin Shiyue who was still in the hall? How did he appear in front of him in such a short time? Without waiting for Situ Yueming to understand, Qin Shiyue waved his right hand and the flexible sword slashed towards Situ Yueming. Seeing Qin Shiyue use the flexible sword to slash at him, Situ Yueming was puzzled. Could the flexible sword be used like this? But Qin Shiyue's sword slash was smooth and the technique was strange. It was even faster than a sword stab. At this time, Situ Yueming was already at the end of his tether. He hadn't even stabilized his Zhenqi from reversing the flow of his Zhenqi, so how could he possibly summon any more Zhenqi? With a pew sound, Situ Yueming's head was separated from his body. The headless corpse stumbled forward a few steps before falling to the ground. You actually killed him. At this time, everyone had just arrived at the entrance of the hall. Murong Jian angrily pointed at Qin Shuriyue and asked, "You didn't know that he was my guard?" Qin Shuriyue shook the flexible sword and blood splattered everywhere. He smiled and said, "Commander Murong, you seem to have forgotten that mistakes are inevitable in a battle. I am truly sorry." Without waiting for Murong Jian to speak, Su Jiaoqing smiled and said, "Commander Murong, although Lord Qin made a mistake, the result of the battle has already been decided. Does Sir have any orders?" "Orders?" Murong Jian shrugged. He looked at the flexible sword that was still dripping with blood and said, "You have more people. Just now, a little brat that came out of nowhere was able to interrupt the battle. This Lord Qin even had the guts to slash my guard. What can I say? Just wait and see. We, the Navy, will not be bullied by anyone." Actually, everyone present was well aware that Murong Jian did not come here with good intentions to propose marriage. These guards were probably set up long ago. However, he had used words to trap everyone. He only said that it was a marriage proposal and a competition, so no one could do anything to him. Moreover, he was the commander of the Navy and was also the relative of the city's garrison. If the 3 Seas and 7 Rivers wanted to live in Jingyu City, they had no choice but to lower their heads. After Murong Jian finished speaking, he was about to leave. Su Jiaoqing stopped him and said, "Commander Murong, Lord Qin won the battle today. A man's words carry enormous weight. Don't mention this marriage proposal again in the future. What do you think?" Murong Jian gritted his teeth and said, "A man's words cannot be taken back. Since this commander lost to Lord Qin today, as long as Lord Qin is alive, this commander will not see Lady Jiaotong for a day." These words were strange, but the meaning was in line. Su Jiaoqing smiled and said, "Commander Murong, don't be like this. The Navy and the South Sea are still friends. If you are free in the future, you are still welcome to come to our residence." Murong Jian coldly snorted and was about to leave. Su Jiaotong called out, "Lord Murong, please bring back the box you brought later." After speaking, she ran back to the main hall. Not long after, she came out with the box and casually tossed it to Murong Jian. Murong Jian bitterly smiled and received it. He patted it and said, "Su Jiaoqing, you didn't even open the box to take a look." Su Jiaoqing smiled and shook his head. He did not reply. Seeing this, Murong Jian felt bored. He held the box in one hand and stroked it with the other as he walked past Qin Shuriyue. At this time, something strange happened. Murong Jian activated some mechanism. With a creak, a black light shot out from the small box and headed straight for Murong Jian's heart. Chapter 281. Qin Shuriyue was very close to Murong Jian and had already let down his guard. The black light from the mechanism came so quickly that Qin Shuriyue didn't even have time to react before it pierced his heart. Qin Shuriyue's right hand immediately covered his chest. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he fell limply to the ground. "Little you!" Su Jiaotong finally called out and ran to Qin Shuriyue with tears streaming down her face. The Su Jiaoqing and the others were also furious. Just as they were about to step forward and surround Murong Jian did not panic. He swung his right hand upwards and a whistling arrow shot into the sky. When it reached midair, it exploded with a pa sound. After that, a faint clamor could be heard from outside. Su Jiao asked, "Lord Murong, the Southern Sea Serpent Palace has treated you well. What do you mean by this?" Murong Jian sneered, "Old man Su, your Southern Sea Serpent Palace has been in the Southern Sea for too long. Isn't it time to consider changing owners? I'm soft-hearted, so I'll help you share your responsibility. From now on, I'll take care of everything in the Serpent Palace." "You?" Su Jiao couldn't believe his ears. He looked at Murong Jian and couldn't help but laugh. "Little Murong, I respect you as the Navy commander of this city and have treated you well. Although I haven't personally dealt with you, Jiaodong and the others have always been respectful to you. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious and have been plotting against my Serpent Palace for so long." "Ha ha ha," Your Southern Sea Serpent Palace is nothing but a nobody in the Jianghu. In the future you'll be recruited by the government and have a bright future. It's better than riding on the Tenryu sect's boat. Moreover, after you've submitted to the government, I'll take back the Southern Sea Serpent Palace's name. It's better than being a serpent under the Tenryu sect. Su Jiao didn't let it go and said, the government and the Jianghu have always minded their own business. Everything in the Jianghu is decided by the people of the Jianghu. You're just a small commander and you dare to say such big words? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Little Murong, if you know what's good for you, let go now. You go your way and I'll go mine. I won't say anything about you in front of General Liu. What do you think? Ha ha ha, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Wait until I take you all down, then what's done is done. What can General Liu say? I'll first offer the wealth of the South Sea Dragon Palace. In the future, the income of the South Sea will be increased by 30%. Do you think he will still remember your friendship? You want to take us down? Haha, do you think you're Siti Yueming? The Su Jiao King found it funny. Before the Su Jiao King could finish his words, Murong Jian's figure flashed, leaping towards Qin Shiriyue. When Qin Shiriyue collapsed on the ground, Su Jiaodong was the first to rush over, followed by Ying Fei, whose face was filled with grief and indignation. At this time, seeing Murong Jian rushing over, Ying Fei pulled out his sword and blocked in front of him, thrusting his sword towards Murong Jian. In Ying Fei's mind, his sword would definitely force Murong Jian to retreat. Unfortunately, reality always exceeded his imagination. Murong Jian's figure spun and dodged to the side. He took out a dagger from his bosom and casually flicked it. It was precisely Ying Fei's wrist. Ying Fei's heart jumped. How was this the clumsy and ugly man he saw at the city gate? He quickly retracted his hand and drew a sword flower with his sword, guarding an opening. However, Murong Jian didn't even bother with him. He flashed past him and moved to Su Jiaodong's side. Su Jiaodong was facing Qin Shiriyue, who was lying on the ground. Why would she care about anything else? Murong Jian reached out and grabbed Su Jiaodong. The dagger was pressed against her throat. He turned around to face the crowd and said with a smile, naturally, I don't need to take you all down. I only need to follow Miss Jiaodong and wait for my subordinates to take over the manor. What do you all think? While he was speaking, Su Jiaodong struggled forward and bumped into the dagger in his hand. Murong Jian was shocked. He quickly exerted strength in his hand, and firmly held Su Jiaodong in his hand so that she couldn't move. Then he looked at the crowd whose faces had changed and said, Old man Su, look at you all. This commander originally wanted to take the soft path and start with Miss Jiaodong. First, I will let you enjoy being a father-in-law. However, this Su Jiaodong didn't fall for this young master's trick, and didn't give this commander a chance. If it wasn't for the righteous alliances Siti Yueming, I wouldn't have known that Qin Shiriyue had also come to Jingyue City. I originally wanted to use the opportunity when Siti Yueming got rid of Qin Shiriyue to persuade you with a betrothal gift. However, I never thought that my flawless plan would be ruined by a random person. However, fortunately, I still had a backup plan. Father-in-law didn't want to accept the betrothal gift, so I could only let Qin Shiriyue accept it. You think I don't know that he is Qin Shiriyue? You still want to act like an elder in front of me. If I don't kill him, who will? He still wants to snatch a beauty from me. He must be tired of living. All right, father-in-law, this commander won't talk too much with you. Miss Jiaodong, come with me first. After we consummate our marriage, we will return to pay our respects to your family. After speaking, he hugged Su Jiaodong and was about to walk out. How could the crowd be willing to comply? They all pulled out their weapons and ran forward. Murong Jian used a dagger to point at Su Jiaodong's throat and said, All of you stop. If you take half a step forward, I will make my move and slit Jiaodong's throat. Seeing this, the crowd didn't dare to go forward. Su Jiaodong struggled with all her strength to get closer to the dagger. However, Murong Jian was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Only now did he reveal his true strength. How could Su Jiaodong struggle? Zhang Xiaohua was also standing behind the crowd. She was considering whether or not to make a move to save Su Jiaodong. At this time, a gentle voice sounded from behind her. I have long since found you an eyesore. Murong Situ Huangpu Shangguan, I hate these compound surnames the most. Do you think you are acting in a garden? Murong Jian was shocked. This voice was very familiar. Could it be? He didn't dare to imagine. He quickly turned around. What entered his eyes was a smiling face with a head full of white hair, and a sword light that slashed horizontally towards him. This was also his last impression in this world. Immediately, his big head flew into the sky along with the sword light. Blood splashed all over Su Jiaodong's body. When Jiaodong heard this unforgettable voice, she was already in a daze. How could she care about this? She flew into Qin Shiyue's arms. Her blood also stained Qin Shiyue's body. Qin Shiyue smiled and stroked Su Jiaodong's black hair. After a while, Su Jiaodong understood what was going on. She grumbled coquettishly and pushed him away. She moved to the side with a shy expression on her face. Ying Fei was the closest to her. He also moved closer and asked with concern, "Sir, what's wrong?" Qin Shiyue looked at Ying Fei, then looked at the Su Jiao King and the others who were also filled with confusion. She opened her left hand. In her hand was a short arrow. There was no trace of blood on the arrow. Qin Shiyue then used her hand to pull out a hole in her clothes. She smiled and said, "I have frightened everyone. When I went out, my master gave me a treasure to protect my heart. I originally thought that my master was being too careful. I didn't expect that I would use it here. This Murong Jian is really a bastard. He actually acted so well. I didn't expect him to have such skills. Moreover, he has such big ambitions. I really didn't expect him to have such great skills." The Su Jiao King smiled and said, "Lord Qin is wise and resourceful. You have really opened my eyes. However, this Murong Jian's tricks are like child's play in front of Lord Qin. Lord Qin easily resolved it and even managed to get so many secrets out of him. This old man and the others are full of admiration." Then he listened to the sounds outside and said, "However, this guy also has some influence in Jingyue City. The people outside the villa must be his subordinates who are attacking. Lord, this old man's villa is only a temporary residence in Jingyue City. We are also familiar with the government's forces. We don't have much defensive power. After attacking for a while, we must have reached our limit. Although we are not afraid of the soldiers, we do not fight with the officials. Moreover, they are using the government's name and have other plans. Moreover, we killed Murong Jian. It will be difficult to explain to General Liu. The guards of Jingyue City won't let us go. In this old man's opinion, Lord Qin, why don't we hide for a while and talk to General Liu after these things have calmed down? What do you think?" Qin Shiyue said apologetically, "Su Jiao King, I acted quickly and killed Murong Jian. It seems that I have provoked a troublesome matter. The matters here have always been managed by the Su Jiao King. Naturally, I will listen to the Su Jiao King. We will do as you say." The Su Jiao King said, "It's not that we are afraid of the government. Murong Jian has been killed. Our Dragon God sect has never been afraid of anyone. It's just that we are in their territory. It's difficult for two fists to fight against four legs. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Let's leave the city first." Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "We will follow the Su Jiao King's arrangement." When the Su Jiao King heard this, he turned around and said, "Everyone, let's go. Follow this old man out of Jingyue City. Let's go to the South Sea and have some fun." The other two seas and seven waters laughed and said, "Let's go. We all live on the water. We don't feel at ease on the ground. It's better to go back to the water." After that, they followed the Su Jiao King to the back of the hall. When everyone moved, Zhang Xiaohua was revealed behind them. When Qin Shiyue saw this, he smiled and said, "Ren Xiao, thank you for saving my life. I will not forget it. However, you still have the cauldron, so I don't dare to make the decision to let you go. Follow me back to the Dragon God sect. I will report everything to the sect leader and ask my master to put in a good word for you. As long as you tell the truth, I guarantee that the sect leader will not make things difficult for you. As long as your sect can hand over the cauldron, or you can just tell me your sect, the sect leader will naturally let you go. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart. "The cauldron is in my arms. What do you want me to say? I can't take it out. It's really difficult for me." In fact, ever since Zhang Xiaohua discovered the wonderful use of divine sense in martial arts, he was no longer afraid of Qin Shiyue. He was confident and capable of escaping from Qin Shiyue's pursuit and even winning. However, looking at the current situation, there must be a lot of navy outside. He would not be stupid enough to leave Qin Shiyue's protection and make trouble for those soldiers. Therefore, he said with a smile, "Since Lord Qin said so, I will follow you. Please put in a good word for me in front of your sect leader in the future." Chapter 282. Qin Shiyue was very satisfied with Zhang Xiaohua's cooperation. The situation just now was really critical. If it wasn't for Zhang Xiaohua, he would have been poisoned to death on the ground. Therefore, on one hand, he was ruthless to Sita Yueming and Murong Jian, not letting them live. On the other hand, he was really grateful to Zhang Xiaohua from the bottom of his heart. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua was involved in an important matter that the leader of the divine sect cared about. Otherwise, he could have made the decision to let Zhang Xiaohua go. Of course, what he said to Zhang Xiaohua just now was also sincere. He was not a gentleman who did not repay kindness. Qin Shiyue never thought of himself as a gentleman. However, he disdained to be ungrateful. Everyone followed Lord Su Jiao around the hall. On the other side of the island, there were a few smaller boats. Everyone sat separately. Although Su Jiaodong lost her composure just now and didn't get close to Qin Shiyue again, she still chose to sit in the same boat as Qin Shiyue. Although one was surrounded by everyone and the other was standing silently at the bow of the boat, her eyes still secretly and inadvertently glanced over. After everyone boarded the boat, Lord Su Jiao gestured to a servant. The servant turned around and soon, a special signal flew into the air. Lord Su Jiao smiled and said to Qin Shiyue, "Let's go now. Let the men disperse too. It's not good to fight with these navies who don't know the inside story. We might have to meet again in the next day." Qin Shiyue nodded and said, "Lord Su Jiao is very thoughtful. I wonder if we—" Lord Su Jiao pointed to the other side of the lake and said, "When we settled down in Jingyue City, the Jiao Palace had already thought about it. Jingyue City isn't our territory, so we always feel like we're under someone else's control. This escape route was arranged long ago and hasn't been used for so many years. Lord Qin, you've got a taste of something new this time." Qin Shiyue smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Su Jiao is making fun of me. It's better not to have a taste of something new." Everyone roared with laughter, and the slightly tense atmosphere was swept away. On the opposite side of the lake was the back of the manor. It was impossible to reach from either side of the manor on land. The Su Jiao king purposely left a waterway here, which was blocked by an iron fence. After the small boat passed through, a servant closed the fence. The small boat traveled for a while and entered a rugged bend. Jingyu City was the estuary of the river. There were many waterways in the city, which were densely packed like a spider web. Under the control of an experienced servant, the small boat quickly passed through many waterways and arrived at a secluded place. On the shore, the family members had already prepared horses. Even the horse that Qin Shiyue rode over was among them. The Su Jiao king smiled and said, "Lord Qin, please get on the horse. We'll make plans after we leave the city." Qin Shiyue nodded with a smile and took the lead to get on the horse. Then, under the leadership of the Su Jiao king, the group of people quickly left Jingyu City. Originally, Zhang Xiaohua thought that since the navy was attacking the manor of the Su Jiao king, why would they open the city gate? However, things were out of her expectations. There was no interrogation at the city gate, and they directly left. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head. This Murong Jian might really be doing this behind the back of General Liu and his seventh uncle's guard. Seeing that there was no danger and they had safely left the city, Zhang Xiaohua's mind became active again. She was ready to find an opportunity to escape. Could it be that she had to follow Qin Shiyue to that Tenryu sect? Just as she was thinking, Qin Shiyue asked, "Lord Su Jiao, may I ask where are we going?" The Su Jiao king said with a smile, "Lord Qin, don't be alarmed. This old man originally wanted to let you do your job well in Jingyu City. Who would have thought that such a big mistake would happen? Naturally, we can't stay in Jingyu City any longer. The things that Lord Sect Leader needs are being transported here by sea. Why don't we go to the sea and welcome them? I think that after you receive the things, you should go to the South Sea Serpent Palace. Since you're already here, I won't be able to live with myself if I don't do my part as a host." Qin Shiyue nodded and said with a smile, "Lord Su Jiao King, you didn't plan to let me go to the South Sea Serpent Palace. This time, no matter what, you have to let me go to the South Sea Serpent Palace to take a look. The Sujiao king said, "It's all this old man's negligence. I just wanted to let you finish your task as soon as possible, but I neglected it. I should accept my punishment." Then he looked at Su Jiaodong and said, "Lord Qin, this time you know the way. If you're free in the future, you can come often." How could Qin Shiyue not know what he meant? She said repeatedly, of course, I will come often." When Su Jiaodong heard this, she was also full of smiles and lowered her head to accompany her. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't follow behind Qin Shiyue, he had already vaguely heard through his divine sense that they were going to the sea. He couldn't help but be moved when he heard that they were going to go to the sea. The last time he came back from the seaside with his second brother, the accountant of the escort agency told him about the magnificence of the sea. He regretted that he hadn't seen the sea for a long time. Now he was going to go to the sea. If he could really experience the feeling of the sea, how could he refuse? The thought of running away just as it arose in his heart disappeared immediately. Anyway, he already had the ability to escape from Qin Shiyue. It didn't matter if he stayed here for a while. He would go to the South Sea first and enjoy the journey with Qin Shiyue. It wouldn't be too late for him to escape when he got tired of it. The group went out of the city. They didn't go along the main road. Instead, they found a familiar path. After running for a while, they came to a place with lush trees and hills. Lord Su pointed at a low-lying place with his whip and said, "Lord Qin, please look. Between those two hills is the secret harbor of our South Sea Dragon Palace." Sure enough, when they turned around the hill, they saw several large ships. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, "Are these the ships that go to the sea?" Everyone abandoned their horses and got on the ship. Their families led their horses to another ship. Then they raised the sail and the anchor and sailed out of the harbor. When the ship left the harbor, Zhang Xiaohua found that the ship was sailing on a wide river. The place they had just sailed out of was a rather hidden place where the river flowed back. If they hadn't just come out of that place, how could they believe that there was a harbor between two bare hills? Not long after, there were many boats on the river, big and small. Some went down with the current and some went against the current. It was really lively. It was Zhang Xiaohua's first time on a boat, and it was a novel experience for her. She stood by the side of the boat and looked around. The river was very gentle, and the ship was quite big. It didn't shake very much. Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. In the books, it was said that ships swayed violently on the water. Those who had never been on a ship would get seasick easily. However, she didn't feel it at all. Lord Su stood at the bow of the ship with Qin Shiyue and said, "Lord Qin, this is your first time on the sea, right?" Qin Shiyue nodded and said, "The divine sect is located in a vast area. It's hard to have a chance to go to the sea. We don't even travel on the water." Lord Su smiled and said, "That's good. This time you can see the scenery of the sea. Besides, I'm a little tired. I'll go to the cabin to rest. Alas, I'm old. My body is unforgiving." Then, he turned his head and said, "Jiaodong, come here and tell Lord Qin about the interesting things on the sea." When he saw Su Jiaodong coming forward shyly, he cupped his hands and turned to enter the cabin. Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaodong stood at the bow of the ship, pointing and laughing. Su Jiaodong gradually got rid of her shyness and smiled brightly. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to listen to some of the experiences on the sea, but as she listened, she became sentimental. Zhang Xiaohua was too embarrassed to listen anymore. She walked to the stern of the ship and enjoyed the scenery on the river. After a while, the ship left the sea. Seagulls soared and the sea and sky met. The magnificent scenery made Zhang Xiaohua dumbfounded. In the past, she only saw this scenery in books and didn't feel anything. Now it seemed like it was 10,000 times more intense than what was described. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had a feeling. The world was so beautiful and life was so beautiful. If she was lucky enough to travel through thousands of mountains and rivers, how happy would it be? Looking at the boundless sea, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense without limit. Her state of mind was also constantly improving. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was going to fly with the wind. Perhaps it was because of the vast sea, or the improvement of her state of mind. Zhang Xiaohua felt that her divine sense seemed to be a little stronger, and the range it covered was slightly larger. However, the sea was not as thick as the land. It seemed to be very sticky, and it was difficult for her divine sense to penetrate it. She probed down, but it was difficult to go deep. However, on the boundless sea, her divine sense was a little short. At a glance, the countless stars on the horizon were motionless black dots, which couldn't be seen by her divine sense alone. Zhang Xiaohua understood that the motionless black dots were the distant ship. It was because it was very far away that she couldn't feel its movement. At this moment the sea was a little rough, and the ship was bobbing up and down. From time to time waves hit the side of the ship. A salty and fishy smell came, which made Zhang Xiaohua feel very refreshed. After a while she saw a huge ship coming from the other side. It was approaching them. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Was this still a ship? Compared to the ship she was on, hers could only be called a small boat. When the huge ship got closer, the Sujiao king walked out of the cabin. He looked at the dumbfounded Qin Shuriyue with a smile and said, "Lord Qin, please. This is the ship that we should take when we go out to sea. This is just a river boat that sent us here. This ship is too deep in the water, and we can't go to the area around Jingyue City." Soon, a basket was thrown down from the huge ship, and the people on the small boat were lifted up one by one. Zhang Xiaohua got on the huge ship, and her footing was very stable. There were no bumps and ups like when she was on the small boat. At this moment the Sujiao king explained to Qin Shuriyue again, "The sea is the most turbulent, and it's not as calm as the estuary. A river boat is small, and it's only suitable for the river. If it's in the sea, it'll be overturned by a single wave. If you don't take this huge ship, you can't go out to sea no matter what." Qin Shuriyue sighed and said, "Read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. If you don't go to the sea, how can you see such a huge ship?" Chapter 283. Looking at it from afar, she only felt that the giant boat was very big. But when she was on the deck, she really understood the meaning of the word big. Just one side of the giant boat was wide enough for 8 carriages side by side. The bow and stern of the boat were even more spacious. Countless sailors were busy going back and forth, so it did not seem crowded. The cabin of the giant boat was in the shape of a building in the center. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and found that there were as many as 5 floors. Especially the 2 floors below the deck. There were many sailors doing all kinds of work there. There were more sailors than on the deck. At this time the people on the 2 boats boarded the giant boat. Even their horses were brought up by the sailors and pulled into the cabin to take care of them. Just now in the villa in Jingyue City, they did not have a good chat before Murong Jian disturbed them. Then they fought and ran away. In such a short time so many things happened. Only Lord Su Jiaodong and Lord Su Jiaodong communicated with Qin Shuriyue more. Now that they were finally in their own territory, they did not have to worry about their safety. The lords of the other 2 seas and the gang leader of 7 water all gathered around and hurriedly expressed their loyalty and concern. In fact, thinking about it just now, it was indeed dangerous. Everyone was a little scared. They actually fell into the trap of a boorish navy man. Even if they wanted to help, they could not. If it were not for the servant next to them, they did not dare to imagine what would happen. Therefore, among the gang leaders, some struck up a conversation with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not refuse and smiled and talked nonsense with them. However, he did not talk about his background and origin. Who knew if they had been instructed by Qin Shuriyue to secretly inquire about him? Although Zhang Xiaohua was born in a poor family and had no experience in Jianghu, and his life experience was also very different, he was smart and had read a lot of books. These people were far from being comparable to him. Even if he talked nonsense according to a few travel books, he could still scare them. Moreover, now that he was looking at these people from the height of immortality, he naturally had a sense of superiority in his heart. This kind of momentum flashed in his chatter from time to time. Not long after, several people struck up a conversation with him. If it were not for his low martial arts and ignorance of some secrets in Jianghu, they would have thought that he was an elite disciple cultivated by a big sect. After chatting for a while, the banquet in the cabin was ready. Then everyone entered one by one. Zhang Xiaohua had just used his spiritual mind to scan the cabin, but when he entered he was still shocked by the sight in front of him. Not to mention that the cabin was actually twice as big as the hall of the villa. The gorgeous decoration, the coiling dragon pillars, the magnificent palace lanterns, and other things made him infinitely surprised. After entering the banquet, everyone drank freely. They talked and urged Qin Shiyue to drink. Although Su Jiaodong was very unwilling to let Qin Shiyue drink too much because she was worried about his body that had just been poisoned, how could she say it out loud? Qin Shiyue did not understand several hints, so he could only sit aside and watch worriedly. Fortunately, Ying Fei was tactful and knew the effect of the detoxification pill. He found an opportunity to whisper it to Su Jiaodong. Only then did Su Jiaodong smile and happily drink a few cups with Qin Shiyue. Everyone was a person with profound internal strength, so they were also in a good mood. This banquet would not end. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay at the banquet. He found an opportunity to go forward and leave. Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei knew his problem. Besides, where could he escape to in this vast sea? They were very relieved and let him go first. Before leaving, Qin Shiyue comforted him with a smile and asked him to have a good rest. Zhang Xiaohua knew that today's words were true, so he thanked them and let the sailor take him out of the cabin. The room arranged for Zhang Xiaohua was on the second floor of the cabin. It was a room about the same size as his hut in the Huanqi villa. Zhang Xiaohua entered the room and looked around. He used his spiritual mind to scan the room. He felt that there was nothing wrong, so he carefully closed the door. There were several windows in the room. Zhang Xiaohua casually pushed open a window. A salty sea breeze blew in his face. It was already late at night outside. His ears were full of the sound of the sea washing the deck. His eyes were full of darkness. Occasionally there were a few lights, but they were like fireflies. They were far away and could not be seen. Looking further, the dark water was connected with the dark night sky. The sparkling stars in the night sky were reflected in the sea. It was really difficult to distinguish which part was the night sky and which part was the sea. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua felt a great sense of loneliness. He was like a little ant in the endless darkness, helpless to control his fate. But immediately, he was filled with a kind of incomparable pride. It seemed that the endless darkness was not really darkness. There were countless colors hidden in the darkness. He also had a desire to control the darkness. He wanted to uncover the surface of the darkness and reveal the mystery in the dark. Sighing, Zhang Xiaohua collected his thoughts. His path of immortality had just begun. Perhaps after cultivating for a long time, he would be able to reveal the mysteries of the world. Leaning against the window and facing the wind, Zhang Xiaohua felt very comfortable. He suddenly thought of his levitation technique. Now that he could float a little, when he cultivated it to the peak, would he be able to fly around in the air like the wind? However, he believed that this realm was not something that he could achieve with the third level of the ethereal steps technique. If he had the opportunity to learn the next few levels of the technique, how good would that be? Unfortunately, the third level of the technique was exchanged for by him saving O Yan's life. He did not know how many more levels there were, and what he could use to exchange for them. O Peng's life. Zhang Xiaohua laughed at himself. How could that be possible? Soon after, Zhang Xiaohua thought of his earth escape technique. This technique did not seem to have any levels. If he cultivated it to the peak, would there be a miraculous effect? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Thinking back to that day, he thought that the earth escape technique was to dig a tunnel in the ground. It was really funny. From the way the earth escape technique was recorded, it was undoubtedly an immortal technique. How could its effect be compared to the earth escape technique? Maybe it was a technique that allowed him to walk in the ground. Zhang Xiaohua was just about to start comprehending the earth escape technique when his heart was moved. He had not practiced the Big Dipper mystical fist for a long time. Why not take advantage of the fact that no one was watching and practice it? His divine sense swept across the second floor. There was no one on the second floor. The banquet was still going on downstairs. Therefore, he felt at ease and practiced the Big Dipper mystical fist until the long-lost warm current tempered his bones. Only then did he stop. This kind of comfortable feeling was indescribable. If it was not for the lack of time, he would have practiced the third level of the Big Dipper mystical fist. After practicing the Big Dipper mystical fist, Zhang Xiaohua did not plan to continue comprehending the earth escape technique. It was late at night, and he had a premonition that he would be able to sleep in the middle of the night. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua took out 2 primordial stones from his bosom and held them tightly in his hands. He assumed the posture of 5 hearts facing the sky and began to absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi. When the heaven and earth yuan qi began to enter his body, his divine sense left his body and spread over the sea surface of the giant boat to guide the heaven and earth yuan qi. Unexpectedly, there was a lot of heaven and earth yuan qi above the sea surface. It was even more than that in the medicinal field. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand why, but he still guided it. The heaven and earth yuan qi above the sea surface seemed to be somewhat different from that on land. Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that the heaven and earth yuan qi above the sea surface seemed to be more vigorous and moist. When the heaven and earth yuan qi entered the body, after being tempered by the meridians, it made the meridians more flexible. When Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, midnight came. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua fell into a deep sleep. He did not even withdraw his divine sense. If this was a normal sleep, the divine sense would naturally return to the body. However, Zhang Xiaohua's sleep was dominated by the flickering light, and he did not withdraw it. When the flickering light filled Zhang Xiaohua's dream, his surroundings were also shrouded in a kind of weak flickering light. The starlight in the night sky was still shining, but on this empty sea surface, it attracted more starlight. The divine sense also increased the traction force, constantly drawing the heaven and earth yuan qi into the body. The heaven and earth yuan qi in the surrounding sea area was also constantly replenished and absorbed. In Zhang Xiaohua's hands, the heaven and earth yuan qi in the primordial stones were also absorbed at a speed 10 times faster. After a few hours, the starlight around Zhang Xiaohua's body became more and more intense. It had already changed from invisible and transparent to now emitting a faint layer of milky white brilliance. It was extremely thin, like a layer of moonlight sprinkled on the body. However, the moon in the sky had already fallen on the other side of the giant ship and did not shine through the window. This brilliance lasted for a few moments, and the flickering frequency in Zhang Xiaohua's dream changed again. It flickered a few times, and the milky white brilliance around him was once again swallowed into the body. The thin and invisible starlight film was restored, but the concentration of the starlight was still the same, and the frequency was also fixed. However, he did not know if this was also a kind of promotion. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua cultivated for another night, and the banquet in the cabin also went on for the whole night. A touch of dawn appeared in the distant sky, and the banquet was delayed until it ended. Everyone did not tidy up, and went back to their rooms to meditate and adjust their qi. At the place where the sea and the sky met, first it was clear, then it turned red, and that red color gradually burned. Suddenly, a red sun jumped out of the sea with a trace of flame. On the giant ship, on the first floor of the ship, Qin Shiyue, Ying Fei, and the Flood Dragon King of the 3 Seas and 7 Waters, as well as the gang leader, were all admiring the sunrise on the sea, pointing and laughing. In the cabin on the second floor, Zhang Xiaohua also suddenly opened his eyes the moment the flame jumped out. He was facing the window, and that flame was reflected in his deep eyes. In an instant, it seemed to have ignited something in his body. Unconsciously, the Zhan Qi in the meridians in his body began to circulate crazily, and the flickering of the Zhan Qi also became faster. The speed at which the Zhan Qi was extracted from the Zhan Qi suddenly increased by several times, and this huge amount of Zhan Qi pushed the refinement of the Zhan Qi in his body. Zhang Xiaohua still stared at the rising red sun with his eyes wide open. That flame seemed to be imprinted in his eyes, jumping as it breathed, reflecting the sun in the distance. Chapter 284. The speed at which Zhang Xiaohua absorbed the yuan qi from the primeval stones did not slow down because of his inattentiveness. Instead, it became even more frightening. Zhang Xiaohua did not move as he stared at the red sun. No, it should be said that the flames in his eyes reflected the red sun, rising slowly. When the red sun was halfway out, the Zhenqi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians had already reached saturation. He did not change his mental cultivation method, and according to the Carefree Heart Sutra, he used all his strength to attack a certain hidden acupoint in his meridians. It was the same as the first time he tried to level up in the Guozhuang house. The previous few times he failed, he was unable to break through the thin and tough membrane. However, every time he failed, more Zhenqi would gather. The Zhenqi absorbed from the primeval stones was also continuously refined and supplied. He did not know how many times he tried to break through, but in the end the membrane could not hold on any longer. Some fine cracks appeared on it, and the abundant Jinqi immediately rushed into the new meridians like mercury. Zhang Xiaohua's mental cultivation method changed, and he began to circulate the third level of the Carefree Heart Sutra. At this time at the horizon, a red sun broke free from the shackles of the sea and leapt into the sky. The rising sun was so warm, like the yolk of a duck's egg, making people sigh in admiration. The flames in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes immediately hid in the depths of his eyes, and could not be seen. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua close his eyes. When he opened them again, he had human emotions. At this time the Jinqi in his body also calmed down, smoothly refining in the new meridians. The speed at which he absorbed yuan qi from his hands also gradually stabilized, but it was already several times faster than before. Zhang Xiaohua did not immediately get up. Instead, he silently circulated the third level of the mental cultivation method several times, warming his meridians for a while. Only then did he smile bitterly and stand up. He broke through from the first level to the second level on the southern slope of the Guozhuang house. During his closed-door cultivation for several days, he was in a half-awake state so he could be considered to have some consciousness. Today he broke through to the third level but he was still in a half-awake state. However, the feeling of breaking through the bottleneck was real, and it was all achieved by him mobilizing his Jinqi. Picking up the 2 yuan stones in his hand, Zhang Xiaohua scanned them with his divine sense. To his surprise, he discovered that he had absorbed more than 10% of the yuan qi in the 2 yuan stones. It was only then that he understood. From the second level to the third level of the aura refining realm, it had only taken him several dozen days, which could be considered inconceivable. Thinking about what he had experienced in the past several dozen days, going up Shichui Mountain to kill the bandits, going down Shichui Mountain to escape from Qin Shiyue, suffering torture at Qin Shiyue's hands, and helping her out in Jingyue City, he could be considered to have gone through a lot of hardships. His mental state had already reached a certain level long ago, but it was only because his Jinqi was insufficient that he couldn't break through. Last night, when he sensed the heaven and earth, he gained something. He actually absorbed 10% of the yuan qi in the 2 yuan stones. In other words, it was a genuine yuan stone. This yuan stone could not be compared to the broken stones in the auspicious 3 treasures. It would be strange if he couldn't break through. There was one more thing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Everything below the 6th level of the aura refining realm was the primary level of the aura refining realm, and it was the most difficult to get started. In fact, as long as he got started, he would be able to cultivate the first level of the cultivation technique, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to cultivate the next few levels. What was really difficult to cultivate were the 6th level of the middle level and the 6th level of the high level. Those levels couldn't be cultivated simply by absorbing yuan qi. However, in this era where the path of immortals had been annihilated and martial arts were prevalent, who could tell him? The records in the Carefree Heart Sutra were only theoretical things. How could they be as detailed as what his master taught him? Outside the window, the blue sky stretched for thousands of miles. Seagulls soared in the sky, and the endless waves rippled. It was truly a beautiful scene. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but release his divine sense. He was delighted to find that the range of his divine sense had been further expanded. It was actually several times larger than before. The entire ship and a large part of the sea were covered by his divine sense. Even the sea that he couldn't penetrate yesterday was now much deeper than before. This kind of divine ability that only middle-level aura refining cultivators possess was actually possessed by Zhang Xiaohua early on. It was indeed a difficult mystery to solve. The people on the deck watched the sunrise above the sea, but they still hadn't woken up from the beautiful scenery. They didn't know that the inconspicuous youngster on the second floor had already stepped into a whole new realm. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the intention to go downstairs to the deck. He was originally a prisoner of Qin Shiyue. Even if she saved his life, he wouldn't put himself on the same level as the gang leader of the 3 seas and 7 waters. He didn't want to blindly get involved with others. Moreover, what he needed to do most now was to improve his strength and quickly appreciate the magnificence of the sea. Then he would find a chance to escape. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua didn't leave his room for the whole morning. Except for the breakfast delivered by the sailor, he had been practicing martial arts. He didn't stop until he had tempered his bones 9 times. The nameless sword in his left hand didn't need to be practiced anymore. He knew it like the back of his hand. Then he concentrated on practicing the incantation of the earth escape technique. The incantation was very difficult. After he comprehended the first incantation, he didn't make any progress on the second incantation. The key was that after Zhang Xiaohua tried, he didn't think that he should comprehend the incantations one by one, and then combine them. The first incantation was to extract qi, the second incantation was to guide qi. If there was no qi being extracted, the second incantation couldn't be performed no matter what. Therefore, after several attempts in Zhang Xiaohua's own reflection, he completely overthrew his previous idea of comprehending the incantations one by one. Fortunately, he had now entered the third layer of qi refining. The amount of qi in his body was several times larger than before. When he performed the first incantation, it was more than easy to extract qi. Zhang Xiaohua extracted qi. There was a ball between his fingers that was hard to see with the naked eye. Then he formed the second incantation with his fingers, trying to guide the ball of qi. However, he was careless and made a mistake. The qi immediately scattered. Zhang Xiaohua already had countless previous experiences. He released his divine sense and completely covered the ball of qi. It was then absorbed back into his meridians. This repeated several times, but he still couldn't succeed. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a bit impetuous. He knew he should have comprehended the incantation to this point in the morning. He didn't know what kind of taboos there were in cultivating the path of immortality, but when he was studying, young master Li Jinfeng once said that the path of learning should be balanced between tension and relaxation. If he blindly pushed himself into a dead end, not only would he fail, but it would also be harmful to himself. Presumably, this was how learning should be. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and walked to the windowsill. Without using his divine sense, he could see Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaodong standing at the bow of the boat. Su Jiaodong spread her arms and looked like she was flying with her eyes slightly closed. Qin Shiyue was standing behind her with her arms around her waist. Facing the wind, they were talking about something. Zhang Xiaohua snickered inwardly. What an affectionate couple. It's only been a few days, but they're already so passionate. However, after the covetousness, there was a trace of jealousy. Ever since those eyes flashed in his heart that day, Zhang Xiaohua knew that he hadn't forgotten her. However, the world was so big, who knew where she was? Using his divine sense, he scanned the entire boat. The 3 Seas Flood Dragon King and the 7 Water Gang leader were hiding in the cabin, smiling as they watched the infatuated couple perform under the sunlight. Ying Fei was so bored that he tossed the sword in his hand back and forth. He always had 1,000 complaints, but he didn't dare to disturb Lord Qin's flirting. Seeing Ying Fei playing with the sword, Zhang Xiaohua thought of something. Other than the Fist of the North Star and the Nameless Sword, he didn't have any other attacking methods. It would be great if he could practice some sword techniques. Thinking of the Dharma sword in the Dalan Temple, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly lost interest. Those were all martial arts sword techniques, which might not be suitable for him. Even if he learned them, they might not be useful. Zhang Xiaohua took out the small sword from his chest. Now he no longer doubted the origin of this small sword. There was no doubt that it was an item from the immortal Tao. The immortal Tao was once glorious in this world. Even if it was destroyed, many items must have been scattered. It was just that the people in the world didn't know. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and was attracted by the small sword's faint fluctuation of primordial qi. He had already sensed this fluctuation before, but he didn't have time to study it. Now he had the time. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and didn't see the words that appeared in the jade slip. He also didn't see the pair of jade bracelets. There was a restriction that bounced back. It was just that it easily penetrated. There seemed to be a space in the small sword, but it was different from the space in the money bag. The space in the money bag was used to store things, but the space in the small sword obviously didn't exist. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. What was this space for? So he used his left hand to play with the small sword, while using his divine sense to scan the space in the small sword. Coincidentally, at this moment, a huge wave hit and the giant boat swayed slightly. Ying Fei, who was downstairs, lost his balance and the sword in his hand fell out. Zhang Xiaohua, who was upstairs, also lost his balance. However, Zhang Xiaohua's reaction was extremely fast. His left hand immediately grabbed the hilt of the small sword. But at this moment, his divine sense was still in the small sword space. Like a conditioned reflex, he instinctively used his divine sense to control the small sword. He wanted to stop the small sword in the air and prevent it from falling. In the end, a miracle happened. The heavy small sword actually stopped in the air for a moment before it fell down. His left hand just happened to grab the hilt of the small sword. Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment. Then his face immediately showed ecstasy. Could this be the secret of the small sword? He placed the small sword flat on the table and immersed his divine sense into it. He wanted to use his divine sense to move the small sword, but when his divine sense entered the small sword, it felt as if he was carrying a 10,000 gene heavy armor. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it at all. If he hadn't really stopped the small sword for a moment just now, Zhang Xiaohua really wouldn't have dared to be so whimsical. Zhang Xiaohua had always used his divine sense to scan. How would he know how to use his divine sense? He could only think about moving in his heart, but the small sword didn't move at all. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was racking his brains to move the small sword, he suddenly slapped his head. AI, didn't he have the textbook in his hand? Why did he have to fumble around? He immediately withdrew his divine sense from the small sword and carefully recalled the records of the Carefree Heart Sutra. Sure enough, at the 10th layer of Qi refining, he found a record of moving objects. Chapter 285. Object manipulation was a basic cultivation method for immortal cultivation. Basically, as long as one had divine sense, the first thing they could do was to manipulate objects. After all, this was the most basic difference between immortal cultivators and ordinary people. Moreover, this object manipulation ability was also the foundation for many other abilities, such as flying swords, the control of various magic weapons, and so on. Without object manipulation, it was unimaginable. The incantation for object manipulation was very short and not very obscure. Zhang Xiaohua recalled it for a while and recited it in her heart. She already had a general impression of it, and then lowered her head and closed her eyes to comprehend it. After the time it took to eat a meal, Zhang Xiaohua did not make any other movements. Her right hand formed a simple incantation, and she muttered in her heart. She separated a small strand of her divine sense and sent it into the small sword. At first it felt abnormally heavy, but after several attempts and pondering, Zhang Xiaohua gradually got the hang of it and became proficient. She felt the small sword gradually become lighter. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the small sword suddenly moved. Then, like a toddler who had just learned how to walk, it stuck its head out, and then the entire small sword left the table and swayed up and down. However, after passing the most difficult step, the following steps immediately became smoother. Not long after, the small sword moved under Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense and its trajectory became clear. Most importantly, under the control of the object manipulation incantation, Zhang Xiaohua did not feel much weight under the control of her divine sense. It did not feel like she was holding it with her hands at all. This really made Zhang Xiaohua click her tongue in wonder. It turned out that the small sword was controlled by divine sense and not by hand. When Zhang Xiaohua could skillfully maneuver the small sword in the cabin and go wherever she wanted to go, it was already noon. Zhang Xiaohua was playing happily when a sailor knocked on the door. Zhang Xiaohua quickly put away the small sword and blamed herself for being careless. Now that she was at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm, the consumption of her divine sense was not much. Why didn't she release her divine sense more often? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua tried to release her divine sense out of her body before she got up and opened the door. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask someone to bring the food to the cabin to eat, but she had been cultivating in the morning and felt a little bored. She wanted to go out and get some fresh air, so she followed the sailor downstairs. Zhang Xiaohua had not yet come downstairs, but his divine sense had already swept through the entire ship. The banquet had already been arranged in the cabin, and everyone had already begun to happily toast each other, beginning to enjoy themselves luxuriously. Zhang Xiaohua's entrance did not attract too much attention. Qin Shirui just looked at him, smiled slightly, and nodded as a greeting. Zhang Xiaohua found a table at the door and sat down. Not long after, the sailor brought the food and wine. Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and picked up the chopsticks to eat. The banquet in the cabin did not belong to her. She was just here to fill her stomach. The Three Seas Flood Dragon King and Seven Waters gang leader were also fully aware of Zhang Xiaohua's background. They understood that he was related to their hierarch's important matter. The people who had tried to strike up a conversation with Zhang Xiaohua yesterday were still a little worried, so no one came to disturb them today. Zhang Xiaohua focused on eating and soon finished eating. Just as he was about to get up and leave, his divine sense suddenly detected a ship similar to this one rapidly approaching. His heart skipped a beat and he gave up on the idea of leaving. As expected, a sailor ran in and whispered into the creeping Double-Arm King's ear in less than a moment. After the sailor left, Lord Su Jiao said with a smile, "Everyone, the things for our hierarch have been delivered. Now Lord Qin can rest assured. Please have another cup of wine and we will present the things to him." Hearing this, Qin Shirui was overjoyed. She raised her cup and drank with everyone. She said with a smile, "Thank you for your hospitality. Let's go. Lord Su Jiao, take me to see what good things you have prepared for our hierarch." Lord Su Jiao said with a smile, "It's nothing. Our hierarch didn't prepare many things this time. Just a box. There are many other things but they are all secular things. I don't know if our hierarch and Lord Qin are satisfied with them." After saying that, he led everyone out of the cabin, and Zhang Xiaohua naturally followed behind. A huge ship broke through the waves and came over. Its appearance and size were exactly the same as the one Zhang Xiaohua and the others were on. Moreover, there was a black dragon flag on the main mast. Needless to say, it was the ship of the South Sea Serpent Palace. When the ship approaches, a group of sailors carries a dozen large boxes over. The size of the boxes is about the same as the ones Zhang Xiaohua plundered from the secret chamber in Shitsue Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua is curious. Before they carry the boxes over, he has been scanned by his divine awareness. It is not a big deal, but his saliva is about to flow out. Zhang Xiaohua had gotten 3 big boxes of money bags in the secret chamber in Shitsue Mountain. He didn't count them carefully, but the things inside had made Zhang Xiaohua dizzy for a long time. He had never seen such wealth in his life. At that time he had been shouting that he was rich, but those things were inferior to the things in the boxes in front of him. Not to mention that there were not as many things in the boxes, the quantity was also much less. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. The bandits in Shitsue Mountain were just ordinary people. How could they be compared with the South Sea Serpent Palace? They had a big family and a big business. They could easily give Zhang Xiaohua something that would scare him to death. Sure enough, Lord Su Jiao said to Qin Shirui, "Lord Qin, these are all secular things for our hierarch. They are not worth mentioning. There are only 10 boxes in the gift list. Please deal with the rest." Qin Shirui said with a smile, "Lord Su Jiao is too polite. How can I accept this?" "Lord Qin, you don't have to be so polite. In the divine sect you always need to bribe people. Even if you don't like these secular things, there will be other people in the sect who are interested in them. Besides, you don't go out often, so it's rare for someone to be filial to you. Now you've accepted them, but Lord Garuda won't like them." Qin Shirui thought for a moment and said, "Then I won't be so polite to you. I will come to the South Sea often in the future. Please give me more guidance." The more Lord Su Jiao looked at Qin Shirui, the more he liked her. He said, "Well said. When you finish your task and come to the South Sea, I will welcome you well." Seeing that so many things had nothing to do with a single copper coin, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to look at them. In the end, she didn't even look at the box that hadn't been moved yet. She turned around and went to the second floor of the cabin. After closing the cabin door, Zhang Xiaohua took out the small sword that she practiced in the morning. She used the magical power of controlling objects to control it, and moved around the small cabin. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. She had the ability to control objects, but it wasn't enough to kill the enemy. Where did the sword skills of the immortal Dao come from? Naturally, she thought of the sword skills that she was proficient in using her left hand. She remembered that when Elder Yu taught her, there were sword skills and general principles. She had practiced a few sword skills with her left hand, but she couldn't figure out the general principles. Why not take it out and study it now? Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and recalled. She matched the general principles with controlling objects. Then, she realized that the nameless sword skills were sword skills that could only be used to control objects. No wonder many of the skills were from unimaginable angles. If she only used her arm, how could she do it? In fact, what she could use with her left hand could only be used with her right arm. As for the skills that she couldn't use with her right arm, she couldn't practice them. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua realized again. It wasn't that her aptitude wasn't good enough. It was that those skills couldn't be practiced in martial arts. If she practiced them by force, could she succeed? Thinking about Elder Yu's single arm, Zhang Xiaohua sweated. Perhaps this was the result of trying to practice the divine skills. Fortunately, she already knew how to control objects. The general principles were suddenly enlightened. She was also very familiar with the sword skills. This time, she only needed to switch from her hand to her divine sense. Although she wasn't used to it, it was still very easy. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua was able to practice the few variations of the nameless sword skill. When she finished practicing, she realized that the nameless sword skill wasn't like what Elder Yu said. It wasn't just a few variations of a single sword skill. Instead, it was a few completely different sword skills. It was just that using one's divine sense to drive, and using one's arm was completely different. Elder Yu cultivated from the perspective of martial arts, so he naturally thought that it was just a few variations of a single sword skill. If she used her divine sense to drive it, it would be a series of sword skills. However, this sword skill was obviously a few variations of a set of sword skills. It didn't seem like a complete set of sword skills. No wonder Elder Yu said that it was an incomplete set of sword skills. However, even if it was an incomplete set of sword skills, it was still the first set of sword skills that Zhang Xiaohua mastered. She was able to block Situ Yueming's attack with her left hand. If she used this small sword that was driven by her divine sense, she would definitely be able to win. Zhang Xiaohua practiced the sword skills with satisfaction before she put away her flying sword. At this time, everyone had returned to the cabin on the first floor. More than a dozen boxes were placed in the hall. Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan to look at them, but the incomplete set of sword skills made her change her mind. She released her divine sense and secretly observed the big box that had a lot of vital energy fluctuations. She thought to herself, I wonder if there are any jade slips that record the sword skills in this box? In the cabin on the first floor, the sailors placed the big boxes on the spot. Su Jiawang didn't open them one by one for Qin Shiriyue to see. Instead, he opened the big box that was filled with all kinds of jade items and said, Lord Qin, look. These are the things that we gathered from the 3 seas and 7 waters. Please take a look. Qin Shiriyue didn't dare to be careless when she saw this. She walked forward and carefully took some of the jade items. There were all kinds of jade items. Some looked like small pieces of jade, some looked like jade knives, and some looked like small umbrellas. Qin Shiriyue's eyes lit up as she flipped through the boxes. She took out a big piece of jade that was different from the other jade items. Chapter 286. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense. How could he not know that it was a primordial stone? Qin Shiriyue was surprised and a little surprised. She took out a similar stone from her arms. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and knew that it was one of the 3 primordial stones used for the auspicious 3 treasures in Xinji town. Qin Shiriyue picked up the 2 primordial stones and compared them, but she couldn't see any difference. Even if she injected genuine qi into it, there was no reaction. She sighed and put the primordial stone back into the big box. She looked at the primordial stone in her hand and threw it into the box. Zhang Xiaohua had already scanned it with his divine sense. The primordial stone contained a lot of primordial qi. It was estimated that there was still half of it left. It was a lot more than the primordial stone in Qin Shiriyue's hand. However, compared with the small one in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, it was still a lot worse. Qin Shiriyue stood and thought for a moment. She took out another primordial stone and 3 scarlet flags from her arms. She was a little reluctant to part with them. She weighed them in her hand and threw them into the box. The hierarch had already known about her battle in Xinji town. The hierarch must want these immortal Dao things. Instead of waiting for the hierarch to ask, it was better to take the initiative to offer them. Although Zhang Xiaohua was far away, he could see more clearly than Qin Shiriyue. There were indeed a lot of things in the box. He didn't use his divine sense to observe them. He just immersed his divine sense into a few jade slips on the surface. There was no text. Was there no primordial qi in these jade slips? Then he found a jade slip with a little stronger fluctuation. Sure enough, there were some incomplete ancient characters in this jade slip. Even if there were, they were badly damaged and couldn't be understood. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help shaking his head. The immortal Tao had been annihilated for tens of thousands of years. How many things had disappeared in the long river of history? This box of jade slips could only be used. It was really a pity. However, who was the hierarch of the Tenryu sect? He must have collected a lot of jade slips. Even if only 10% of them could be used, it was still a quite amazing number. However, could the hierarch of the Tenryu sect use his divine sense like him? Otherwise, how could he find what he needed from these thousands of jade artifacts? Zhang Xiaohua was a little curious and wanted to see this cult leader. Of course, he quickly dispelled this terrible idea. Seeing how Qin Shirui killed people like killing ants, this cult leader might be a fiend. It was impossible for him to tell the secret of the purse, so he couldn't take out the cauldron. It was better to avoid such troublesome matters. Anyway, if he were to face Qin Shirui now, he might not necessarily lose. When he came back from the South Sea, he would find a chance to escape. Thinking of escaping, Zhang Xiaohua also remembers the earth elemental technique. She learned a lot in the morning. She learned how to drive objects and mastered the sword art. Why not strike while the iron is hot and comprehend the earth elemental technique? Perhaps there would be an unexpected gain as well. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes, released her divine sense, and began to practice the earth elemental technique. The earth elemental technique's incantation was not as subtle as driving objects. If one mistake was made, she would not succeed. Zhang Xiaohua learned the first earth elemental technique by chance. She practiced the second earth elemental technique for a long time without success. Actually, it made sense when he thought about it. The Tao of controlling objects was only the most basic ability. Zhang Xiaohua had comprehended the first technique of earth escape a long time ago, so when he turned around and cultivated the most basic technique, it would naturally be extremely simple. Since she could drive the small sword, Zhang Xiaohua had practiced the sword art countless times. She had already known it well. Now she just changed it from her hands to her divine sense. It was naturally easy for Zhang Xiaohua to use the new driving method. So many years of accumulation and so many opportunities were exchanged for her mastery of the flying sword in the morning. The earth elemental technique was superior to the levitation technique. How could Zhang Xiaohua, who had no one to guide her, easily master it? After several attempts, she did not know how many times she failed. In the end, she still did not succeed. However, after repeatedly guiding the vital qi, Zhang Xiaohua was now incomparably proficient in the technique of guiding vital qi into her body. As long as it was within her divine sense, her thoughts would all be guided into her body. It was no longer like before, where she had to adjust her breathing and use her perception to guide it. It could not be said that it was the byproduct of an afternoon of hard work. The sky gradually darkened, and the clear sky began to gradually fill with dark clouds. The wind and waves were also getting stronger. Zhang Xiaohua stopped cultivating but did not go out to eat. He only let the sailor bring in the food to fill his stomach. In fact, he had recently realized that ever since he could guide vital qi into his body, especially from the vital stones, his need for food had clearly decreased. If it was not for his mother's delicious food, or the rare banquet in the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, he would usually eat some simple fruits and vegetables and drink some water to satisfy his hunger. After the meal, the dark clouds had already covered the sky. Before long, bean-sized raindrops fell, accompanied by a strong sea breeze. Zhang Xiaohua originally wanted to see the moonlit rainy scene, but the whistling wind and waves shattered his extravagant hope. Even though the windows and doors were tightly shut, he could still hear the sound of the raindrops and the sound of the strong wind and waves crashing against the giant boat. The giant boat swayed greatly with the wind and waves. Zhang Xiaohua did not light up the cabin. He only released his divine sense, but only wrapped it around the giant boat. Although there was only wind and rain and no lightning, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless in this unpredictable sea. In the cabin on the first floor, the flood dragon king of the three seas and the gang leader of the seven waters were used to such storms, so they were not surprised. However, Qin Shirui and Yingfei were different. At this time they were no longer as carefree as before. Their bodies swayed left and right with the giant boat. Soon they could not stand it and kept vomiting. The Flood Dragon King's face was bitter, but there was no good way. This kind of seasickness happened from time to time, and it had nothing to do with the level of martial arts. Perhaps they would get used to vomiting after a while. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua laughed in the dark cabin. He had always seen Qin Shiyue's cool face, but now he saw her embarrassed appearance. How could he not be happy? Although it was the first time for Zhang Xiaohua to go out to sea and see such strong winds and waves, she had used the levitation skill at the beginning to offset the swaying slightly. Now when she sat down, she did not feel too dizzy. She just felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua did not release her divine sense out of her body. She held 2 small primordial stones in her hand and concentrated on absorbing them. Since she entered the 3rd level of qi refining, the speed of absorbing primordial qi had increased several times, and the tendons and meridians in her body could hold more genuine qi. Moreover, the genuine qi in her tendons and meridians was purer. Although the quantity was less than before, the quality seemed to have improved. Feeling that the primordial qi absorbed from the primordial stones was refined by her tendons and meridians, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but shake her head. The process of cultivation was really slow. If she absorbed primordial qi like this, she did not know when she could reach the 4th level. 1 year. 2 years. As for the later levels, they were even more difficult than the previous ones. He wondered if he would only be able to reach the peak when his hair turned gray. Right, what would happen after she reached the peak? Would there be other things after that? Zhang Xiaohua was looking forward to it. Nothing happened that night. In the early hours of the 2nd day, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and looked at the dark cabin. She listened outside and then released her divine sense. Outside, the wind and waves were still the same. The rain was already light, but the sky was still covered with a layer of dark clouds. On the 1st floor of the cabin, Qin Shiyue and the others were all adjusting their breathing and condensing their genuine qi. Although this kind of wind and waves was not suitable for cultivating inner qi, these people were all people with profound inner qi. They did not seek any breakthroughs and only wanted to nourish their genuine qi. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with it. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over Qin Shiyue. She felt that he was much better than last night. Although his face was pale, he did not vomit. Su Jiaodong was sleeping peacefully. She was not awakened by the bumpy wind and waves. Presumably, she had already adapted to this environment. Moreover, looking at her smiling face, she must have had some sweet dreams. Zhang Xiaohua got up and did not light the lamp. She only opened the window and let the roaring sea breeze blow in. Then, she shook her spirit and practiced the Fist of the North Star dozens of times. Only when she finished 9 times did she stop. At this time, the sky had already turned white. Behind the dark clouds, a few rays of sunlight could be seen. Even in the distant sky, there were a few pillars of light shooting to the sea. It looked very spectacular. On this cloudy day, the rain was intermittent. Qin Shiyue occasionally walked on the deck. Everyone knew that he was seasick, so they did not arrange a banquet. They all ate in their own cabins. Only Su Jiaodong was very concerned about Qin Shiyue. She stayed by his side all the time. From time to time, she would talk about local customs and interesting things, which made Qin Shiyue laugh from time to time. He actually forgot about his seasickness. This situation made Zhang Xiaohua curse again. Public morals were degenerating day by day. In addition to familiarizing himself with the sword art, Zhang Xiaohua also comprehended the earth escape technique. Under Zhang Xiaohua's painstaking efforts, the second earth escape technique also made some progress. He could slightly stimulate the ball of Zhen Qi and change its shape. However, if it turned into a ball of thin film to cover the whole body as shown in the earth escape technique, it was still too far away. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. If the first time was not enough, he would do it twice. If the second time was still not enough, he would do it 3 times. He was not a smart person since he was a child. He had done many things like making up for his stupidity with diligence. After dinner, Zhang Xiaohua still did not go out. He wanted to walk on the deck, but when he thought about it, it was wet and slippery. It was better to admire the scenery on the 2nd floor. He also did not understand why Qin Shiyue and the others lived on the 1st floor when the scenery on the 2nd floor was so good. It was late at night, and the rain was even heavier. There were faint thunderstorms in the clouds. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to release his divine sense out of his body. He could only sit cross-legged, holding 2 vitality stones in his hands, and absorb the Zhan Qi. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to be a little alert. He suddenly opened his eyes and then closed them again. He released his divine sense and scanned the entire giant ship. He did not feel anything unusual. He then extended his divine sense to the entire sea. The entire sea was turbulent, but there was nothing unusual. He was about to withdraw his divine sense when a ship coincidentally broke into his divine sense. Chapter 287. Then the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. A total of 6 huge ships broke into Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. It was already late at night, and the wind was strong and the waves were high. Who would sail so desperately? Could it be the ships of the other 2 and 7 seas? Zhang Xiaohua carefully observed, but did not find any flag embroidered with a flood dragon on the mast of the ship. In fact, there was no flag. Although the 6 ships were very big, they were still a little smaller than the one Zhang Xiaohua was on, and their speed was also faster. Carefully scanning the inside of the ship, Zhang Xiaohua found that there were many people wearing armor in the cabin, holding longbows in their hands. There were also a few people in the cabin who were dressed in martial attire, holding weapons such as swords or spears, looking vigilant. There were also a few people at the bow of the ship who were looking at something and saying something. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that these were the Navy soldiers of the government. Those people in martial attire were probably the masters of the Righteous Alliance. What should she do? Zhang Xiaohua did not care about using her divine sense to scan anything and quickly jumped down from the bed. Pushing the door open, she went straight to the cabin on the 1st floor where Qin Shiyue was resting. Because the weather was bad, the people downstairs were not in the mood. Qin Shiyue closed the cabin door early and sat cross-legged to circulate his qi and warm his true qi. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and did not care about etiquette. Pushing the door open, she said loudly, "Lord Qin, I have something urgent to tell you." Qin Shiyue was sitting cross-legged on the bed, a lantern hanging on the ceiling swaying back and forth. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua approached, he had already noticed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua enter, he could not help but frown slightly and scolded, "Ren Xiaoya, what are you doing? Don't you know how to knock and come in? Right, how did you know I live here?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua did not care about his scolding, and was too lazy to answer his question. She said, "Lord Qin, there are 6 Navy ships chasing after our ship." Qin Shiyue was stunned. She immediately asked, "How did you know?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "I saw it when I was taking a walk on the deck." Is that so? Qin Shiyue found it strange and said, "If you saw it, why didn't Su Jiao King's subordinates see it?" Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. They probably didn't notice. Hearing this, Qin Shiyue hurriedly got down and shouted, "Ing Fei! Hurry up and call the Su Jiao King." Ing Fei lived next door to Qin Shiyue. Hearing Qin Shiyue's roar, he immediately came out. After a while, he called out the 3 Seas Flood Dragon King and the 7 Waters Gang leader. When Zhang Xiaohua told them about the ship, the Flood Dragon King was also shocked. He said, "Damn Jing Lao, if it's really a Navy ship, he shouldn't know that we saw it. How can he be the captain? I'll kill him myself." However, when he hurriedly walked out and looked behind the cabin, he was instantly stunned. The front and back of the ship were pitch black. How could he see the ship? Not to mention the 6 ships. He looked back suspiciously at Zhang Xiaohua and the confused Qin Shiyue, but he still ordered someone to call Jing Lao over. Jing Lao was an old sailor with a head full of white hair, comparable to Qin Shiyue. When he heard that someone had said that there were pursuers behind the ship, Jing Lao's face was full of doubt. He took out a long cylindrical object and looked at it carefully. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and said decisively, "Flood Dragon King, there are no pursuers behind us at all. It's so dark, how can they chase us? I dare to use my reputation as an expert to guarantee you that there is nothing unusual behind our ship." The Flood Dragon King also heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Lord Qin, did you see that? The experts from the Southern Sea Flood Dragon Palace have guaranteed that there are no soldiers chasing after us. Look." Qin Shiyue frowned and turned to ask Renshao, "How did you see it?" Even the experts couldn't see it. How could you see it? Zhang Xiaohua saw that Qin Shirui didn't smile and knew that he wasn't angry. She said, "Well, Lord Qin, to be honest, I didn't really see it either." Qin Shirui smiled and said, "Then why did you say you saw it?" Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, "Lord Qin, to be honest, I have a special ability to sense danger. Although it doesn't always work, it usually works when it appears. When I was taking a walk on the deck just now, I felt this kind of danger. That's why I quickly reported it to you." Qin Shirui smiled and said, "Then when you were at Shitsue Mountain, did you have this kind of feeling?" Zhang Xiaohua said awkwardly, "Well, I didn't. But this time I really did. You must believe me." Jing Lauer chuckled and said, "Young man, you said that there are soldiers chasing after us based on your feeling. Isn't that too much of a joke? Even with my decades of experience, I can't see it." Zhang Xiaohua cursed in her heart. Who didn't know that experts grew up eating sex? If it wasn't for the fact that I really had divine sense and knew the situation behind us, I might have really believed you when I saw how confident you were. Alas, the experience of an expert was really harmful. However, Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry, and didn't know how to explain that she knew about this matter. She could only say, "Elder Jing, I really did have a feeling. It's a critical moment now." Jing Lauer looked at Su Jiaoqing and said, "Jiaoqing, you can make a decision. Do you believe in my 50 years of experience or this little kid?" Su Jiaoqing looked at Qin Shirui, who was smiling proudly, and said, "Well, Jing Lauer, of course I believe in you." Qin Shirui looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, could it be that you've been too carefree these past few days, so you've become cocky?" Jing Lauer said generously, "Perhaps this child isn't used to this kind of lonely life on the sea and has hallucinations. This is a common illness. He'll be fine when we reach the shore. All right, everyone, rest early. This old man still has to go down to the cabin." Qin Shirui glared at Zhang Xiaohua and turned to leave. The rest of the people also smiled and returned. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense again. The ships had already spread out and were rushing over to surround them. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to shout, "Lord Qin, Su Jiaoqing, I'm really right. There really are soldiers chasing after us. It shouldn't be difficult for us to make some defensive moves." Jing Lauer shook his head vigorously and muttered, "This child is stupid, really stupid." Qin Shirui jumped over and raised her finger. She was about to hit Zhang Xiaohua's acupuncture point when she said, "Shut up. You haven't tasted the soul-searching hand for a long time, right?" Unfortunately, in Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, Qin Shirui was no longer unavoidable like before. Zhang Xiaohua used the ethereal steps and dodged to the side. She said, "Lord Qin, don't be impatient. I'll ask Su Jiaoqing again. Su Jiaoqing, if there are soldiers chasing after us, what kind of simple response would you have? The kind that won't alarm many people?" Su Jiaoqing thought for a moment and said, "Changing the course and increasing the speed are all possible. However, this will alarm the sailors who are already resting." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the lights in the cabin and her eyes lit up. She said, "How about this? Extinguish all the lights on our ship and wake up the resting sailors. I'll tell you a direction and we'll go at full speed. What do you think?" Su Jiaoqing was hesitant. At this moment, Jing Lauer said loudly, "Su Jiaoqing, I object. My subordinates are all tired after a day of work. Now that they finally have time to rest, we can't disturb them. Otherwise, we won't be able to continue forward tomorrow, and will delay our journey back to the southern sea." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was furious. This guy really grew up eating sex, stubborn old man. However, he also knew that his ability was too unbelievable. It was no wonder that others didn't believe him. He thought for a moment and said, "Su Jiaoqing, it shouldn't be a problem if we just extinguish the lights on the ship." "I object." Jing Lauer wanted to say something again. Su Jiaoqing glanced at the ashen-faced Qin Shirui and glared at Jing Lauer. "Shut up. It's fine to extinguish the lights since we need to rest anyway. It's a waste to use them. All right, I'll get someone to extinguish them." Then, he gave the order to extinguish all the lights on the ship. As the lights on the ship went out one by one, the ship slowly sank into darkness. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness saw the 6 ships increasing the speed of their encirclement. When the entire ship was dark, Jing Lauer mocked, "Young man, what's the point of turning the entire ship black? Our southern sea serpent palace isn't like your countryside. We can still afford to burn some lights. However, before he could finish his sentence, countless lights suddenly lit up on the dark sea around the ship. They illuminated the surface of the sea amidst the wind, rain, and waves. It was the 6 ships. They must have seen the lights on the ship go out and thought they were exposed. If they didn't light up the ship, it would slip away from the darkness. Jing Lauer looked at the lights in the distance as if he had seen a ghost. He cried out, how is this possible? How can he see it? Yes, the consciousness couldn't see as far as the eyes, but in this dark night the consciousness could see what the eyes couldn't see. Su Jiaoqing looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a complicated expression and asked, "Young master, where should we run to now?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "Is there a need to ask? The lights over there aren't on, so the ships haven't surrounded us yet. That's the best way to escape." Su Jiaoqing looked around and saw that there were 6 lights around them. There was only one direction where there was no light. The 6 ships must have not surrounded them yet. If they didn't break through there, where else could they go? He was also desperately trying to find a cure for his illness. Chapter 288. The Creeping Dragon King broke into laughter. He observed the direction of the wind and ordered the sails to be raised so that they could break out of the encirclement. Since they knew the direction to break out of the encirclement, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have to worry about anything else. The entire ship was in a mess. The Creeping Dragon King's sailors were all seasoned veterans, so they gradually regained their composure after a brief moment of chaos. Before he left, Jing glanced at Zhang Xiaohua with a complicated expression. However, he didn't say anything in the end. Qin Shirui stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time, which made his hair stand on end. Qin Shirui said, "Follow me if you need help later." Zhang Xiaohua almost fell to the ground when he heard this. Was this concern or a warning? However, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Lord Qin was an important person under the protection of the Creeping Dragon King. Following him was the right thing to do. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and agreed with a smile. Qin Shirui walked back to the hall on the first floor. The others followed behind him with doubts. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua said that he felt a boat behind him, no one believed him at all. They were all people with profound inner strength, so when they circulated their inner strength in their eyes, they could see a little more than ordinary people. However, in this pitch-black night with no stars or moon, so what if they had inner strength? However, it turned out that this young man wasn't lying. Moreover, he did say that there were 6 ships. Not one more, not one less. They wanted to ask how this young man knew. They didn't believe Zhang Xiaohua's words. Based on his intuition, he might be hiding something. However, Qin Shirui wanted to bring Zhang Xiaohua back to the Tenryu sect. Since Qin Shirui didn't say anything, they didn't dare to ask directly. Did Qin Shirui not want to ask? He was also very curious. However, he knew that Zhang Xiaohua was very tight-lipped. Even the soul-searching hand couldn't force him to speak. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to say anything, he wouldn't be able to force him to. Moreover, he said that it was based on his intuition. Obviously, he didn't want to say anything. Why should he ask for a rebuff? On the other hand, he pointed the soul-searching hand at Zhang Xiaohua in anger. The strength, speed, and angle were all top-notch. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to dodge it. In his impression, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely fall to the ground. However, he didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to dodge it so easily. This dodge shocked him even more than when Zhang Xiaohua found out that there were pursuers behind him. For a moment he didn't know what to do next. He seemed to be a little powerless to imprison Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, he stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time and said those words to comfort and appease him. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. He didn't want to run away now. The sea was vast. Where could he go? What he learned was the earth escape, not the water escape. Besides, he hadn't fully understood it yet. As for Qin Shirui, he wasn't an insurmountable mountain in his eyes now. Since there was no fear in his heart, he naturally felt very relaxed. Zhang Xiaohua sat on a chair in the hall and hid in a corner. He wanted to find a dark place, but the hall was brightly lit. Su Jiaowang politely asked for Qin Shui's opinion. Qin Shui said bluntly, "Su Jiaowang, this is the first time I'm going out to sea on a ship. How can I suggest anything? You should command according to your own ideas." The Suzhou king smiled and said, I know, Lord Qin. Don't worry about this. This isn't the first time the Southern Sea Serpent Palace's ships have been attacked at sea. There are many plans for attack and defense. Jing Lauer is also an old expert. Don't worry. Jing Lao? Cough cough. Qin Shurihua was a little speechless. The Suzhou king seemed to know that he had said too much. He cupped his hands and said, Lord Qin, do you want to stay in the hall or go outside to take a look? If you want to watch the battle, we can go to the platform on the 3rd floor. The view there is good. However, there will probably be a battle later. It will be very dangerous. Qin Shurihua was overjoyed when she heard that. She said, Suzhou king knows me well. I want to see how this battle is going to be. What's this little bit of danger? Don't we people of the pugilistic world live a life of bloodshed? Su Jiaodong said anxiously, Lord Qin, this battle at sea isn't like the pugilistic world. It's better to be careful. Qin Shurihua didn't think much of it. The Suzhou king also comforted her, it's fine. Lord Qin's martial arts are powerful. This battle at sea is a long-range attack. Moreover, we are 1 against 6. We can only run. How would we dare to be entangled? As long as we are careful, there's nothing to be afraid of. The platform on the 3rd floor of the cabin was very wide. The sea breeze whistled and drizzled, making it hard for people to stand steadily. However, they weren't ordinary people. They just needed to circulate their inner force to stand steadily. It was true that the higher one stood, the further one could see. When they looked into the distance and saw the situation in front of them, they couldn't help but gasp. The 6 ships surrounded them and were catching up from behind. The faster ships at the side were on par with the giant ship. Moreover, judging from the moving lights, they were obviously faster than the giant ship. Looking at the situation, the experienced 3 seas and 7 waters knew that the ships belonged to the Navy. Only the standard ships of the government could be faster than the ships of the South Sea Doubuaram Palace. The Suzhou king estimated the situation and ordered the sailors to go all out and charge forward as fast as they could. If they could break out of the encirclement, they might have a chance of survival. However, if they were surrounded, the situation would be difficult to predict. At this moment, a few huge lightning bolts appeared in front of them. Then they heard a few muffled thunders above their heads. Everyone was shocked, but the Suzhou king was delighted. He shouted, "The heavens haven't forsaken me." Qin Shurihua was puzzled. He asked, "The weather is getting worse and it's difficult for the ships to move. Why do you say that, King Jiao King?" The Suzhou king pointed at the military ships that were surrounding them and smiled. "Lord Qin, you don't know, but I told you when we just set out to sea that the most frightening thing on the sea is the wind and waves. Only giant ships can maintain stability. The Navy's ships are big, but they're much smaller than ours. The wind and waves are still small, so they won't affect the stability of our ships. There was a thunderstorm just now, and judging from the weather, there's probably going to be a thunderstorm soon. The bigger the storm, the greater the impact it'll have on the Navy's ships, and we'll have a chance to escape." Qin Shurihua instantly understood. He pointed at the night sky and said, "Then let the storm come more violently." Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck right above him with a cautious sound, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was more afraid. He quickly withdrew his divine sense and didn't dare to leave his body. If he attracted the heavenly thunder now, wouldn't he be killed? The sailors of the South Sea Serpent Palace were really good. Except for those who were driving the giant ships, who were trying their best to speed up in the cabins below the deck, the others were holding bows and arrows and standing in a row on the deck. They were all facing the sea solemnly and didn't move at all, allowing the rain to wet their bodies. Zhang Xiaohua stood at a high place and looked at this posture. His heart trembled. In his eyes, this sailor's martial arts were considered low, but with so many people standing together, that kind of threatening momentum was not something he could resist. If he were to fight against them, even if he could kill a few people, he would probably be killed by the remaining people. The best result would be that he could use his qinggong to escape. Then, thinking about the mountain bandits of Shitsue Mountain, they were really far from this trained sailor. At this moment, a thought flashed through Zhang Xiaohua's mind. If the sailors of the South Sea Serpent Palace were so powerful, then what about the Navy on the opposite ship? They had undergone formal military training. Wouldn't they be more powerful than the South Sea Serpent Palace? Zhang Xiaohua sighed. No wonder the Su Jiao king wanted to run away and didn't actively fight. Not only did he not have enough subordinates, but he also didn't have enough quality. While Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, the bean-sized raindrops and the strong storm had arrived. The giant ship was shaking more violently than before, especially when Zhang Xiaohua and the others were standing on a high place. It was easier for them to stand steadily. Su Jiaodong's martial arts were slightly weaker, so she was almost thrown off. Qin Shiriyue hurriedly persuaded her to go down. Su Jiaodong really didn't want to leave her lover at this juncture, but she knew that if she stayed here, Qin Shiriyue would be more distracted. She could only give some advice and go back to the hall. Qin Shiriyue looked at Zhang Xiaohua. She wanted to say something, but when she saw that Zhang Xiaohua was standing steadily like a boulder, she sighed and looked forward again. At this time the wind and waves were strong. The giant ship couldn't help but sway left and right. The front and back were also undulating, and their speed had obviously slowed down. However, the Navy's ships in the distance were even more unbearable. At first, one of them was almost at the same speed as the giant ship, but now it was lagging behind by a large margin. Just like that, the 7 giant ships chased each other in the dark night. They were almost neck and neck. However, the sky was full of unpredictable winds and clouds, and the ship was full of misfortune and fortune. Just when everyone thought that they were about to escape, they heard a soft kacha sound. One of the masts behind them broke in the middle. It smashed into Qin Shiriyue, who was on the platform in front of them. Before Qin Shiriyue could do anything, the Su Jiao king leaped up and struck the masts with both of his palms. The heavy masts fell diagonally to the side. As soon as the masts fell, the giant ship's speed slowed down. The Su Jiao king looked worried as he said, "Normally, a ship would lower its sails when it's sailing in strong winds and waves. That's the only way to reduce the impact of the winds and waves on the ship. The direction in which we broke through just now happened to be in the direction of the wind, so I raised all the sails and used the wind to escape. Unexpectedly, the wind was too strong and our ship is too big. Even the mast was broken." Qin Shiriyue asked curiously, "Since our masts can break, won't the navies be ordinary too?" The Su Jiao king said with a wry smile, "Their ships are small, and their sails are also small. Naturally, they can't withstand the wind, but their masts aren't necessarily thinner than ours. They might not break." Qin Shiriyue also sighed and stopped talking. As expected, the Navy's ships caught up as soon as the giant ship slowed down. Those ships also changed their strategy and no longer surrounded them from all sides. Instead, they charged straight at them from the side. Presumably, they knew that the giant ship couldn't run anymore and wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Looking at the approaching ships, Qin Shiriyue smiled and said, "Su Jiao king, looks like we'll have to fight a tough battle. How confident are we?" The Su Jiao king thought about it and said, "Lord Qin, the Navy's standard ships have 80 to 100 people per ship. These 6 ships should have 600 people. On our giant ship, I brought 160 people with me. I left almost 80 people on the other ship 2 days ago. At most, we only have 240 people. How can we be a match for them? We don't even have a 40% chance." At this point, the Su Jiao king pondered and said, "However, this naval battle doesn't necessarily rely on numbers. If we face any of the ships alone, we're 100% confident. However, their navy has always been well trained, so I'm afraid they won't give us a chance." Hearing this, Qin Shiriyue's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "Since you said so, I'm more confident." The Su Jiao king was puzzled. "Lord Qin, please enlighten me." Qin Shiriyue pointed at the 6 ships and said, "I think even if the navy is from Jingyue City, they might not be the real deal. Perhaps they might be the original navy on the ships. Although we killed Murong Jian in Jingyue City, he's just a small commander. The reason why we're leaving is because we're afraid of his 7th uncle. Although Jingyue City's garrison is the highest-ranking officer, he might not be able to mobilize all the navy in Jingyue City. Moreover, based on my judgment, the navy that's chasing after us might be the garrison's intention, but it's more likely that it's the Righteous Alliance's intention." The Su Jiao king and the others nodded. Qin Shiriyue continued, "If that's the case, they definitely didn't receive General Lu's personal order. The navy on the ships might not be No, they're definitely not the standard and definitely not the full complement. The Suzhou king clapped his hands and said, in other words, they won't be able to train as smoothly as before. During this interval, we can seize the opportunity to attack one of the ships, seize it and escape? Qin Shirui smiled and said, Suzhou king, this isn't your style. Why do you always want to escape? The Suzhou king smiled bitterly. Lord Qin, you're the special envoy of the divine sect. If anything happens to you in the South Sea, the Three Seas Jiao Palace won't be able to bear the responsibility. The other two Jiao kings nodded in unison. Qin Shirui said, I appreciate Suzhou king's kindness, but if we only want to escape, we may not be able to do so. I think we should concentrate our forces first, attack the two ships and fight them face to face. Our brothers are all Zhonghu people, so their martial arts must be better than the soldiers. Although they outnumber us, we may not lose if we really fight them. Seeing Qin Shirui's decision, the Three Seas Jiao King and the Seven Water Gang leader looked at each other and nodded. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. This was an unbreakable truth. If they only wanted to escape, they might not be able to escape. Therefore, the Suzhou King ordered to retract the sails, turn the ship around, and crash into the ships that were rushing towards them with all their might. Chapter 289. On the dark surface of the sea, the two ships were like arrows leaving the bowstring, crashing into each other. The Suzhou King had his reasons for doing so. The ships specially made by the Southern Sea Serpent Palace were all covered with iron plates, and the planks on the sides of the ships were extremely thick. He had inspected the ships of the Jingyue City Navy, and they were much worse than the Southern Sea Serpent Palace. Their own ships and the public ships could not be mentioned in the same breath. The Navy was shocked when they saw the ships coming straight at them. However, they were sailing with the wind, so how could they stop? Moreover, if they let them escape, they would not be able to bear the responsibility. Therefore, they could only grit their teeth and face them head-on. As they got closer, a burst of fire suddenly appeared in the Navy's formation. Then the fire flew towards the ships. It turned out that it was the Navy's fire arrows. Now that the ships were within the range of the crossbows, it was not an attack that they had prepared beforehand. However, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the Suzhou King. He was calmly and expressionlessly looking at the fire arrows flying towards them. He did not seem worried at all. As expected, the fire arrows whizzed over. Some of them were blown askew by the wind, some fell into the sea, and a small portion of them hit the giant boat. The people on the platform were all martial artists, so they naturally would not be injured by the rain of arrows. As for the burning fire arrows, they were extinguished by the torrential rain the moment they hit the giant boat. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. The Suzhou King laughed. As expected, the one leading the troops is not the commander of the Navy. If it were them, they would not fire such useless fire arrows on a rainy night like this. The commander of the Navy saw that the fire arrows were ineffective, so he stopped firing. However, the rain of arrows still came in waves. The sailors of the Southern Sea Serpent Palace also started firing arrows when they got closer. However, the wind was against them, so the effect was not obvious. Many of the arrows fell into the sea. The two ships were already very close. Even though the Navy's ships had already slowed down and even turned around slightly, they couldn't stop the Southern Sea Serpent Palace's determination to crash into them. Finally, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, there was a loud bang as the two ships collided. The waves splashed high into the air. Moreover, because the Southern Sea ships had come prepared, the angle and position were all carefully calculated. When the ship's bow hit the side of the Navy ship, a large hole was immediately gouged out. The moment the two ships collided, the huge inertia caused everyone to lose their footing. Fortunately, the sailors and navy of the two ships were all veterans with rich experience. They immediately pulled, leaned, and pushed to stabilize their bodies. On the high platform, everyone circulated their energy to their legs and stood steadily, not moving at all. Zhang Xiaohua was the same. When the huge inertia came, she immediately mobilized her true qi and sent it into the meridians in her legs to stabilize herself. However, just as she thought of this, her vision suddenly turned black and she fell asleep. In an instant, everyone on the two ships, regardless of whether they were sailors, soldiers, or people of the pugilistic world, stood steadily. Only a slightly thin figure floated up with the inertia of the ship and headed straight for the Navy's ship. Qin Shirui saw this and immediately realized that it was midnight. When he saw the Navy chasing after him, he fled and fought back. He had forgotten about Zhang Xiaohua. He was probably so nervous that he forgot about it. Qin Shirui hurriedly took a few steps forward and wanted to use her lightness skill to chase after him, but the inertia was too strong. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiaohua floated past the ship. At this time it was too late to save her. Qin Shirui hurriedly shouted at the Sujiao King, "Sujiao King, quickly capture Ren Xiaoyao and bring him back to me." When the Sujiao King was about to give another order, the figure had already arrived above the Navy's ship. At this time, when the Navy saw a black figure approaching, they thought that it was a martial arts master from the South Sea who came to challenge them. However, at this time everyone had not yet stabilized their footing. Even if they wanted to resist or shoot arrows, it was too late. They could only hold the handles of their swords and wait for the figure to land on the deck. Then they would swarm over and kill him. Just as Zhang Xiaohua's body was about to fall, a gust of wind blew. Zhang Xiaohua's body paused for a moment before it was blown to the side of the ship. When the wind stopped, Zhang Xiaohua's body floated to the surface of the sea and sank into the sea. The sea was windy and the waves were strong, but he didn't hear any plop, nor did he see any splashes. The little flower just fell into the darkness and disappeared. The Sujiao King quickly ordered a few people to jump into the sea to search for her. The others watched this strange scene and forgot what they were supposed to do next. After a while, they heard a sailor from the South Sea yell, "Charge! Kill!" He took the lead and jumped onto the Navy's ship. Only then did the group of people come to their senses and shouted to fight. Zhang Xiaohua's thin body was blown high into the air by the wind. She floated diagonally and fell into the sea. Her body first sank into the sea and was pushed far away by the waves. When she floated up again, she was already far away from the ship. Although the sailors who jumped down to search for her were good at swimming, they didn't dare to stray too far from the ship in such stormy weather. How could they find her after searching carefully nearby? Zhang Xiaohua's body was thin and weak. She was light to begin with. When she floated on the water, she was blown forward by the strong wind along with the broken planks that fell from the collision with the ship. After an unknown period of time, the rain became lighter and the wind became weaker. The sounds of fighting could no longer be heard. Zhang Xiaohua's body gradually came to a stop. However, at this moment, the planks floating quietly beside her seemed to have fallen into a turbulent river. They gradually accelerated and floated in a certain direction. They were a few times faster than when the wind was blowing. Zhang Xiaohua's body followed them and floated into the depths of the sea. This was an undercurrent that wasn't very common in the sea. The next day, just after the storm, there were still dark clouds. When the morning sun peeked out, it dyed the edges of the dark clouds with an orange color. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes. After looking for a long time, he understood his situation. As he was in the middle of a pile of wood, he easily climbed on a thick and long branch to prevent himself from sinking into the sea. When he looked around again, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. This vast sea was a vast expanse of water. He couldn't distinguish between north, south, east, and west. What should he do? However, fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was still in the undercurrent. This undercurrent carried Zhang Xiaohua forward and gave him endless hope. If he stopped in this vast sea and didn't move, then Zhang Xiaohua would have the heart to die. He had a good opportunity to escape. Did he come to the sea to take a bath? Of course, this bathtub was quite big. In the undercurrent, it seemed that the speed was very slow. In fact, it was as fast as a galloping horse. But because there was no reference, it couldn't be perceived. Zhang Xiaohua was bored. He didn't know how long this boring and peaceful journey would be. He took out the 2 primordial stones from his arms and absorbed the primordial qi. It was good to praise Zhang Xiaohua. As long as he had some spare time, he would start to cultivate. No matter how long it was, he always felt that as long as he worked hard, he would gain something. This might be the foundation for him to go higher and higher in the future. A day passed quickly. This kind of lonely drifting was a little uncomfortable for Zhang Xiaohua. But the most uncomfortable thing was that he was thirsty. After a rainy night, the sun in the sky was very hot. Although Zhang Xiaohua was not too afraid of the cold and heat, but after being exposed to the sun for a whole day, his lips were dry and cracked. Zhang Xiaohua tried to drink a mouthful of seawater, but the salty and fishy taste made him vomit immediately. If he drank this water, his stomach would feel uncomfortable. Although he also didn't eat for a day, Zhang Xiaohua didn't feel hungry. It was just a habitual discomfort of not eating when it was time to eat. Night soon fell. Zhang Xiaohua had a plan this time. He tied himself with the wood with his clothes early to avoid falling into the sea. Then, he looked at the two primordial stones in his hand and hesitated. He knew that when he was asleep he could cultivate. In this vast sea, if he could improve his primordial chi a little, he might have a little more chance of survival. But if he held it in his hand and fell asleep and fell into the sea, wouldn't that be a loss? After thinking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua still decided not to put it away. In the past, when he meditated to refine his primordial chi, it didn't fall from his hand. Maybe it wouldn't be a problem if he paid more attention. So Zhang Xiaohua held the primordial stones in his hand. While absorbing the primordial chi, he fell asleep. Tonight, the sea was exceptionally calm. The bright moonlight scattered on the surface of the sea. Zhang Xiaohua and the wood next to him were in the undercurrent. Under the moonlight, they moved forward quickly. Suddenly, in the calm sea, the leisurely fish scattered as if they had seen a powerful natural enemy. Not long after, a transparent jellyfish swam from a distance. This jellyfish was not the size of an ordinary jellyfish. It was actually 10 times the size of an ordinary jellyfish. The jellyfish was passing by, but when it swam past Zhang Xiaohua, it suddenly stopped. It seemed to hesitate for a moment, and immediately chased after Zhang Xiaohua. Although the undercurrent was fast, the jellyfish was faster. In a moment it caught up with Zhang Xiaohua. Without hesitation, it immediately released its tentacles and was about to wrap around Zhang Xiaohua's hand. But before its tentacles got close, it retracted. This jellyfish was an absolute tyrant in the sea. This kind of creature could survive for so long. Naturally, it had the ability to communicate with spirits. Although it coveted the primordial stones in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, and was attracted by the fluctuation of the primordial chi, the jellyfish could feel the colorless starlight outside Zhang Xiaohua's body. Perhaps it couldn't be seen by human eyes, but the jellyfish could feel it clearly. Before its tentacles reached over, it felt the danger of the starlight, so it retracted its tentacles. But if it just let it go, it couldn't resist the temptation of the primordial stones. So it had to follow behind Zhang Xiaohua and wait for an opportunity to snatch it. Fortunately, the jellyfish had accompanied him all the way. Although the sea looked calm on the surface, it was actually very dangerous. Zhang Xiaohua was drifting alone in the sea, and it was easy for him to encounter dangerous fish. The jellyfish had been keeping an eye on him all the way, acting as his bodyguard. The night slowly faded away. Not far from the undercurrent there was a deserted island. Looking at the direction of the undercurrent, it was in the direction of the island. Then the morning sun rose. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and looked around. She couldn't help but be overjoyed. In front of her was the deserted island not far away, and it was about to fall off the sea. However, before she could be happy, she felt that there was a movement in the water, and it was coming straight to her. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He still knew little about the sea. It was so horrible. He was not good at swimming, so he didn't know how to avoid it. At this time he was quick-witted. He raised the genuine qi in his dantian, and immediately used the levitation skill. His body was pulled out of the water. Before Zhang Xiaohua came out of the water, he heard a bang sound. The wood in his arms was hit by a soft and transparent thing. The force was so great that it knocked Zhang Xiaohua out of the range of the undercurrent. Zhang Xiaohua was still in the air. He felt that the wood in his arms was thrown down, and then he floated on it. When he looked carefully, he saw a giant jellyfish in the water in front of him, which was much bigger than him. What was that? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He had never seen such a giant thing. However, although he didn't know it, Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that it was not to be trifled with from the horrible transparent thing's appearance. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. I'm standing on the wood now, so I can't use my feet. What's more, my most powerful attack is the flying sword. But I don't know if the small flying sword can hurt this big monster. Moreover, it seems that the left and the right of this thing are the same size. Where is the vital part? If the flying sword can find the vital part, it can hit it, otherwise. By the way, I don't know if the transparent thing outside can block the small sword. Alas, it's troublesome. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while, but he still couldn't find a good way. The only thing he could do was to release the flying sword. But the flying sword was something that he had just learned, and he hadn't tried it yet. If it was on flat ground, he could try it. But this was the sea. If he was not careful, the flying sword would fall into the water. With the weight of the sword, wouldn't it sink to the bottom? Unable to make up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the deserted island not far away, and made a plan in his mind. In the undercurrent, the pile of wood had drifted far away. Zhang Xiaohua first put the vitality stone back into his arms, took a deep breath and sank down first. Then, he picked up the wood with his hands and floated up. When the jellyfish saw it, how could it let it go? It immediately chased after it. Zhang Xiaohua was in the air. He broke the wood with his hands, and immediately tore a big piece from it. He threw it at his feet. His body fell down, and then with a little force he floated up again. After a few times, he had caught up with the pile of wood in the undercurrent. However, the huge jellyfish was also following closely behind. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the deserted island that was still some distance away, and estimated the wood under his feet. He couldn't help but sigh, and took out the small sword from his arms. Please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 290. As soon as the inconspicuous sword was taken out, the big jellyfish immediately sensed the fluctuation of primordial qi. Its raised tentacles obviously stopped. However, the jellyfish seemed to have a preference for primordial qi, and did not intend to leave. Zhang Xiaohua did not release his spiritual mind and surrounded the surrounding space. He did not know whether the jellyfish was in the water or for other reasons. Zhang Xiaohua could not see everything clearly with his spiritual mind. Seeing the jellyfish stop, he thought in his heart, why did the jellyfish stop? Did it feel the power of the sword? The monsters in the water were born with supernatural powers. If they were so afraid, it would be interesting. The wood under my feet is floating forward. When I get closer, I'll use the levitation spell to fly over. It's better to avoid fighting if possible. Zhang Xiaohua was wishful thinking. The big jellyfish could not wait any longer. It knew better than Zhang Xiaohua that the undercurrent was in front of the deserted island. If the undercurrent swayed in front of the island, it would go around the island and go somewhere else. If it did not rob the good thing to lure the jellyfish now, the thing in front of it would arrive at the deserted island. The deserted island was not a place where it could go. After making up its mind, the big jellyfish was a little impatient. With a bang sound, the tentacles that were under the water just now stretched out and went straight to Zhang Xiaohua's legs. Zhang Xiaohua kept observing the jellyfish with his spiritual mind. No matter how fast the tentacles were, they were still within the range of his spiritual mind. Because he was not familiar with the jellyfish, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. He aimed the sword in his left hand at the tentacles and stabbed it. Zhang Xiaohua felt happy in his heart. My spiritual mind is so useful. If it was a normal day, how could I see it so clearly? However, just as the small sword was about to touch the tentacle, the jellyfish-like tentacle retreated and raised again, slapping down from above. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he was alarmed. He immediately retracted his hand and stabbed upwards. Before the small sword could rise, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly flew into the air like a frightened rabbit. He flew diagonally towards a log beside him. Below him, another transparent tentacle slapped the floating log. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little scared. The second tentacle had come in a strange way. It was almost impossible to see it clearly in the transparent water. Fortunately, it was in his divine sense. If he had just relied on his eyes, he would have been knocked into the sea by the monster's diversion. What should I do? The sword is only a sharp weapon for close combat. It can't be used far away. This monster is in the water. Even with my spiritual mind, it is difficult to see it clearly. There is still some distance to the deserted island. It seems that I have to try the newly learned flying sword. After landing on another piece of wood, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. He did not even dare to doubt the wisdom of the monster in the water. He released a strand of his spiritual mind and immersed it into the sword. He made a gesture with his hands and murmured in his heart. Sure enough, the sword in his hand seemed to have a spirit. It suddenly raised its head and rushed into the air. It first turned a few times in the air. After a little adaptation, it stabbed toward the jellyfish's tentacles. The angle and the direction were the same as Zhang Xiaohua holding the sword and stabbing it, but the speed was much faster. Sure enough, the transparent tentacles of the jellyfish on the wood didn't have time to react before the small sword, which was as fast as an arrow, pierced into the tentacles without any hindrance. A liquid that looked like seawater spurted out from the tentacles. Then the tentacles shrank back. Immediately, the jellyfish seemed to be angry because of the pain. Its ball-like body poked out of the water a little. 4 or 5 long tentacles like a huge palm slapped toward Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, how could Zhang Xiaohua be afraid? He made a gesture with his hands and directly rushed toward the jellyfish's body. Seeing this, the jellyfish did not reduce the strength of 2 of its tentacles. They still slapped toward Zhang Xiaohua, and the other tentacles tried to catch the flying sword. Unfortunately, the flying sword was like a hot knife through butter. No, it was like a hot knife through butter. The tentacles could not resist the seemingly thick and blunt sword at all. With a few soft sounds, the sword pierced through the tentacles and went straight to the jellyfish's body. At this time, the jellyfish's tentacles that were slapping toward Zhang Xiaohua had also reached her. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She flew to another wood. Because of this distraction, the flying sword that was piercing toward the jellyfish slightly deviated from its expected trajectory. With a poochy sound, the flying sword brushed the side of the jellyfish's body and slanted through it. A transparent liquid spurted out from the penetrating wound. The jellyfish's body leaped up. Several tentacles rose at the same time and slapped down like a big palm, splashing the seawater everywhere. Then the ball-like body shrank into the water and several tentacles disappeared, leaving only a few ripples on the sea. A gust of sea breeze blew and then calmed down. The flying sword hovered above the sea for a few times and then flew back to Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Looking at the calm sea, Zhang Xiaohua found it hard to believe that there was a monster in the water that he had never seen before. Thinking that the monster was staring at him fiercely under the water, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to lie in the water like before. He also did not dare to put the small sword back into his arms. He took out a primordial stone from his arms and carefully held it in his hand. He absorbed the primordial chi from the primordial stone and performed the levitation skill to stand on the wood. Maybe it was seriously injured, or maybe it saw that Zhang Xiaohua was not easy to bully. The jellyfish did not appear again in the following process. Seeing that the deserted island was close, Zhang Xiaohua was a little relieved. The undercurrent rushed straight to the deserted island. It circled around a rock on one side of the island and then flowed to other places. When Zhang Xiaohua stood firmly on solid ground, his heart was like the rock under his feet. He felt a lot more at ease. Looking back at the calm sea, Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked inside. He did not want to stay in the water anymore. After Zhang Xiaohua went ashore, he immediately released his divine sense and scanned the deserted island with all his strength. Anyone who was thirsty for a day and a night would do this. Let's find drinking water first. This was a huge deserted island. Zhang Xiaohua walked across the beach. In front of him was a large pile of pebbles without soil and sand. There was nothing special in his divine sense. Going forward, there was a high slope. Behind the high slope, there were sparse and tall plants that he had never seen before. Seeing the plants, Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. There must be water on this island. Immediately, he scanned with his divine sense and a smile appeared on his face. After passing through the woods, there was a very tall mountain. The lush trees and grass on the mountain swayed in the sea breeze. Zhang Xiaohua did not stop. He walked directly to the bottom of the hill and climbed up along the not steep slope. After climbing for a while, under a layer of dense grass, Zhang Xiaohua greedily drank the weak water flowing down from the cracks of the stones on the hillside. After drinking enough water, Zhang Xiaohua let out a long breath. Looking at the high hillside in front of him, he used the levitation technique and floated up to a high place. When he reached the top of the mountain and looked around, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be stunned. Behind the mountain was a small lake. This mountain was not a single mountain, but a ring of mountains surrounding the mirror-like small lake. Looking as far as the eye could see, the water was like a pearl embedded in the mountain range. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. In this vast and boundless sea there was actually such a huge island. And in this small island, there was such a beautiful and bright small lake. He had to say that it was quite a heavenly creation. After praising in his heart, Zhang Xiaohua used his qinggong and ran around the mountain range. He used his divine sense to carefully observe the area that he could perceive. What made him a little depressed was that from top to bottom on the island, there were no animals. Even the squirrels that Zhang Xiaohua was looking forward to were not there, not to mention the gazelles and wild boars. Fortunately, when patrolling the deserted island, Zhang Xiaohua found that at the foot of the small lake, there was a rather large piece of land covered with lush green leaves. What is this? It looks similar to the sweet potatoes in the Guozhuang house. Could it be that someone is planting sweet potatoes here? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat expectant. Thinking about the sweetness of the sweet potatoes, his mouth, which had not eaten for a day and a night, began to drool. He came to the lakeside and pushed aside the green leaves covering the lake. From the soil, he dug out something that was as thick as a child's arm and somewhat golden in color. Is this sealwort? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He had only read about sealwort in the herbal book of Huanqi Villa, which talked about the magical effects of sealwort, and also drew pictures of sealwort. However, although the sealwort in his hand was very similar to the picture in the herbal book, it was too big. This was an arm, and the picture in the herbal book was the little finger. Zhang Xiaohua took the large sealwort and washed it with the lake water. After that, he began to test whether it was the most important step of sealwort. The most magical effect of sealwort was that it could fill one's stomach. When he tasted something sweet, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. According to the records, sealwort should not have any good taste. This thing is so sweet. Can it be sealwort? I don't care whether it is sealwort or not. I feel comfortable eating it. It can fill my stomach. When Zhang Xiaohua happily stuffed the whole sealwort into his stomach, he had such an idea. Yes, I don't care whether it is sealwort or not. The most important thing is that I can fill my stomach. After eating the sealwort, Zhang Xiaohua tried to drink the water in the lake. Luckily, it was fresh water. However, there was a strange smell in the water, which Zhang Xiaohua had never smelled before. Well, after eating and drinking, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little sleepy, which he hadn't felt for a long time. Thinking about it, a lonely teenager drifting in the boundless sea, even if his life was not in danger, the psychological torment was a serious test. Moreover, this problem was solved temporarily. What about the future? There was an even longer period of loneliness waiting for Zhang Xiaohua. He needed to have a better mentality to face all of this. However, when he fell asleep under a huge protruding rock, Zhang Xiaohua licked his lips and thought, "It would be better if I could eat meat. Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 291. The sun was setting in the west. The deserted island was illuminated by the orange glow of the sun. The shadows in the mountains were dim. The sea breeze was gentle and the sound of waves hitting the shore was like a lullaby. Zhang Xiaohua, who was hiding under the rock, fell asleep and did not want to wake up. When he opened his eyes, it was almost dusk. Standing up and stretching, Zhang Xiaohua leaped to a high place. First, he looked at the distant sea, but he didn't see any ships. Then, he looked around the huge deserted island and let out a long whistle. A sense of heroism rose in his heart. Although this deserted island is vast, there are no traces of people. I'm alone. I'd like to see how long I can live here. I'll spend the rest of my days here. I wonder if Qin Shirui can find me here? Forget it. If she finds me, I'll be taken back to the Tenryu sect. It's okay if she doesn't come. It'll be better if it's someone else's ship. Alas, I don't know what my parents are like. If only I had run away from Jingyue City. Well, that won't do. If I ran away at that time, the Tenryu sect would definitely look for me everywhere. If they found the Guozhuang house, it would be bad. Now, if Qin Shirui can't find me, she'll probably think that I've been buried in the fish's belly. At least my family won't be harmed. That's not bad. But my parents will be worried about me for a long time. After the heroism, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was in knots. He waited until he was hungry while standing on the mountain and dug out the sealwort to satisfy his hunger. Looking at the huge field of sealwort in front of him, it must have been grown for many years. If he was careful and followed the planting method learned from the books, it would not be a problem for him to survive with the sealwort. As for water, it would not be a problem. He did not know how this small lake was formed. With so much fresh water and so much rain on the sea, even if Zhang Xiaohua drank until his stomach hurt, he might not be able to finish it. After drinking some water, Zhang Xiaohua had nothing to do. He practiced the fist of the North Star on the flat rock. However, he was still thinking. I seem to be missing something. Strange, why can't I think of it? After a long time, after the 9 rounds of tempering of the bone, the sparkling and translucent bone became even more jade-like. The night had already arrived. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua patted her head and remembered. That's right. I've almost forgotten where I'm staying at night. The night is long and I'm not in the mood to sleep. I don't have a place to sleep, but that's not good. I can't possibly spend the night under the rock. For Zhang Xiaohua, such a dark night was nothing to be afraid of. His divine sense could leave his body, so even if he closed his eyes, he could still walk. But after all, it was his first time here, and he was still a little afraid of this unfamiliar environment. After thinking for a while, he gave up the idea of going out to look for a cave. He still sat under the protruding rock, took out the primordial stones, and prepared to cultivate. Zhang Xiaohua was currently cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra, Big Dipper Fist, Nameless Sword Art, Levitation Technique, and Earth Escape Technique. Needless to say, the Carefree Heart Sutra was the foundation of his cultivation. It was his internal cultivation method. As long as he had the time, he would absorb the primordial qi from the primordial stones to increase the genuine qi in his meridians, and then temper and store it in his middle dantian. The Big Dipper Fist was also his foundation of cultivation. It was his external cultivation method to temper his muscles, bones, and skin. However, this external cultivation was different from martial arts. He cultivated it even to the bone. Of course, since Zhang Xiaohua knew that he was walking on the path of immortality, he was no longer surprised. Martial arts was originally a modification of the path of immortality. Cultivating one's own bones was definitely better than cultivating one's muscles, bones, and skin. But what benefits did this bone tempering have? He really did not know. In his heart, he faintly felt that this kind of bone tempering was not simple. That was also true. Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was low now, so he did not know the changes in his bones. If he knew that his bones were now sparkling and translucent, he would probably be shocked and ecstatic, and would practice the Big Dipper Fist a few more times every day. It was a pity that the 3rd level of the Big Dipper Fist could only be practiced 63 times. Even if he practiced 9 times, he would not be able to temper his bones. As for the Nameless Sword Art, it only had a few incomplete moves. He had already mastered it thoroughly, and there was no need to cultivate it. He could only wait for fate to find another sword art before he could continue. However, in this pugilistic world, perhaps only Zhang Xiaohua alone could recognize the sword art of immortality. It would not be too late to wait until he returned to the mainland to look for it. As for the levitation technique, Zhang Xiaohua had already finished practicing it. The ethereal steps was probably the levitation technique, but it was modified by the seniors of the Misty School. In order to adapt to the changes in martial arts, the levitation technique recorded in the 3rd level of the ethereal steps was definitely the most basic technique. The later levels of the Misty School that allowed one to fly were still hidden somewhere in the Misty School. Furthermore, from what Zhang Xiaohu had said, the Misty School's gang leader O had already practiced the ethereal steps to the Great Circle of the 9th level. Zhang Xiaohua now knew that this ethereal steps was definitely not the original levitation technique. He might not be able to use the later 6 levels of Qinggong. Could it be hidden in the forbidden grounds of the Misty School? If that's the case, then it's difficult. I can't possibly risk my life and barge into other people's forbidden grounds. If there are the later levels of the levitation technique, I'm sure that if I can practice it to the end, I'll definitely be able to fly. Who knows, I might even be able to fly across the sea. Why would I need to wait for a ship to rescue me? It's just that right now, my levitation technique can only float a little. If I'm on land, I might be able to fly higher. But above the sea, there's no way for me to borrow strength from. Sigh. Then there's the earth evasion technique. I've just learned the first technique, and there are still 8 techniques that I haven't fully comprehended yet. This is a good opportunity to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra to the next level and master the earth evasion technique. When Qin Shirui comes looking for me, I'll find an opportunity to kill him by accident and escape using the earth evasion technique. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Oh, by the way, there's also a basic alchemy technique in my purse. Moreover, I've also taken a cauldron from Yingfei. I don't know if it's used for alchemy. It seems that I have to learn this alchemy technique. Look at that detoxification pill. How amazing it is. Can detoxify so easily. I might be able to use it in the future. Also, since there's a detoxification pill, then there's also a pill that can increase one's power. If I can master it, then can I give it to my second brother? If he can become a top master in one go, how great would that be? Oh, I forgot that I don't know if the immortal pills can be given to martial artists. Second brother probably won't have such good luck. Thinking that he could get the cauldron from Qin Shirui, he was very happy. Ha, this guy was really dissolute. He went out on a business trip and found a delicate girl. He even wanted to take the cauldron home. No way. It's better for me to use it. After sorting out her existing techniques, Zhang Xiaohua had already made up her mind. She must practice the Big Dipper magical fist. However, it wouldn't take up much time. The key was the Carefree Heart Sutra. She could practice this technique all the time without end. But Zhang Xiaohua now knew that as long as she practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra before she went to sleep at night, she would definitely make progress when she woke up in the morning. That was to say, she could also practice at night when she went to sleep. This was extremely wonderful. I don't know what this bracelet is. What's the matter with the flickering dream at night? But since I've practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra at night, I don't need to practice it during the day. Anyway, there's no end to the Carefree Heart Sutra. Practicing it during the day is just icing on the cake. It's better to practice the earth meld and refine elixirs. It was night now, so Zhang Xiaohua naturally still needed to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra. So she took 2 primordial stones in her hand, sat cross-legged, and silently practiced the mental cultivation method. Nothing happened during the night. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua first practiced the Big Dipper magical fist. Then she comprehended the earth melt. At noon she ate some sealwort. Taking advantage of the sun, she searched the entire island to see what was on this deserted island. She also found a cave for herself to live in. With Zhang Xiaohua's current magical power, she performed the levitation skill and floated low. From time to time, she used the tip of her foot to borrow strength from the ground. Then, she used her spiritual sense to search carefully in the mountains. Not long after, she found a small cave. The cave was facing the east of the island. It was quite dry inside, which made Zhang Xiaohua a little puzzled. Normally, this island in the sea was full of water vapor every day, so it should be humid. However, since it was not humid, Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to think about looking for things like dry grass and dead leaves. It saved her a lot of trouble. With a small nest to sleep in, Zhang Xiaohua also lost interest in continuing to explore. If Qin Shirui and the others could find it tomorrow, she would leave with them. Naturally, she didn't need to look at the deserted island today. But if Qin Shirui and the others didn't come tomorrow, it wouldn't be too late to look at it tomorrow. In short, the exploration of this deserted island was not urgent. On the contrary, before Qin Shirui and the others came, she could cultivate what she needed to cultivate. That was the right way. So Zhang Xiaohua took out the jade slip from the space of the money bag, immersed her spiritual sense in it, and carefully memorized and comprehended it. In the past, when Zhang Xiaohua looked at these ancient characters, she felt that the meaning was very obscure and unclear. Many things were beyond her understanding, so she was a little conflicted in her heart. But now she already knew that this was an immortal object, and the content inside was true. Unconsciously, she was very curious and wanted to study it carefully. The way of alchemy in this jade slip was inextricably linked with the herbal books that Zhang Xiaohua had read before. Unconsciously, it aroused her strong interest. But interest was the driving force to move forward. Since she could read the pleasure from it, Zhang Xiaohua was naturally happy. Until the sky gradually darkened, she slowly opened her eyes. The way of alchemy is really broad and profound. This jade slip is only the most basic alchemy method. Just at the beginning, I feel that it is difficult to move forward. Compared with the previous knowledge of herbs, it is really different. I just don't know what the way of alchemy has been modified by martial arts. If there is a chance, I have to go to the pharmacy hall to have a look. The way of alchemy is to use the cauldron as the base and the true qi as the flame. The true qi is injected into the cauldron, activating the formation of the cauldron, producing the true fire, refining the essence of the herbs. Yin and yang are balanced, and the monarch and minister complement each other. Then it can become an elixir. What about martial arts? Presumably, without true qi, I can only use ordinary flames. In this way, it is inevitable that there will be more impurities. Oh right, the way of alchemy is useful for true qi meridians and so on. This martial art elixir must be modified to be compatible with my true qi. As for the elixir recipe, as long as I modify the herbs in the recipe, it should be possible. I already have a cauldron here, but I don't know if my true qi in the third layer of the aura refining realm can activate it. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to take out the cauldron to try, but looking at the narrow cave and thinking that she had just comprehended the beginning of alchemy, she still didn't know much about the rest. Even if she tried, what was the use? Only then did she give up and get out of the cave. Night had come, but the sea was still rippling. There were no big waves. The deep blue sea reflected the starlight in the sky, making it look bright. In the sky and the sea there was still no expected black spot. Zhang Xiaohua sighed, filled her stomach, and continued to cultivate. On this lonely island, the only way to pass the time was to cultivate. More than 10 days passed like this, but Qin Shuriyue still didn't come to find her. Zhang Xiaohua was quite anxious. What's wrong with this Qin Shuriyue? Isn't she afraid of being punished by their sect leader? Why hasn't she come to find me? If I'm caught by the Tenryu sect, as long as I can withstand torture, they might not be able to do anything to me. Oh no, what if they kill me? I'd better wait until I reach the shore and quickly run away. If Qin Shuriyue doesn't come, I'll do this. Although I don't have to worry about food and drink, and I can also cultivate, I can't sleep at night alone. Every day, she would say that Qin Shuriyue would come to find her, but there was no sign of the boat. This Qin Shuriyue also slowly became Whitehead Qin, Adulterer Qin, Scoundrel Qin, and finally, she was named Pulsatilla Wang. However, although Zhang Xiaohua was anxious, his cultivation had made great progress. He had already comprehended the second hand gesture of the earth escape technique, and this understanding also laid a solid foundation for the next few techniques. After all, he had comprehended it bit by bit, and it was incomparably solid. Although he had just learned the third technique, his progress was also very fast. Needless to say, alchemy was just the theory, and it was also what he was most interested in. The first thing had already been comprehended by him, and now he was beginning to learn the real foundation of alchemy. It had to be said that the present Zhang Xiaohua was no longer the stupid child who had to be tactfully pointed out by the teacher when he went to school in Guozhuang House. These things that had to be taught by the master during the heyday of the immortal Tao were painstakingly comprehended by him. Of course, this had a lot to do with the fact that he was on a deserted island and had no distractions. Today there was still no hope. The sky was gloomy, the weather on the sea was unpredictable, and 10 days of sunny weather was abnormal. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in a small cave, comprehending alchemy. Suddenly there was a thunderclap in the sky, which gave him a big fright. He stood up and looked outside. It was already dark and cloudy. It was probably going to rain heavily. Zhang Xiaohua's cave was on the side of the mountain, and it was basically close to the top. He was not afraid of the rain. He was about to return to the cave to continue comprehending alchemy, but a flash of lightning in front of him seemed to have opened his mind. Chapter 292. Zhang Xiaohua was no stranger to sky thunder. As early as the appearance of the first strand of genuine qi in his meridians, he had tried to attract thunder to save the herbs in Huanqi Villa. The feeling of being hit by sky thunder was still fresh in his memory, and it was hard for him to try it again. However, the lightning in front of him reminded Zhang Xiaohua. I should have attracted thunder twice before. The first time was unintentional and I was about to fall asleep, so I didn't taste the sky thunder. But when I woke up the next day, I had genuine chi in my body, and it seemed that my Big Dipper magical fist had advanced to another level. The second time was intentional. I attracted thunder too early, so I was hit by thunder and fainted directly. Fortunately, it was midnight at that time, and the feeling was unforgettable and unbearable. However, the pain was in exchange for rich rewards. The herbs were saved, and it seemed that my genuine chi had increased a lot. What's more, my Big Dipper magical fist had advanced to another level, and there was a lot of black dirt on my body, which was very similar to the marrow cleansing mentioned in the Heart Sutra. Every time I was hit by thunder, I could get benefits, and there was nothing wrong with my body. If I could be hit by thunder more often, would I get more benefits? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was frightened by his own whimsy. He Tianshu had once reminded him not to practice internal strength when it was thundering and raining, because it was easy to get chi deviation. However, he deliberately chose to attract thunder when it was thundering. However, martial arts were different from the way of immortality. Maybe the way of immortality was not afraid of being hit by thunder? Zhang Xiaohua thought that he might get lucky. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua was very wrong. There were spells about sky thunder in the way of immortality, such as the Five Thunders authentic method, which could attract sky thunder from the sky. However, it was unheard of to practice with sky thunder quenching body. This practice was undoubtedly like an old man eating arsenic. He was tired of living. But once this idea was born in Zhang Xiaohua's mind, it was like a bug, and he could no longer drive it away. Should I try to attract thunder? Anyway, my body used to hurt a lot, and it was 100 times more painful than the pulsatilla's soul-searching hand. However, if I can seize the opportunity to attract thunder at the moment before I fall asleep, I won't feel the pain, right? Anyway, Blink can control the later stages of my cultivation. What's there to be afraid of? Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua did not want to enter the cave to cultivate anymore. He slowly paced back and forth at the entrance of the cave. This cave was in the mountains, and he did not know where he could attract the heavenly thunder. If he couldn't, the heavenly lightning would strike the mountain. If the rocks were shattered, he would be buried under the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky and then at the top of the mountain. She was a little hesitant. If they were not in the cave, they would have to be at the top of the mountain. Being drenched in the rain for a whole night was not something a human would do. As they spoke, the rain began to fall. Raindrops the size of beans fell pitter-patter on the rocks, as if to demonstrate their power to Zhang Xiaohua. Kacha kacha. Thunder continued to rumble in the surrounding sea. The majesty of this place was incomparable to that of the Huanxi mountain manor. Zhang Xiaohua hid in the cave and looked at the rain with a gloomy face. His heart was wavering. Seeing that it was late at night, Zhang Xiaohua knew that he had to make a choice. He gritted his teeth and thought, it's just a try. There's already one more time and two more times. How can I be afraid that there won't be a third time? Isn't it just a heart-wrenching pain? I'll just take it as the pulsatilla forcing me to confess again at night. Thinking of this, he resolutely got up and rushed into the rain. In an instant, the heavy rain soaked his whole body. When he used the levitation skill to reach the top of the mountain, there was not much time left. When he was about to take out the small primordial stones, he had an idea. Instead, he took out his money bag and scanned it with his divine sense. He took out the huge crouching ox stone and sat cross-legged on it. First, he tried to absorb the primordial chi from the crouching ox stone. Then, he calculated the time in his heart. When it was about time, he spread his divine sense into the dark night sky and tried to draw in the little primordial chi in the air. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought, after the heaven and earth yuan chi in his divine sense was completely absorbed, the heaven and earth yuan chi around him was slowly flowing in. Moreover, the heavenly thunder that sounded from time to time in the sky was gradually approaching. Kacha! There was a light clap of thunder in the distance. It sounded very far away, but Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled. This thunder sounds very far away, but it seems to have struck my heart. Could it be moving towards me? Sure enough, the thunder became louder and louder. Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled violently. The last few sounds hit the edge of Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. His face was a little pale. The rain could not drive away the fear in his heart. Why is it not here yet? Quickly go to sleep. Otherwise, this God soul-searching hand is much more powerful than the pulsatile acupuncture. Boom, there was a loud sound. The thunder and lightning struck the sky above Zhang Xiaohua's head. Zilala, a powerful energy cut through the sky. In an instant, countless primordial qi was generated around the energy. Once the primordial qi was generated, it was guided by Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense into the pores of his whole body. The huge energy was then absorbed into his body. Immediately, a heart-wrenching and unbearable pain was transmitted to Zhang Xiaohua's mind. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned black. He did not know if he fainted from happiness or was peacefully dreaming. Just like the previous few times, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed from his mind to his whole body. His whole body flashed with a mysterious frequency. In an instant, the numerous stars in the endless starry sky projected endless starlight across time and space and lingered around Zhang Xiaohua's body. The starlight absorbed into his meridians was the same as before. It repaired the meridians that were torn by the huge energy. At the same time, it separated the energy and vitality in the lightning. Most of the energy was absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua's crystal-clear bones. Most of the vitality was absorbed by an unknown place in his mind. The remaining energy and vitality were refined by his meridians. After the first thunder, the following heavenly thunder seemed to have found a target to vent. They all rushed to the deserted island and lined up to hit Zhang Xiaohua's head one by one. The energy and vitality were all absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua. At this point, he should be on the right track of cultivation and refinement just like before. However, this was the boundless sea, not the inland plains. The heavenly thunders here could not be compared to the heavenly thunders in the Huanxi manner. The quantity and quality were not on the same level. Under the countless heavenly thunders, the starlight outside Zhang Xiaohua's body seemed to be unable to withstand it. At first, it was faint and inconspicuous. Then it gradually became thicker and thicker, turning into a milky white that was almost visible to the naked eye. This milky white color became thicker and thicker. In the end, even the pouring rain could not get close to him. Even so, the incessant heavenly thunders far exceeded the amount of heavenly thunders that Zhang Xiaohua's starlight could neutralize. When a heavenly thunder struck, the starlight trembled as if it was about to collapse. At this moment, the crouching ox stone under Zhang Xiaohua suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance, as if something had been activated. The boundless energy and qi of heaven and earth produced by the heavenly thunders were all absorbed into the vitality stone by the brilliance. At the same time, the qi that Zhang Xiaohua was absorbing was also stimulated. It expanded rapidly and was absorbed into her body at a rate several times faster than before. The vast amount of qi of heaven and earth that was absorbed into her body was refined by the starlight surrounding her meridians and turned into Zhang Xiaohua's own qi. This qi flowed along her meridians at a fixed frequency. Moreover, it was not until now that the qi that Zhang Xiaohua cultivated at the third level of the qi refining realm was stabilized and balanced. She had truly stepped out of the early stage and entered the middle stage of accumulation. The sea breeze was strong and the rain was heavy. In the darkness of the night on the deserted island, a ball of faint light flickered continuously. It was so faint that if one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it. Not far from the deserted island, a huge jellyfish swam continuously. The huge waves did not pose any threat to it, but it seemed to feel a tremor that came from the bottom of its heart. It was an instinctive feeling, a kind of pressure that came from the deserted island, that made it want to run away. Since 10 days ago, it had been attracted by the vitality stone's fluctuations and had been wandering around the island, hoping to get another vitality stone. However, the feeling that made it tremble in the rainy night soon dispelled its desire to continue guarding the island. Crack! There was another sound of thunder. The light flickered and dimmed slightly. The huge jellyfish did not hesitate any longer. It dived into the water and swam deeper. Monsters like this jellyfish that had lived for countless years did not have the intelligence of a human, but many times, their instincts were more direct and accurate than a human's eyes and experience. It was not until a trace of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon that the rampant storm finally died down. The clouds parted and the rain stopped. It seemed that the duration of the storm was much shorter than before. The morning sun rose from the sea. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and poured a bit of true fire essence into his body. The flame in the bottom of his eyes flashed and disappeared, and the flickering also stopped. The starlight around his body also entered his body in a breath. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes that were as black as ink. He silently used the Heart Sutra to check the condition of his meridians. Not bad. The amount of true qi in my meridians is a lot more than yesterday. Seems to be more than half. I should be in the middle of entering the third layer of qi refining. Although it was not good to be struck by the heavenly lightning yesterday, the harvest was also great. If I can endure for another night, I might be able to reach the third layer. Zhang Xiaohua thought as the corners of his mouth curled up. In fact, he did not know that the nameless place in his mind had absorbed most of the heavenly lightning's energy and had undergone a huge change. Moreover, his jade-like bones were already showing signs of becoming transparent after being tempered. He had absorbed most of the heavenly lightning's energy. Compared to that, the true qi in his meridians could only be said to be a small improvement. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and put the crouching ox stone away into his money pouch. Oh right. The crouching ox stone had also absorbed a huge amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth last night. This change was also something that Zhang Xiaohua could not detect. Oh, where is this fishy smell coming from? Could it be coming from my body again? Zhang Xiaohua looked. As expected, his body was stained with some pitch-black sticky stuff again. He turned around and was about to fly towards the small lake, but after flying halfway he thought, if I bathe in the lake, won't this stinky stuff get into the water? How am I supposed to eat and drink in the future? He could only turn around and fly back to the beach. However, as he neared the beach, he thought, what if that big monster is still in the water? What should I do then? So, even bathing was so difficult. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua held the small sword in one hand and anxiously washed himself by a shallow beach. He did not know that the huge jellyfish had been scared away by the brilliance of his cultivation last night. How could it sneak an attack on him? After cleaning up, Zhang Xiaohua placed his clothes on a rock to dry. He practiced the Big Dipper magical fist naked. This practice was not a big deal. He actually found that his Big Dipper magical fist had advanced another level. As long as he practiced it for the 6th time, the bone-tempering flow appeared. After 9 times of circulation, Zhang Xiaohua felt a joy from his bones. It was as if at this moment he could fly into the sky. Thus, he used the levitation technique. Indeed, compared to yesterday, he flew a little higher. Could it be that this Big Dipper magical fist has something to do with the levitation technique? Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. These two techniques did not seem to have any direct connection. The sea breeze on the deserted island was very strong. In this short period of time, Zhang Xiaohua's clothes had already dried. Although there was still a part of the deserted island that Zhang Xiaohua did not explore. He believed that there was only Zhang Xiaohua on this big deserted island. Even if he wore clothes, there would not be an additional female animal to look at, let alone a girl. However, he always felt that it was better to wear clothes. Yes, after all, I was also enlightened by words. Zhang Xiaohua thought. After wearing clothes, Zhang Xiaohua did not go to the small cave. He directly sat on the top of the mountain and comprehended the earth escape. After all, sitting there, he could see far away. If a ship came, he could find it in time, right? This morning, perhaps Zhang Xiaohua had accumulated a lot of knowledge in the past few days, or perhaps he was in good spirits today. It did not take long for him to comprehend the third incantation of the earth escape. In the afternoon, he also felt that the foundation of alchemy had made great progress. He almost wanted to try it out with the furnace in his money bag. However, from alchemy, he saw that alchemy was also a multi-use incantation. He had not even mastered the simple earth escape incantation, so how could he dare to rashly try it? If the furnace was damaged, he would not even have the chance to cry. Also, there are no herbs at all. What can I use to practice? In this way, another 20 days passed. He did not see Qin Shuriyue, nor did he see any ships passing by. Yes, he did not even see a black dot. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel a little discouraged. However, despite being discouraged, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was still progressing at a rapid pace. In the past 20 days, there had been 4 or 5 thunderstorms. It was no wonder that the heaven and earth yuan qi above the sea was much more abundant than inland. However, the amount of heavenly lightning each time was different, and the tempering effects were also different. My Big Dipper magical fist has entered the 5th level. I can feel a flow of tempering in my bones without practicing 5 times. However, this progress seems to be slower than before. In the past, I could advance by 1 level each time I drew lightning. Now I need to draw lightning 4 times to advance. Perhaps it will be harder in the future. Fortunately, the Carefree Heart Sutra has also advanced. The 4th level of Qi refining requires a lot of Qi, but the amount of Qi of heaven and earth absorbed each time I draw lightning is not much. No wonder the Qi of heaven and earth is so thin. With so little Qi of heaven and earth, it would be strange if the immortal Tao was not destroyed. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.